Oh, yeah. All right, we are live.
That was a good transition.
Yeah, that had real Lexus vibes.
Yeah, it did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've always called Origin the space Lexus.
I always thought of them as the Beamers.
Yeah, I imagine you can kind of go either way on them.
Mainly because, I guess, because of the I, the terminal letter.
Yep, that's true.
And the fact that they have walnut driving or wheels, which are kind of stupid on a spaceship anyway. But
Yeah. All right. And if they run out of stuff to play in between the panels, got a couple of videos lined up to play during intermissions. So we should be all good to go.
Sounds good.
you're still offline on my Twitch, Dart.
Really? I'm live on mine.
Let me, maybe mine isn't refreshing. Let me see.
Yeah, he's up.
I've already lined up a crew to retrieve it.
Transmission says it's on Hurston.
Destination set.
Oh, I've watched this one.
I haven't
Looks like
seen
we're
this
going to
one.
meet up with Constantine Hurston?
Looks legit.
It's pretty cool. They've made 2 episodes so far.
Had an unfortunate accident.
That seemed a little weird to me.
I agree.
Why would he want us to retrieve something from Crusader space? There's not much out there other than farmers and aid stations.
Could have been a humanitarian effort.
Only if he's developing bombs that fertilize crops.
Pinhead, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Robert, what's up? He says it's not stupid, it's luxury. You think he's talking about the origin.
Yeah, I don't think anyone said it was stupid, right?
Oh, no, I don't. I didn't hear anybody say that to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, even when you could pledge it back in 2013, it was the luxury option.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that is definitely the high class Lexus and all that of the verse, that's for sure. I will admit, I like indulging sometimes.
Mine had leather and wood paneling.
I had carbon fiber in my 325.
Yeah, could you imagine getting in a fighter jet like these days, like an F-16, and the inside looks like that of a Lexus?
That'd be a little nuts.
I had the Origin racing ship. It was the best package delivery ship I ever had.
Oh, the 350?
Yeah,
I love the 350.
it was really great for package deliveries. You could just knock them out so fast.
Pinhead says Daddy needs a new concept ship to chuck a ridiculous amount of money at. Looking forward to Gen 12 talk.
How to get to 404?
I mean, there's rumors we may see something about a 400i because in one of the Inside Star Citizens, they already alluded to a single origin ship that has window struts on the front windshield, and I went through all the origin designs. The only one that I saw that really had struts on that front windshield was the 400i concept that they put out back at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and they also said that the 404, that April Fool's thing, they were actually in the 400 series.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So I have a feeling that we may just end up seeing the 400i or hearing or seeing it go into concept. Robert's thinking 85X 135C would be a good combo of craft for the 890. Yeah, both of those would actually you could fit both of them in the 890 at the same time. So that one is a good combination to have at the same time. You don't have to pick one or the other on that. That's for sure.
You can fit the 400 in the 890.
No, he's talking the 125 and the 85X.
Ah. Yeah, I guess that's true. You could fit them both in there.
Yeah, because I've actually, well, Cryo and I at one point, we had like something like 14 different things packed into that thing. And we had Saber and a Gladius up front with something else. We had a couple of MPUVs in there. We had a Ballista. We had some Cyclones. The MPUV, you can get into the back hangar, the bottom hangar. You can put 2 on that elevator and it goes up fine.
What the hell is this?
Good here, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Oh, don't tell me Star Citizen's going hentai.
No, it's Big Benny's.
I don't know. I think this is getting into their player created content. Hey, I'll give him credit. I couldn't do that. Oh yeah.
Nice.
I got the dogs outside, so Bailey shouldn't interrupt for bathroom breaks. And I do apologize. I had to undo the Bailey Baxter cam so that we can have the Discord chat up there. But they're spending the nice day outside. Probably going to be one of their last nice days to be outside.
I'm hoping we get some Merchantman news.
Well, they did say that there's going to be information on a fan favorite ship. My guess is that we're going to get information on the BMM. We're not going to see it probably go live or anything like that, but we'll probably get a better idea maybe when they anticipate it being releasable.
Yeah, any information would be welcome because they've been radio silence on that for a little too long, I think.
Yeah, I think what was it? Probably 2 or 3 months ago, they had put it onto the roadmap as far as I think a release view or the less in-depth one where it's like, hey, it might be around this time. Here, not sure if it's on my end, but your audio seems a little on the low side when the CitizenCon video plays. Yes, I do have the video turned up on the video so that we don't overtalk the presenters. So hopefully I can still be heard while still hearing the panel.
I like this video. This is good.
Yeah, this one looked really good.
I'd say there's been some high quality machinima too recently.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the adrift and the overclocked.
Mm-hmm.
The Adrift is really good. If anybody out there hasn't caught it, check out Adrift. It's a Star Citizen machinima, and it looks absolutely amazing. And pretty much the entire thing was shot in game.
Same with I think the creator's Expeditionary Force. He does Overclocked, I think, right?
Yeah, Elite Expeditionary. Yeah, overclocked.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the name too because it reminds me of the Skippy series.
Gotta love that book series. I am still
Oh,
waiting for the
yeah.
one to come out in November.
I'm a book behind because I let my Audible lapse, but I'm like getting ready to just pick it up.
Yeah, I pre-order those books like 6 months in advance.
Did you?
It's so good.
Really is. I really like an audiobook. They got R.C. Bray as the narrator, and he's amazing. If you like audiobooks.
Love them.
Right, what's going on? Welcome to the Twitch chat. Dumpers Depot fire sale.
Nice. What a time to be a citizen. Dumpers Depot's having a galaxy-wide fire sale. Forget about that Olympus Principal Health Insurance when you can get this Basilisk Rampart Shield Jenny for only $25,999. You'll feel so safe you could go for a family vacation in the Pyro system. And who needs jump points when you can get these
Robert, I
Waytech
detect a binge in someone's
XL1
future.
quantum
K1,
drives
what's
for
going on?
only
Anybody have an idea of why
$49,999.
only the
Only
green
at Dumpers
is lead
Depot.
green Caterpillar
These deals are
Isabella
so
for
good, the
306
Nine
as
Tails will
opposed
stop
to the Pirate Cat,
blockading
which is what I was
stations
going
and
for.
start some honest trading. So get on over to your nearest
The
Dumpers
Halloween green,
Depot
you still have to
before
pay
it's
for the
too
paint,
late.
which is $11. So the cost of the Caterpillar is $295. Then you pay for the green paint, which is $11. That gives you your 306. You're not getting any savings by buying the package. And you can always buy the paint separately as well, too.
That voice actor was not from the South.
No.
That's what it sounds like when a Brit tries to sound like someone from the South.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. The one from Knives Out. God, my brain just turned off. Damn it. James Bond, current James Bond.
Yeah, Daniel Craig.
Thank you. Daniel Craig does a very good Kentucky Southern.
Bright says, ooh, Shield Jenny, and she sounded cute to him. So we're at the 2-minute mark here before we get into the initial launch. So I'm going to go ahead and move us down to the streaming channel. So I'll take myself, J-Scale, and Mando. And then I'll grab people as we move from panel to panel for those that are scheduled in. And I will talk to you guys in a bit.
This is Starship Gemini on a humanitarian mission.
We've been engaged by Nine Tails pirates. Assistance is needed. Red alert.
All right. So welcome everybody to CitizenCon 2951. We are going to be rebroadcasting the entire day, and we're going to have guests from Amarok, Fang join us throughout all the different panels. And we're just a couple minutes away from getting started here, and hopefully you'll join us in the chat. Feel free to put your comments out there. I'll apologize ahead of time if I can't read or respond to every chat, as I want to make it still viewable and for panelists to be heard as long as the whole. You'll see our reactions and our small discussion. We should be fairly lower volume. But don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Follow us on Twitch and catch our streams every Sunday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And everybody, hope you enjoy CitizenCon. Zahir, the adverts remind him a little bit of the ads. RoboCop. Oh, I love the ads in RoboCop. And the green does look great on the Dragonfly, Robert. So what are J. Skell and Mando? What are you guys most looking forward to?
New stuff. I don't know. I'm looking for obviously the ship panel, but also like a lot of people are interested in the server meshing. I'd like to hear more, especially after reading the September monthly report.
Yep.
Seeing some of the stuff that they're doing in there. It looks like they are actually starting to move to prep some of the back-end services for a meshed environment. Obviously, it's still a long ways to go, but it looks like they're actually making some progress.
Oh, here we go.
51. So it's really, really good to be back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there. I wish it was in person. As you know, we have been doing CitizenCons for a long time, and last year was the last year we didn't do it because of the pandemic. And we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back to do it in person with all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year. And I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 720 of us have all been working from home. But you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is a lot more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback and get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is on average 2 to 3 times more than we had back in 2019, which is fantastic. 2020 was a big year of expansion for us. 21 is also been incredibly great. And we're hoping with some of the features that we're working on, like server meshing, we're working on a bunch of optimizations, quality of life, and maturing, some of the gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to be there, and also the beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are two major game changers that are coming very shortly. In fact, they're coming with 3.15, and there's a lot of other things that are just beyond that. And we're going to continue that momentum, and more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen, and more you will be spending more hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that. But let's get back to today. And today is about Digital CitizenCon, and we've got some really great stuff to show you. The first of that is going to be led off by Todd Pappy with Ian Leland and David Haddock. And I don't want to spoil it. There's some really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road. But it's going to give you a taste of life to come in the Star Citizen universe. So without further ado, let me pass it to them.
All right, so I do have to mute this here as we go into the first 2 minutes of this panel because of copyright music. So I apologize about that, but we'll have the visuals going. Yep, it's playing music, just had to check. Make sure that Pappy wasn't talking over the visuals. So, Mando, what is it that you were most looking forward to with this?
Really, the eye candy. I just love the look of the universe, and the cloud tech, and the just flying by planets, and just the visuals. I used to do photography, and this stuff just really gets my excitement going.
Oh yeah, it does. And of course, everybody knows with 3.15 we're going to be seeing more of Orison, as well as a lot of other stuff coming in.
Oh, that's cool looking.
That is unbelievable looking.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting chills right now.
It looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's awesome. Here's your eye candy.
Yep. That is Pyro. My guess is that would probably be Ruin Station. I already said that. Oh.
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen.
So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite precious to us. We've been talking about it. We've been looking at it. We've been living there
Goodbye
for
to Stanton?
quite a long time.
Well, meaning that they're moving
now
into
it's
another
time
system.
to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side, from what we saw a little while ago. One of the things that was quite important for Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark, it's not mysterious, it's not hostile, but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
So when we started looking at Pyro, and we had to start looking at how the jump points work when we're traveling from Stanton to Pyro or Pyro to Stanton, and thinking about border security, the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working, and then also with the jump points, how smugglers would work with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it, internally, we kind of call it the Swiss cheese approach of the, there's sort of the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be the sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned, the security and stuff like that, but the possibility that there would be alternate ways to kind of get in to bypass that, so which would be beneficial knowledge for smugglers or criminals who are trying to get in under the radar. And also it was if there's a lot of infrastructure around it, it sort of created this impression that that infrastructure was responsible for the jump point, when in reality it's a naturally occurring thing. An interesting balance of make it seem like this is a checkpoint, but at the same time it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
Well, I was curious about that because the Aquila,
bringing jump points to the verse has been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element in our game. We've put a lot of time into creating two solid examples of different types of jump points you'll eventually see all around the verse, one in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds. The setup we have for them is a parent gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent. The child also has a reasonable scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech. To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, up-res that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want, and if you want to easily fly through it or not. We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started and used in the 2019 CitizenCon demo. We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file and get it game ready with a couple of extra tweaks along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally sound rotating disc. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point.
Freaking gorgeous.
The child gas cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt that it was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the same process as the Stanton parent, but we changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system, so we made it very closed in, dense, and very active. We did make it a small challenge to traverse the child, something that won't take too long, but should be something to consider when traveling through. Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine
Cthulhu.
out of solid geometry and flying around it right away.
Looks like Yeti's joined us.
After we were happy with the route, we exported the geometry to use in Houdini, where we converted it to a volume and combined it with the up-resed area of the parent to export that out as the child cloud.
Crazy.
Freaking looks absolutely gorgeous.
We wanted to make sure that these systems feel very different from each other.
Monthly report,
Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump points. As I had mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it has.
Awesome.
But Pyro feels like it's more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The comparison is shown well in both of the child clouds. In the Stanton child cloud, we have nice long strands of the magnetic waves that encapsulate the jump point that feel harmonious, beautiful, and free. Whereas in the Pyro cloud, it shows almost the opposite. The walls feel like they're closing in on you, moving in unpredictable ways, completely unstable. Your ship could enter into a wall and disappear within a second. Lighting also plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points.
Definitely
They've
different
evolved
than
quite
what
a
we saw
bit
the
since
first
the
time we
last
did
time you
jump
saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
And
thanks, Jake.
they haven't mentioned
so
what
one of the
happens
things
if
that
you fall through
players
the
will
wall.
first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable because it was just too dangerous with that variable flare star going on. So they kind of utilized the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters came in. So there's sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the mining activities and the gas harvesting and stuff like that, but you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system, criminals, squatters, survivors, and whatever, and start to kind of take over what was left behind.
Which gives us some unique gameplay
Marv says
comparatively.
gate camping will be a thing, which is what they mentioned at the beginning, that there's going to be
space stations
alternate
there.
ways to get
So
through.
with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned. And then, so players can go and explore, they can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks, and be able to go and meet new people, meet the frontier lifestyle. Enjoy.
Yeah. Okay, so before we go to the inside of the
It's like a
stations, we're going to
parasite
jump now
community.
to Eric, and
Yeah,
he's going to
it's a
go
bunch
in
of
a bit
ships
more
welded
detail,
together.
the concept development
Like a
process
massive
taken
amount.
when looking at the exteriors.
Yeah. There's a picture
Hi,
of it on
I'm
the
Eric
subscriber
Gagnon, principal concept
screenshot.
artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not invited. Dangerous, damaged by asteroids, and surrounded by floating debris. Hiding place for outlaw, looks old, decrepit. Lawless, no security force here. Approach at your own risk. Industrial look, messy, but not abandoned.
They just got slapped.
Some parts are wrecked, but under repair and well looking.
Oh, they will.
I like to use the black and white sketches to start. It allows us to go very quickly and focus on the shape only. We then try to play with a touch of color to define more of the commercial port platform. We try different schemes to remind us of the whole look with a rusty vibe and brown tones. Adding a touch of light and some context around the sketch allows to see the scale of things and properly view the silhouette. We expand on the idea to play with the mechanism and functionality. This is the color sketches of the asteroid Hunter Harpoon and the different angles. In this sketch, we can clearly feel the arrival of the asteroids and the dismantling or destruction zone. We also need some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids Harpoon with all the pieces together. The Shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here, I sketched those shapes to create something very modular. From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with a color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be.
You know, it reminds me of
Another
also
angle
is the
shot here is pretty nice.
Age me, but the
Playing
town
with
from
warm
Popeye, the
and
Robin
cold
Williams
color
movie.
contrast
Yeah,
is
dude,
interesting.
yeah. They actually built that town for that
All
movie,
those
you know
different
that?
angles help define and
It still
expose
stands
the
to this
different
day.
elements of the concept to properly illustrate it. Now we have a nice board.
This, of course,
this
looks a lot
cage
more gorgeous,
face.
though.
We apply
Yeah.
the same process
A little more
here
futuristic.
for the
Little
commercial
more.
port platform.
Slightly.
The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary
This
to
concept
well
art looks
build
pretty
this
good. I'd like to
design.
see in
We
game.
fill the form and
Yeah,
the
it'll be
ratio
interesting to
and
see
the
how it
size of
translates
what we
into the
want
game
to
itself.
achieve.
I'm
And
surprised
of
they're
course, we
using
create a
concept art,
color
honestly.
sketch to see what it could be. We
it's just
see
a
the
warm-up.
industrial look
Yeah, maybe.
and
Good
some
point.
potential details to better define and deep dive into.
Yeah, he's talking about. Yeah, I see what he's
For
doing.
those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes, tanks, angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches
really
really
remarkable how
help
much thought
properly
goes into
communicate the
these.
design intent.
I mean,
It's a
you've got
common technique
hundreds of minds
now,
thinking about
but
it too.
it's really efficient to highlight areas of the concept. Using 3D is also very
Yeah, it's kinda
useful
beyond,
for
like,
level
just,
designers to
you know,
validate
drawing something
the
that looks
size
cool.
and shape of
It's like,
things
how's it
when
actually gonna
creating
function
the
in the game
environment
and,
in-game.
you know,
Well,
how's
yeah.
it fit into
Let's
the lore?
talk about
As talented
the
as
big
people can be,
repair
there's no one
machinery
person
hiding.
that could do all of this.
This machine could be
Oh,
used
no.
to repair surfaces damaged by asteroids. Inspired from the heavy machinery
It's impressive
that we
how they
see
can take
in
everybody's
mining.
individual ideas, bring them together.
Nice to see the
create
overall
something
add-on
like this
ideas
out of it.
brought together
Well, they got that
on
framework.
a
They got
single
basically
board.
Chris's
It
overall
gives a
vision. I
great
think that
look
really
and
helps narrow
makes
it down.
you
Even though
want
it's
to
feature
see the
creep
next
sometimes,
design
I think
step.
there's a good, clear, concise
The
vision
mood
going on.
looks.
Oh yeah.
We
The same
also
vision we've
create
all
a
had for
mood
20
board
years.
from our different shots.
Don't go ahead and
This
time onto it.
shows
yet.
how lighting is used
Oh,
to
I'm
set
talking
the
about
tone
pre-Star Citizen.
of the
like,
environment
Yeah.
by giving
Freelancer
different
days.
options and
yeah,
color
man. When I was a
palettes.
kid, I dreamed about a game
Finally,
like
we provide some options for paint of the exterior surfaces.
Bright makes a good.
We work
Good
from
point.
a list of
Yeah,
brands
it takes
and
time
factions
to get to the
that
point
we
of
need
all
to
this.
incorporate to the
this. You're
design.
right. Just like last
We
year's,
started from
or the last
the
time's
narrative
talk
things,
on
work
Quantum.
to build the visual identity of the different brands, exploring different ways to represent them and the
It's pretty though.
environment.
It's real pretty.
Stickers,
Pictures.
Oh,
flat
yeah.
surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen.
Want to take bets to see if they're
The
gonna give us
Outlaw
Pyro at
Station
3.15?
are a stample of the
I don't
Pyro
think we'll see
system,
Pyro at
and we
3.15.
hope this
Oh,
first
yeah.
exterior
I'll take that
concept
bet.
phase
I'm
excites
saying
you as much
end of
as
first
we had
quarter,
fun
probably.
to create it. Thank
I
you.
was thinking
If we're
later
lucky.
next year.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Looks great.
That's the exterior. So right now we're going to go from the outside and we're going to jump to the interior. Before
Makes
we
Grim Hex
really
look
started
clean.
exploring anything, one of the core
Yeah.
concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now, we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining
Yeah,
station.
this is just a concept
How,
phase
how would they have
presentation.
adapted
I see
the
this.
space? You know, they would have, like, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be? And then where would light come from? So just the
Grim Hex on
principal
steroids.
concept of power,
Super
creating
Hex.
heat, creating light, that was pretty much the core of the start of the visual development process.
So when we started talking about it from a design side, we needed to make sure that we were covering certain shops, just basic needs for the player. Everything's bare bones. It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gangs moved in. You know, it's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the
What's
things
going on,
that
long
definitely we've been
shot?
talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, you know, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you know, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, you know, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah.
Bright's
yeah.
got a point. We may not want to know what they
Nothing.
used to make those noodles.
So when we started to explore some
You
of the
know,
side areas,
yeah,
there were
probably
other
like
things,
dead people.
other factors that we had to cover. Habitation,
Some old Soylent Green
clinics,
type noodle
you know,
material.
players need a place to sleep, to log out.
That was
as well
the
as
medical
players
rooms
need
on that
a way to
previous
get
shot.
themselves healed. And then we started taking the same treatment or similar treatment that we were doing with the,
Looks very Blade
the main
Runner-ish.
market area,
Oh, yeah, it
and
does.
started to take it into the habs and how they were possibly
thinking more
repurposed
like
for the
an
clinics
illicit
and how
butcher
those
shop.
were possibly
That's the
repurposed.
hospital.
So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its raw, natural form. In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are. And this is where we're going to start introducing
Long shot.
these
They're
areas.
talking about
and it
Pyro
opens
right
up
now.
new
And
opportunities
this is
for the
all
players to go
concept art
explore
and ideas for
do
Pyro.
new things. But it's also areas that the gang might want to protect.
Yeah, it offers a lot of possibilities for mission content, you know, whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of, drive you deep into the bowels of this thing.
Okay, so that's a little look at the insides of the stations, but now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian's going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
Hi, my name is Christian Doretz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said, the electricity is gone, the heating is gone, and the breathable air, the oxygen is gone. So there is pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So you wouldn't settle down somewhere in between those empty corridors. We were trying to sort our thoughts and get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind. So we were thinking about pathways that the player and the NPC could take. So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off or another one will open up, right? So we were thinking about verticality and how the players or the NPCs can traverse all of those interesting areas that are, in the end, pretty ominous, right? So think about, there are some people just screwing off side panels on the wall, or they are screwing off ceiling panels, and you would see all of the maintenance areas behind it. So we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas. There's cables hanging.
There's just under 31,000 people viewing Twitch right now.
Those were the very first sketches where we could
I'm interested to see what happens when
what
ship
those
talk happens.
eventually could evolve into.
Oh yeah,
and,
that'd be interesting.
we also started then slowly with some loose 3D sketches, so getting everything
hope they give us
into
spray
3D,
paint at
and
some
it's
point.
pretty much evolved over time where we could
So
talk
you
to the
can do
environment
tagging
guys, and
inside
we were asking
stations?
for some of the
Yeah,
current
we could
rest
just do
stops,
our own graffiti.
geo, and some
Bright's
of
got
the
an idea
textures,
kinda dangerous.
and then getting
That'd
them
be Bright's got an
into
idea
3D,
that
and we were
this
just changing up
removable
all of the
panels
props,
just hide
all of
stuff
the
behind
side
them.
panels, or all of the whole the environment. So we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt. We could introduce some damaged
Laser
panels,
trip
side panels.
mines.
Oh, those are
And pretty
coming in
much
315.
explore this
Yeah, how they chain
side
those
area,
together
right?
has given me
And
awesome ideas.
The big advantage of this is that we can
I'm thinking like a tactical thing
make
inside one of
the
these
environment
stations
how
where
we
they're
like.
gathered.
So one
I'm
thing
thinking
that
I'm
we
gonna
did
be
is
dead
like
a
kill
lot
all the
more
lights
often.
because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own
No,
lighting.
you're not gonna be dead. You'll
And
be
this is
down.
what I said earlier. The current rest
You'll be
stops are
downed.
super bright. They're family friendly. But now we want to make it ominous. We want to make it dark mood. We want to make it super dark with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right? So this would allow us to create one of the very early, or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept arts, or the final implementation of this. So when we were at the point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and painting over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a straight straight process from A to B. It was an iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around? Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example? So we were changing the concepts here and there,
underground tunnels to get around
and
the
this leads
station.
to, in the end, having a nice variety
There's a lot of open space in those
concepts
stations, you know?
or different types of concepts that we then could
And
cherry
right,
pick
you're not
the
the only
best
one
parts
that
of it,
said
or
we don't have
other
swords
teams,
yet.
the environment team,
I
the
mean,
design
those
team could
stations are pretty
cherry
much
pick
nothing
the best
but open
ideas
space.
from those concepts, and this was
What
pretty
happened to
much a
the
rundown
crossbow?
of the concept
coming.
development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Soon.
Thanks, Christiana.
We'll probably see it in
Looked
theaters of war.
appropriately scummy.
So we've been talking a lot
They're
about
probably
the
holding
insides
some
of the
things
stations.
tight
We've been
in the
looking at a
vest
lot
just
of the
for
concept
theaters
art.
of war, like the
But now
crossbow.
we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Hi, my name's Josh Van Zorlen. I'm the principal environment artist here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Right, so
Today we're going
players
to be
are gonna
going
try
through
not
the
to get
Pyro
too
space
close to the
stations,
nasty bacterial surfaces.
visual target, and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be
Some are
doing
gonna
for
deliberately
these
try to get
rundown
close to those
slash outlaw
surfaces.
space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all of these surfaces, right? So if I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are going to produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So a number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy
How is it
fog
raining
coming in.
inside
Don't
this
pay too much
place?
attention to the particles now. I'll go into them
Looks
a little bit
inviting.
later. We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right?
like
So
a
we're going to
space
do
poncho.
a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables, right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out in like a kind of
that's very
class
true. It could
type
be
system,
gamma
right?
rays.
So we're going to start to explore some of the requirements of
One
that.
says it
One of that
reminds them
being
of
that,
the
like I mentioned
chain
before,
scene
you
in
can't get up
Aliens.
here unless you're in favor
Oh,
with the
yeah.
gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help portray that, and that is a checkpoint, right? So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress and nothing is final. So don't read too much into it. So from
No,
here,
we never
we're
do
missing a
that.
few bits and pieces, right?
I'm
One of the
totally
ways that
doing
we're going
that.
to solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm going to turn on those decals now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit.
Yeah, he's figuring
It's a
out
very
hiding
subtle
spots
effect
right now.
in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much
sure
more
Spectre's
comes
planning,
through in
a
others,
few
right?
too.
So moving on from
certainly.
here,
But
we
that
need to
looks
start
nice and
putting
creepy area
the
right
stuff
there, bud.
in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so we've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems as well, right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, look completely gross, right? Now, I mentioned lighting before. So I'm gonna turn off the working lights that we've got so far, and you'll start to see
There's not a lot of furniture to T-pose on.
what I mean. So
No, there
we've got
isn't.
a whole bunch of stalls here at the moment. The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself.
I think it's interesting that in
This has
the
already
year
come a long way, and the stalls
2951,
themselves
hot
have
dogs
had a
are
bit of
still
a lighting
pretty
pass,
popular.
so this
And they've
is
got a
already
trash
starting
can
to look
fire.
quite nice,
Keep
but we're
on.
not getting, that thickness that we were getting up on the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them. We've got these little portable ones lighting up the place. We've got some ones that are hanging from the roof, ones that are over in the corners and stuff like this, right? So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now. Now, what I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So, yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. Everyone, this is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food
Did you notice this at
in this one small
No,
area,
I did miss that.
breathing in hot air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise in this environment, and it starts to get that massive cavern, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain. And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp. It's still cold and a little bit warm around heaters, but it's generally quite damp because of that weird kind of event. Now, the rain as it currently sits is just a placeholder asset that we're borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, crazy.
Different in the future.
But it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today.
That cone should be like a little droid that walks around,
learning a little bit about the process of going in and doing a visual target, and just a little bit more of that earlier process of problem solving that we go through. So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool, thanks Josh. That was looking really good. All right, so as we continue our process of exploring the Pyro system, now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system. Now, one of the things we thought it'd be interesting to talk about is how do we design a system from the ground up? As with all of this, we always start from narrative, before we put any pen to paper or we have any discussions about their experience.
I have no patience for Lisa
we always
already.
start from the world that Dave
right,
and,
imagine
and
a parasite landing on you when you have your helmet
yeah,
off
I mean,
inside the
and again, it's
station,
also the
like
thing of, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, it's important, to
Bandit, good to
ask
see ya.
more questions about
Some of
to
the
flesh
best
it out
ideas
more,
are
because we
born
kept
in
it
a
intentionally kind of
420
vague because we want the art team, you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important because it describes everything from continent breakup, fundamental palette.
I'll leave that one in
right from the
chat,
get-go, we started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there, we jump into key art. So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see. And as you're saying, the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1 because, David described this wonderful picture, and it was already clear in our minds about what it wanted to look like. So we hit that first, and we wanted something hostile, we wanted something hazardous. Also, as part of this process is we knew our current tech limitations, but we also knew what we wanted to do in terms of our future tech, future planet tech, weather, so we kind of went crazy with ideas as we was exploring. So we went through the various planets, did some key art, and again, put them up on the board, and just to validate, we are keeping within that palette, but we're getting that diversity. We're getting that diversity of color, hue, value structure, silhouettes, composition, because even within something like Stanton, there's variety. That was very important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around, but now we're going to a completely other system. So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art, and then from there is we create what we call breakout packs. This is where, when we're talking through with design about, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across, what are the minables, what are the harvestables. And then from there, we start to build out.
I bet you we can. I bet you we will be able to get struck by lightning.
Or almost asset packs
that
will go to the team.
I bet you it'll even strike.
Now from there, we did a first pass exploration. And what we did is we put it all together on a single board for Chris to have almost like a commander's view of a new system. We showed it to yourself, Dave. We showed it to Chris. We showed it to Todd. And right, on one sheet, you've got the establishing shots, you've got the key art, you've got the breakout. And for me personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that, like I said, a commander's view of an entire system. And then from there, you can kind of tweak, adjust, and mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up. Now we can take a break from us talking and go to an art video, a sizzle video created by the art team. And what this will show is, it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
It looks really nice.
Bright at Chris Mander view instead of a commander's view. This is where it pays to have the haptic feedback in my headset.
Oh yeah.
And Nat Shaggy, thank you for the subscribe. Sorry I missed that just about a half hour ago, but I appreciate it. For all the brain itches. Oh,
that is stunning.
What's up, Buck? Great to see you. Hope all's going well with you. Harold.
I want to be able to record like this.
Wow, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does look like a deadly wasteland, that's for sure, Bright.
Are we getting data smuggling?
I mean, they've always meant to bring data smuggling in. You got the MSR, the Herald, the Sentinel that can all do it.
I mean, it's basically just cargo, really.
Right, looking for some fauna on the planet. They have shown off some of the fauna in some of the Inside Star Citizen. And there has been a variety of fauna.
I'm fully in love with Pyro, and hopefully from seeing that video, hopefully you guys are too. So as a continuation, now we can jump to Sebastian, and Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome. And then lastly, we can go to Özlem, and Özlem will go into a lot more detail about how we take some of the concept art that we've been showing of the botanicals and how we interpret that to in-game artwork.
And then we'll go to Todd Pappy, and he'll tell us that we're getting it.
Hi,
next
my
month.
name is Sebastian, and I'm a principal environment
Nobody
artist
believed
on
what
the
he just said. I do not want to
I'll
be
be talking
blamed
a
for
bit
that.
about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric clouds and how we create it. Crusader was our first astronomical object that made use
I'm
of the
just having
volumetric cloud tech
flashbacks
that's
of
being
Peter
built by
from
Carsten
Saturday
Lenz
Night
and
Live.
others. While working on Crusader, we learned a lot on what kind of data gives us which results, and what is better to be avoided.
Yeah.
With the tech being new, we also needed all new workflows for it. We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future. We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little to no artist input, and we will probably end up somewhere between the two. This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change. Due to the way the shader works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds, but I'll get to that later. The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly. The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately tiling 3D noises, which add detail and definition to what would otherwise be fairly low resolution shapes. The way the two textures interact is maybe best compared to forming a vase out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do now. In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a
Those
vase
black and
around
white
a circular
images almost
pattern,
look like H.R.
which gives us a
Geiger
vase-like
art.
shape in 3D space. The big
I'm just
difference to
wondering
a
if the
pottery
happy
wheel is
accidents will look
that
like
we
Bob
cannot only
Ross's
feed it
hair.
data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want. With the density channel, we can control how thick the clouds appear. White pixels represent very dense
That's
clouds,
the type of
black
cloud we
pixels
need.
produce no clouds at all, and then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and
That's like
everything
a
in
spell
between.
you'd see in D&D.
The last of the cloud type map channels controls the erosion noise. It is lower resolution than the shaping noise, since its main purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail. We usually just add it everywhere, unless we specifically want soft clouds with less definition. Black values add details in the way the tiling noise is authored, while white values invert the noise, and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy sheep-like
More like the
cumulus
wall
clouds.
on Aberdeen.
But by changing it to a
That's
different
kinda
3D
what my
noise,
room looks
we can
like
produce some more
sometimes.
abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an area, in combination with different global data, we keep investigating to produce more alien cloud
It's
formations. in the
amazing how
future.
realistic they can get them to
We've
look.
been advancing this
Yeah, it's a
approach with Pyro
beautiful
5,
sight.
another gas giant, which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the clouds for not so physically correct coloring of the gas giants.
I hope
We
the
sometimes
shader
have to
has, like, a
restrain
little bit of
ourselves to not
animation
make
to it
brightly
also.
colored balls of cotton candy. There are a lot more settings
So you can
that allow
actually
us to
see
tweak
kind of
everything
the,
from how the clouds are
the
shaded
cloud
and
kind of
shadowed,
moving a little
over
bit.
the global impact and
roll
frequency
or-
of the detail noises.
Yeah, yeah.
The parameters
You know, like
that
when you're
drastically
flying in a
change
plane
what
and you
results the
look at the
textures I've
clouds and they're
shown
kind of moving
you
a little
today
bit.
produce.
Mhm.
You'll have to bear with us as we'll figure out if there's a best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added.
Man,
By
that's
now you've
looking
probably
nice.
seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and are quite likely to see a bunch more. Because of that, and since I'm still an artist,
We're gonna have
I
skywriting.
leave you with this bad drawing of a cat instead of.
I was just thinking that.
Thank you for your time.
There we go, Louis.
My name is Max, and I'm a senior
Future
environment artist at CIG. I am part of the planet team where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome, plus a little preview of what you can expect in the
I have
future.
an urge to play checkers.
When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets. In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of density. Here we use a mix of gravel, patches of moss, and dry grass. After that, we add slightly bigger assets in the form of clusters of desert bushes to give context to the smaller assets and add variety. We finish the object scattering pass by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet. For performance reasons, we use a range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations. Some of these limitations have since been solved. For example, we are now able to render assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of cliffs.
Yeah,
Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
So here I always recommend
Hello, my name
people
is
build their own
Özlem and I'm
system if
part
they can.
of the organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes. For example, we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some icy areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines, and a lot more. When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an asset breakdown for all the elements we need to recreate the scene. By doing so, we get more information about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need, the proportions of the assets in relation to the character, the distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet,
need a medical expert.
But also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines.
That makes you think
The
everything's
last thing we
covered
can
in
see from the concepts is the acid and ground
Yeah, it does have a
material.
very sulfur-like
We
look.
also try to reduce the amount of the acid packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50 unique rocks, we can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system, since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger, or blue instead of red, and so on. Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific asset to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used 2D to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise, it would have been too time-consuming to place every single moss strand by hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to do the moss trend, we still didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow. We wanted something that looked a bit more natural and integrates better into the terrain, so we created some rocks with a moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit
Yeah, it
too
kind of looks
molten.
like frosting.
And
Yeah,
we
it
added
does.
different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety.
It's the great
In the end,
big
all
British
these things
baking
got us to a
Maybe I'm just
result
getting
that we were
hungry.
satisfied with.
Moss
The
flavored
usual approach
frosting.
to setting up a biome is to start with the largest elements first and work your way to the smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements first, then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass to make it sit nicer on the terrain. But then we realized we needed something bigger to bring the elements closer together, so we decided to add some high grass as well. The final steps are adding some
mountains
ground
in the
cover like
background,
small
man.
rocks or tiny moss. As you can see, while building a biome, we
pretty
need
cool.
to do several
Yeah, it is.
iterations to get the best visuals. Thank you for watching.
I mean, it all looks
Looks great.
absolutely amazing.
It's going to be hell to
Thanks to
drive
Seb,
across for the
Maxie, and
cyclone.
Oslam for showing us their work. So when we started looking at Outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there. The player can approach it in multiple different routes. There can be combat encounters.
I might spend the next
there can
year
be
and
social
learn how
encounters.
to do this kind of development.
So we needed
I think
to
it takes
kind of
more than a year to
rebuild
learn it.
and rethink
Yeah,
the
I'm
way
gonna
that
just
we were
start,
doing
I
this.
think.
We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then did a lot of adjustments.
Yeah.
Right, says they're likely
We've had
looking at all sorts
Outposts
of
in our game for
real-world
some
mosses
time.
to judge how
You know,
well
when
the
we started to
algorithm
hear
is
from
place-
on our
replicating
side
it.
for what the design
Oh, I'm
requirements
sure
are going
they're
to be,
looking at other mosses
fundamentally
for
thinking about these
comparison.
as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules and, you know, very specific, then, you know, already
to
like
see
the
it. I don't
mind was
care how
going of like,
granular
okay,
this is.
we're
I'd
going to
love to
need
see
a
it.
kind of like
Oh,
a
it's
paradigm
CitizenCon.
shift in terms of how we visually present these. You know, what could these settlements kind of feel
Look at
like?
that water.
And, you know, as with everything with Outposts, it's you know, it's a gameplay or it's a location archetype. It's the smallest, probably one of the smallest location archetypes that we have. And then in time that will lead to like, you know, villages and towns and
Yeah. Thinking about how we wanted to push this forward, I mean, Chris has always talked about putting Outposts into players' hands. And so we needed to think about how would this expand? How would
It
the
did
players
look
be
a
able
lot
to
like Skywalker
make
Ranch.
these homes feel, you know, homes or outposts or even businesses
Yeah, with
feel
the domes.
unique for the way that they want to play. And then there were even tools that we had to create in order to actually be able to embed these into the ground and
Yeah, I
make
wonder if
sure
they're
that
gonna need to make
it-
like
it
water
worked,
collectors and
much
or
better
ways
than
to
what we
drill
did in
wells.
Stanton, because with those we had to have them.
No, I mean, you're
kind of
gonna
on
have to have
stilts
water in some way, shape, and form.
you know, just the points of
Yeah.
contact were very limited for the ground.
right. If I connect these modules together, how do we get something that doesn't feel like
You know, obviously,
Well,
I don't
and
think this is what they
I know
intended
that
the Pioneer
design.
for.
We came up. In particular, Andreas and Dan came up with a long list
I
of
think
things.
way
you know,
back
okay,
then,
well, here's what we'll
they
need
were
in
looking
house.
at
Here's what we'll need, you know, for
just
utilitarian.
giving you a
Here's what we'll
selection
need
of
for
modules for
defenses.
the
Here's
Pioneer
what
to
we'll
drop
need
down.
for
And then the
power
the
and
hab
oxygen,
modules
life
each
support,
had
so on and so forth.
ports
So
that you could
there was
put
a
solar
very
panels
long
on,
list, and then
you know,
it's,
all those
it's
different
how can
things
we
to-
take those and
So
make
it
them
sounded like it
feel
was going to be very modular,
unified
but now
and
this stuff
visually
makes me
unified together.
think that they've expanded on that a lot.
Fundamentally,
be.
the thing that probably got us the most excited is finally we're starting to think about these as
Right, wants to buy power converters
like
at Toshi
unified
Station.
settlements.
I know,
You know,
it is- I am
base
getting
building.
like a
So, as you can see on some of the
Tatooine vibe.
concepts, we deliberately presented
Kinda dig it. I always
early
kinda like the
exploration
Tatooine feel.
shots in this kind of
Yeah,
like
I like
semi-isometric view
They'll
to
throw those
see
things on the
how does
holes
it
of,
feel
like,
if I'm laying out my base, how
Hurston.
would these modules kind of
I mean, it's definitely
you know,
got the Tatooine
you know,
look
tie
to it.
together and
Yeah.
you know, it kind of got the team
Dark's
excited
thinking
and
of
finally
it from
we were
an
thinking,
A2
all right,
perspective.
these settlements are going to be more than just
Now, how far
you
will
know,
my
like a
bombs
single
reach?
outpost, but
I like
more
it.
like
It's
a
nice and
collection
flat,
of modules.
easy to target.
So just to continue on with
Is that an
the
orphanage?
module
Awesome.
building and the module creation, we can jump to Christian. and Christian can talk in a bit more
I
detail
thought it was
about the visual
orphanage
development process
station.
we did
No, not the
for
orphanage.
creating the exteriors of these new outposts.
I need to get a shirt that just says, "Give me a face full of Moab."
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the colonialism, and now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and the primitive shapes into 3D. So as you can see here, we have a lot of variety, right? There's the cubic coming in,
how much of that
there's
stuff
cylinder
the
coming in,
Pioneer's going to be
spheres
able to
coming
lay
in.
out?
For example, if I take this
Probably
building
all
over
of
here
it.
and
It's
I
small.
duplicate
That's
it
kind of like what
and
we were
move it
talking
around, I
about.
could just
Are they going to use the
simply
Pioneer
grab
for
some
this,
of
or
the
is
other
this going
ones
to be
and
separate
combine
from
them together, and you will see later
I
on
bet-
that
I bet
this
it's
is
a
one of
Pioneer
our
material.
archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right?
Is anybody else getting
So
like a
you can see here already
kitchen,
there's a lot of
bowls,
variety
plates,
of entrances,
Rubbermaid,
maybe
like-
some garages,
Turn
maybe
upside
some
down,
smaller
flying
entrances
saucers.
for
Is that a
those
sport over
NPCs
there?
or for the players,
Nice.
right? And if I
There's a
zoom
kitchen
in,
sink
all
faucet
of a
right there.
sudden,
You see the little hook?
you can already
cane.
see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here, and you
Spectre
see
says
these
we'll need
buildings on
bunker
the
busters.
in the background, so you're always having a first-person standpoint or first-person view. So we were not
I'd
only
like to know
creating
what
those
kind of
entrances,
tunneling
but
and
also smaller
underground,
details.
construction
Very
we'll be able to do.
briefly looking into
That'll
the
be
modules.
interesting.
So what you can see here is the very first concepts for the solar panels, for example, or the top-mounted, the roof-mounted solar panels. In the background, you see some other nice details that we can then just pick and put on our buildings, right? And some of the very last that we did is then pretty much those. So those were one of the archetypes. And you see there are small buildings for housing or housing buildings. There are some building types that are more communal. We have some secondary and tertiary buildings,
Yeah,
like
Pioneer's
those
big enough to
radio
build all
towers.
of
If
that.
you imagine you're
I mean, you can
colonist on a
you can
planet,
almost
right?
park a
And there are
Valkyrie on a
multiple
Pioneer, I think.
settlements on a planet. How would they communicate with each other? So we have a kind of a radio tower, or some of those cooling devices. So if you imagine maybe there's something underground, there's an even bigger facility underground because you're on a very hostile planet environment. So you want to store your
Shoot, even if
very
we get
sensitive
this as
data underground.
NPC bases, it'll be a nice
we'll be looking
add,
at
you know,
those
once
hints
until
of
we
life.
get
Maybe you are a kind of a farmer. So you see already this is
Yeah,
the,
especially if we
the
can go
first
inside of them.
archetype. This is more cylindrical.
Yep.
There are
Bright
some
ones just
storage
fall out,
spaces
bunker.
coming in here and there. So
Yeah,
where
dude.
would you store your oxygen or your water, gases, for example? All of this is just a consideration from our side. Going over to the next one, this is more pyramidical. So we were looking at also again the same materials or
I
changing
saw
up the
one missile
materials.
silo
So
once that
now
was converted into
it's again more
luxury
concrete,
apartments.
The color palettes
Oh,
are
yeah.
changing.
I think I saw
There's
that.
some of the storage coming in, and going then over to the next one, it is again looking at different materials. There's some storage buildings that are not in one big storage facility, but it's
one looks
divided
more like
into
a military
smaller
bunker.
parts. So
Yeah.
you have to walk around your settlement and see like, okay, I can put some stuff in here, but if I need something else, then I need to walk
We
over
need
there.
an ion
And there is
cannon.
some playing around with some
No, we need
more
need.
entrances
in the
and
background.
windows. How do they react to
What
the
was that from
environment? right?
Family Guy? The
So-
boob gun.
This was
Oh,
just
jeez.
one of the very many files
Blue
that we
Harvest.
Yeah,
created.
right,
So
says
those are
pyramidal
mostly
is in
buildings,
fact
but,
a real world.
with
Or
different
real
files
word.
for assets and props and how they would fit
look at
inside
that.
this main architectural style that we wanted to see more.
I mean, you
involved,
figure you're
right?
gonna
So
have to have
just
facilities
a
like that because
very
you're gonna have to
early
mine
version
for
of the refinery,
resources
for
or
example.
drill or do
But
something.
all of this in the end was given us the
Yeah,
opportunity to just cherry
I
pick
think
the
it was
best
the
ideas that we
Pioneer
felt
panel
appropriate for
on,
this
I
specific
forget which CitizenCon it
this
was.
specific
They talked
colonialism
about all that
style, right?
stuff.
And
Doing the
where
analysis
other
and
people
whatnot on
were
like a
able
plot
then
of
to
land to
just
figure out
grab the best
its
parts
true
and then
value instead of
use
just
it in the
buying it
actual
at
game
face value.
engine.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. they
Yeah,
went
this was
into,
pretty
so it
much
really
the
interesting.
the concept development for the colonialism modules. I hope you have a great time and
Yeah, but
wish
it's
you all
got
the best
point power.
for
Is
the
it gonna
next
have a
panels
small
that are coming up.
reactor, or how are they gonna power it?
Solar panels and batteries. Lots of batteries.
Awesome, thanks, Cristiano. So that pretty much covers the work we've been doing on the exteriors. So now let's jump to the interiors. So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation
cool to be able to
process that we
salvage
did
that
for the
stuff, too.
exterior, but now for the
Fly
interior
in a
now,
reclaimer and rip apart a base.
slightly more simple. We knew there was a few key areas that
Low
we
gravity.
needed to design.
Yeah.
First, it was the social space. You know, this is
Rip off a
basically
wall
these
and
kind
Cleveland
of
comes
communal
sliding down
hubs.
on,
We knew
in
we
his
wanted
tub.
like that open kitchen, seating areas,
Oh, wow.
windows, an area where people could kind of hang out and, you know, relax. And then second to that was habitation. You know, we knew these are going to need to be abodes. We knew we needed bathrooms, hab units. But again, nothing in here would be, you know, pre-manufactured. So we wanted actual beds, not racks of beds. So
yeah, the silhouette was squatting
everything
on the
about
body.
this process was about, you know, creating a design which you would look at and relate to and think, oh, I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there for quite a long period of time. So in habitation, you know, it's soft surfaces, soft shapes. But again, something which felt fairly integrated into the core
That
architecture.
didn't look like soft shapes. That looked like
In
dirty
contrast to
shapes.
that, we knew we needed technical spaces. You know, these could be used in the future to be, I don't know, soil processing
Spectre,
rooms
it's nicer
or
than his
anything
apartment.
really within a technical bracket. So this
Bright
one was
ones,
quite a tricky one
functional
because,
pool
again,
tables.
we needed to describe a feeling of age and you know, a type of historical depth in this. So we tried a few you know, visual cues, like, you know, there's the physical tape deck, you know, the clicky buttons, you know, again, to give
I
you
mean,
that
obviously
feeling of
these
like,
guys
all right,
are,
this isn't
you know, similar in
necessarily
age
like
to
a
the
modern
number of us and all that.
technology
You can definitely
level,
see
you
the
know.
influence on like the classic
And
sci-fi
then
films
the last
that you know, we
major
grew up
visual
with.
archetype was engineering.
I mean,
so
even
these are the
looking
type
type
at
of
the
spaces
reclaimer,
that could be a
you
power
got the
room or an
Nostromo
engine room
influence
or
there. There's
some areas
several
if
ships
your
that have
if your
Star
armor
Wars
got beat up,
influences.
you
This
could
definitely has
you
a
know,
lot of
repair your
influence, I
armor
think,
in there.
from that.
Basically, it's a
I think we're gonna
it's a
feel a lot
language
of that
which
once
will
we get
enable
the
us to create
fauna
a
as well, like
variety
the
of
critters and stuff.
like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a
I mean, we've already
spread
kind of seen a
of,
wampa.
visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could take
Yep,
that as a
Bright's right,
format
the
and then
600i
start to think
and
about
a
more
lot of
about
Origin
actual
ships.
themes
Most
that
of the
we
Origin
wanted in
ships
these
have a Star
outposts.
Trek kind of feel.
Yeah,
to
the
it.
kind
The
of looking
Pisces
at
has the
who would be
Galileo
the people that would be
feel
inhabiting
from,
it, what are the
Star Trek.
circumstances that would drive them to be there.
Very
and so we sort of came up with like, we call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of the sort of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate. And you know where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, you know, that this stuff would be applicable for the stuff we've done in Stanton. Like if we wanted to add these backwards in Stanton as well, that it wasn't just exclusively Pyro based.
Tom Yard.
Basically, when we was doing the design process, we pretty much focused on independent, mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces to, is it like an independent farmer or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts and it feels old. It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable, kind of similar to if you went to
I like that.
like
That looks
a
good.
historic
Those
ruin or a
concept
historic
shots look
spot
really
that you'd
good.
never really been to before.
I really hope we're able to customize
Exactly.
our apartments like
so
plants
we
and
did
stuff
a
that
lot
we can
of
put wherever we
exploration process of like what type of artifacts would you find there, you know.
Throw garbage on the ground.
How did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You
Well,
know,
I mean,
you'd
if you
still
think
see
about the hangar flare and how that all
patterns,
worked, if there was
surfaces,
an
shapes,
easy way to implement that into
in
the
these
game,
independent
I mean, you could take all your hangar
outposts.
flare.
Yeah,
and put
even
fish
even
tanks
early
somewhere.
versions of modern technology. So you could see that. You
I
know,
certainly
this
hope they
is
don't have
the
like pre-established
Modular I have, but
grids
it's
where
an
we
older
are
Modular
able to put
version.
things,
Just as an
you know.
example,
But
That's
also
my
when
problem. I want to be
when
able to
we
put
were,
something where I want to be able
even
to
just
put
to
it,
back
you
up
know?
a little bit.
In other words,
when
you
we're
want to
talking
put
about
it somewhere where it
the planets, we
shouldn't
have a certain
Yeah.
style, or we have certain amounts of
You guys,
points of
you guys
interest that we
catching
want to
on.
go
I
to,
gotta
and how we
change up my
pull the player
methods here.
around the universe. And so Dave and I and Will and others sit down and talk and say, all right, what do we need here? And
I call it
all right, well,
sculpture.
we need mining facilities. And then that helps to inform Ian and the other design teams and our teams of, all right, is that an independent theme? Is it a corporate theme? Is it an outlaw theme? So these are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is, you know, cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, you know, again, starting from that sort of original Précis sentence of the planet, was the idea was like that was a heavily mined
mined out planet that had been kind of stripped of a lot of resources. So there would be remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent or now even an outlaw setting. So, and then there would be the ones that would just be a straight independent one and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly like you said, we start with that sort of the base and then apply the theming to it to kind of.
When we're thinking about the theming,
it looks like Tom Hanks.
We kind of wanted
what's his name?
Like a space catalog, like a furniture catalog. So I know this is quite big for Chris. Is we kind of went down that process of, okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like, how could people have decorated it in many different ways? And it's quite a fun process.
They come with
because
instructions
you
that are like really hard to read.
Space furniture catalogs, which again are going to be ways for
put everything together with an
ways
Allen
for
wrench.
the developers to be able to dress and will build, but eventually maybe it's a way for people to
spits out
decorate their own spaces.
There you go.
When we're thinking about the outlaw versions of these outposts, again, the process is very similar. You think about the visual rule sets which would turn this into an outlaw.
It'll just be the same outpost. They just stole it.
Has it been taken over by hostile intent?
I gotta tell you, when I played Star Wars Galaxies, one of the most exciting things was just decorating your house. Because you could literally put things anywhere.
Occupying one of these outposts.
I think if they let us do that, this game is going to be
it could be any number of situations. Yeah,
amazing.
it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as a base, which makes it a potential combat space. Or is it, was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now
is it a drug facility, so on and so forth.
Exactly.
Probably wants them to incorporate some of the
and then lastly with the corporate
into the in-game boutique catalog.
It's something that we really want
or even have some of it as wall hanging art.
But that feeling that
or
this
room
location
dividers,
is
or who
owned
knows
by a corporate umbrella, that would tie into the branding.
They need some art stores.
Maybe it ties into
These are all good ideas
the
for the issue
costumes that
council.
you'd expect the NPCs
put
to
ideas
be
in there.
there. So there's a huge amount of visual world building that we can do to present these outposts in a few different ways,
and even potentially reputation as well. Like we talked before about that idea that if you do missions for a corporate outpost, that it reflects in your general relationship with that corporation.
I mean, that ties into the clan tags. Like maybe you've just come from
I
one
can't
of the
lie,
space
I'm
stations
actually kind of glad they haven't tried to
was
sell
occupied
some
by a
new
certain
spaceship
gang type,
already.
and then they sent you to
It's been over an hour and they haven't tried to sell us
of
anything.
Pyro.
Well, that all
clearly
comes to
it's
the ship
been
talk.
It comes later, but usually it'd be
you
something
basically
by
want
now.
that read and that consistency.
Right, says I'm an Origin owner. I don't have time for
now. One of the outpost themes that I was quite excited about.
There's
getting
people
into
waiting
was
for me
the
on my
idea of
890.
a trading outpost. We've been talking about buying and selling for a while, but thinking about it in a frontier
Start getting
context,
890 skin, please.
you'd it's almost like the money's kind of worthless, but it's more about the ability to barter or trade. So fundamentally, I thought it'd be cool that if we kind of design a module which focuses around one of these trading posts. So within a planet, it's where people would kind of trek to and barter or trade components and then go back. We was talking about the idea of if I had a farm in the middle of nowhere, like would I want a load of credits or would I want that one component that kept my farm going? So we did. We took that idea and we ran with it, and we
just a
we
random
did
arm
sort of
and
visual
leg.
exploration into what would a trading post
Oh, there's
be
a
like
head.
on one of these frontier outposts. So
I mean,
as you can
like
see on the
having,
images, we wanted that
being
feeling
able
of,
to do barter and do trading and stuff like
the
that.
majority
So like everything isn't
of
just
the
based
stuff
off
around
of
this outpost is pretty much junk. Spaces isn't at a premium, so they just keep it outside. Maybe it's rusting, maybe it's rotting, maybe it's getting
presentation
overgrown.
on boob
But I love
physics.
that idea is that you're approaching one of these settlements. It's very easy to understand. All right, this is a trading post because there's just all of that stuff like hodgepodge around the outside.
Well, and it opens up another aspect to it, which is
Thank
the
you very
characters
much
who
for the
inhabit it,
subscribe.
because
Greatly
sort of
appreciate it.
general shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very
Gamer.
conventional. This is what we've done so
I
far has been a
apologize
lot
if I murder this name,
franchise
but
stores,
Gamer Beer
actual
Junk.
companies that own, that are selling wares, who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different.
Well, we are going to get cybernetic.
It's going to be much more of a personal.
I'm not sure if they're going to let us have it be like
so it's been really fun
I
talking
don't think
with
they're going to let us do that. I believe in Star Citizen.
To try and
It's
work
going
out
to be
exactly
limb
how
replacement
is that
due to
dynamic
damage.
supposed to work.
Yeah, and it's going to have a
and
natural
feel like for the
hindrance
player.
as opposed to
All right,
benefit.
cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's
tentacles.
throw it over to Eric now.
No blades
and he
shooting
can
out
go
of your arm to
into
let you
a lot
climb
more
up the side
detail
of the
into
building.
the visual design
exactly.
process we did for the interiors.
Hello, I am Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen.
All right.
Today
While
I
we're
will
on the
present the
interiors, I gotta
interior
step away for a
colonialism
quick second.
outpost concept
Check on the
and
pop.
explain a bit how the pre-production process works. The goal is to create an interior design for the Homestead Colonialism Outpost. It was the first time we had to create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Dorwitz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interior, we have a specific zones. Social area, place to
That's
eat
cool. Dark's
together,
wearing his
play
Nautilus
game,
shirt. Nice.
leisure, the bedroom, place to relax, have a proper personal
I was going to put on my Drake
and
shirt,
of
but I'm not
course,
on camera.
sleeping. The engineering room, the place
I don't
for the
understand why they
building
have a
machine
microwave next
who
to the bed.
maintains the possibility
Yeah,
to survive there. The technical room, the appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements
all
of
they
the
need is
planet
like ice around you, and
entrance,
you've got
used
Empire Strikes
for
Back.
storage material and stuff to go outside.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning, we had an overview of the plant that's helped to organize the zone. To create all of those
Man, I wouldn't
areas,
be able to relax
we
in that
need
bedroom.
to do a lot of exploration and design. Social area. For those sketches, we want a centerpiece
Oh, you'd
on
find
the
a way.
ceiling. Could be a light, fan, or whatever that could be cool.
Yeah,
we
you're
feel
probably
the
right.
curvy
I'd have to
shape
clean
of
it though.
that
I'd have to clean it
space.
for a while.
Here on this sketch, I play with a very
can't sleep on a
contrast
fuzzy
values
bed.
and a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the light inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout.
It
As
wouldn't
you
surprise
see,
me if
this 3D blackout
they allow you to
follows
kind of
very
decorate stuff
closely
any
to
way you
the
want.
last sketches.
But I think for building
From the
placement,
screenshot of the
they're
3D
probably
blackout,
going to use
I
more
did
of a
a
grid
sketch
system.
over in a gray
So
tone
I think so
that
too, but
helps
I
to
also
better
remember we
organize
saw
the
that
coloring
terrain
phase
deformation
to
tool.
make sure all
I
the
believe that
elements fit and will
anything
live
that's building
together.
bases will
After
have
this,
terrain
I like
deformation,
to
be able
do
to
a
create flat
2D
pads, flat
elevation
areas
concept.
in
It's
a grid
good
type
way
system.
to make sure all elements fit together and
Yeah,
the
it's
ratio
but I think
proportions
that
between
tool is just
each
used in the
of them.
design process.
The
I don't know
final
if it's
key
something they
shot
can
of the
use in
social
game.
area
Well, they
brings
said
it
during the
Nice
presentation
lighting
they actually
come from
showed
the
we're not. They
windows.
literally said
Cozy
we're not
mode
sure if
give
we're
a
going to give
soul
players the
to
ability
this
to do this or
social
not.
area. Now my
Oh,
concept
okay.
art
It'd be cool if they
co-workers
did.
extract
Yeah,
the elements
I mean, terrain
from this
deformation
key
is
shot
definitely
and break
in
down
the
the
system.
props to define
Yeah,
more
not like
accurately. First, the Homestead Radial
Oh, sorry.
contour
It's
done
just
by
like
Danny
I
Chan
crash
from
land
the
my
UK.
Carrack.
That concept
and
is
it
the
scrapes
perfect
across the
blueprint
ground. It'd
to
be really
start
cool
the
if it like
production.
left a trench
The color
behind it.
lighting
That
people
would be
food
epic.
is there on this one. More
Or like
close-up
you could
version
change
of
the
specific
course of a
zones
river,
of
you know,
the
by doing
radial kitchen
explosives.
contour. Some
Oh, yeah.
explanation are added
Yeah, I like that a
to
lot.
properly
When I was in the
cover,
army, we did
convey
that, and
the
you
intent
know, it'd be
of
cool to
each
be able to do a video game
All the
version of it.
details are there to define a fully functional stove. For the bedroom area,
Space-
the process
space
is
beavers.
the same as
Bro,
the social area. The sketch phase is essential. As
I
you
was
see
a
here
combat
is an
engineer in the army, a
example
sapper.
of grayscale sketch. From one of those
We gotta
shots,
play with boom
we
booms.
get a validation from art directors and CR. And boom, this is the final one. To detail the engineering room, we again go back to the painting technique. This process again is key to send us in the right direction. The detail of the machinery, cabling, metal grates really help convey the ambience of the room and also informs what players will have to do when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted to make sure the technology came true. Again, it's the same process where we start from manual painting to set the tone and then deep dive into color, elevation, and then the final key piece. To make the homestead a living space,
funny, they
the
got a reel-to-reel
battling
back
crops are
there.
important to define the
I missed it.
functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance.
God, I love
is
this
the
game.
first
I don't
sketch
care if it's
exploration
taking so long.
I did for
They can
Star
take as much
Citizen.
time as they
The
want. If they're
goal
gonna
of
produce
the
crap like
homestead
this-
entrance is to show what the player has access to and set the overall ambience of the place. A huge thanks
Well,
to all for
I
helping
would
to
like
make
to
the final
play
result in the game.
Well, yeah.
most of the
Match
game before I
amazing
die.
work that is
Yeah, having
produced
some kind
during
of time would
pre-production.
be nice.
I
but
sincerely hope
shoot.
you will
I
enjoy
do feel a
living
little
in
bit
those
of,
homestead in Star Citizen.
Impatience.
Thanks everybody.
Thanks, Eric. Awesome stuff.
Now that we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to get into game and show off what we've been working on. We're going to be showing you multiple playthroughs and how it changes based off of what you do and how you have faction with the certain game. So here we are waking up in 400
Yeah, I don't believe
that will be released in 315. This is the competitor to the Constellation. Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster,
That
more
doesn't
agile
look
than
like
the
any
Colonial.
Origin
You can
ship
run with
that
a
I know
smaller
of.
crew. So this is the
He just said it.
captain's
Looks like an
quarters,
anvil.
and then we'll go out and
Oh, he
see
did
a
say
little bit
400
more
high.
of the habitation deck, and then make our way to the cockpit. So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and basically plan your next mission.
Oh, now it doesn't.
Well, I lost some bets.
And then from here we'll go to the cockpit.
I like it.
I really like it.
Looks like I'm paying out about.
So here we're over
400
Pyro
billion
3. We've come here
Right, Origin
for a
ship.
mission
Yes,
to acquire
400
an
I.
artifact.
Yeah, no struts. Look at that. No struts in
And
the window.
you'll be making your way down to a trading post. So wanted to just give you a quick overview.
I think Bright
and
just picked
then
himself up
we can
off
start
the
talking
floor.
about the planet.
Yeah, Pyro 3 is.
I need this.
Yeah, just a terrestrial planet. Has a very thin,
Those freaking
breathable
clouds.
atmosphere.
I guess
but
I'll be
it's still
getting one.
pretty
Oh, you
inhospitable,
guys.
very cold. As you can see,
Check
some
it
of those
out.
lightning strikes.
Oh
in the
my
clouds,
god.
But yeah,
Have
very,
the hook. Have
Where's
the hook.
that
I
white?
want the hook.
So this is the first time we're actually seeing clouds above
that turret on the
a
back.
terrestrial planet.
There's one on the top
We
and
went through
bottom.
quite a few iterations
Yeah.
of
So it's a competitor
forms.
to the Connie.
What
and
we
quite a
ultimately ended
competitor.
upon was something that felt quite
us a
quite
tour.
dramatic.
Yeah, I'll be getting one.
Still believable in terms of
Bright says
how
he's
the
trading
game
in his
would have shaped
MSR.
them. But yeah, like
Gotta
it's
decide what I wanna melt.
showcasing a lot of the more recent tech that came online. Also, what we're seeing here is like some
Oh,
kind of
there's some
distant
lightning.
thunder strikes.
Yeah.
And what this is, it's kind of like a prelude to, future weather features that will be coming on board, and how this will tie into, storms and ship handling, due to the turbulence.
It
And it's
kind of
great
feels
seeing
like
the,
a Sith
the
ship,
rain
doesn't
hit
it?
the canopy glass here, when you go through these cloud banks.
Longshot says looks like he's gonna have to CCU his Connie.
Also, as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really wanted to do is create these kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities, so as you're flying through, you get glimpse of the terrain beneath you. But it feels really quite exhilarating, to fly through. Also, as well, like it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So, it's a lot of optimizations been going on. So it's way more performant than previously
Anybody
was.
want to
Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially
600's
reduced,
in the
certainly on higher spec
400 to
machines.
500 range. I'd probably put this in the 300.
It also
range.
gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly
Yeah,
through
a
these.
Connie's what
these cloud
260 to 290.
310
cloud
for the
sandwich.
kilo.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
So
what it
probably
feels
it's
like.
gonna start
It
at
feels like you're the
310,
meat or the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
The cheese of a cloud sandwich. So as we get out of the cheese, another really big feature that was important for me was, terrain shadowing
I wonder
and
if
terrain
we'll get a,
occlusion
like a
from the
special
clouds.
CitizenCon skin for
you're
this.
actually seeing, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the
thing is
terrain.
gorgeous.
it just adds that depth. It just adds that believability to what we're seeing in the frame. And when you see
now on
like
the
these
exterior, it's got
dark
struts.
overcast clouds and the hovering above the mountains, it finally completes the frame.
Yeah.
Especially when you see these distant rumbles of.
And it's
Is that a blade on the front for like ramming or something?
So James Cameron, who's doing the
right,
run-through.
it's not
Yes,
that
that
big
is
of a
his name.
ship.
He will be taking us down
It's
to
hard
the
to say.
outpost.
I mean,
The
it
goal
looks
for
like
us
it's
is
gonna
to
be similar to
basically
size
make
of the
50 of
colony.
these, whether they're inhabited or derelicts or even basically inhabited by a farmer or inhabited by a gang. So the goal is to have these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that you'll actually see up close and personal.
Land looks great. The planet looks nice.
Oh yeah, it does. So 2 rear landing gear, then you must just use that hook on the front as your front landing gear.
So they showed the art for the new bases and the new planets. Now we see the new planet and the new base right there. That's cool.
That was a really good approach from James there. Good landing. That was a good solid 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm digging
3
this.
out of 10. Jeez.
Yep. Well, he's landing
Ian's a tough
2,000
grader.
people.
Yeah, I'd go 6 at least.
No one's ever got a 6.
Gotta watch me land, man.
Oh man, this thing's looking cool.
So here we'll go down to the technical deck.
Gimme.
Show off the cargo area
There's a
as
technical
well
deck?
as the climate-controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out.
What is that? Off to the sides. The glass.
Maybe just some more storage areas.
Looks like a dock.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Staircase.
Yeah, we need more of those.
So you'll be able to learn more about the ship in
like
one of the
it.
later panels
That
I
is
have
cool.
with Ben,
That
Paul, and
front
John.
strut is awesome.
Oh, and I like
the team
having
did a great
the
job on this.
entry controls there.
I think this is one of my favorite
Alright, so
skins.
yeah, it's probably a
they
little
did
shorter
a
than
new
the,
skin, just
comic.
something
Looks
that
really
felt a lot
Star
more,
Wars, like
suitable
something
for
Revan
Pyro,
would fly,
but
I think.
you can see how it feels
Like a
to
Sith
be
ship.
worn and weathered, to
Looks
fit
like they
into
had,
these,
two
these
front
climates.
mount
And,
turrets.
what we're seeing here is first boots on the ground, on Pyro.
Yeah, you are correct.
Tech.
I think it looks great, especially
You're correct,
in,
right, it
in
is
contrast
smaller.
to what we're seeing here is like actual AI on the terrain, walking about, going about their business. And is that an AA turret there?
It is. And radio comms towers and all these other elements that we want to make sure that are interactive for the player and allows them to go and explore or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with
The
these
NPCs aren't
different
T-pose.
items.
Here you can see
Or
like
standing on chairs.
various outpost modules, to the right there. We've
they
got
had
the
chairs
garage
out there,
unit.
they'd probably
You can
stand
see the
there.
infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the
AA
main entrance,
turrets,
the primary
nice.
entrance to the main social module. I think the airlocks look great.
definitely
Fits in with the
love
art style
to look at
beautifully.
these new stations based on just
The team did a great
compared
job
to
on
what
this.
we have now, which is like cut and paste, just container.
And then we've seen the concept art previously in the
I
day,
hope we
and
get to
then,
keep
here
those
you
too,
can see it
but this in
translated
addition to that is awesome.
in game, and I think it absolutely looks fantastic.
Those should be just like
the radial forms, is quite
there's some
quite
fauna
special
for
to
you,
this art
right?
style, and you can see how that complements these
The locals.
archways that lead into
garlic
other
hanging
areas
from
of the
the ceiling.
outpost.
Yeah.
So with the AI, we want to make sure that
I hope they do
living,
like
it's breathing.
ground-based shield generators at some
If you
point.
look back a little bit, there was a chef actually
I'll be back
cooking.
in a minute.
There's security guards here to make sure that they're actually protecting their investments, protecting their home from strangers. And then, but you have good rep with them, and so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter into.
We also got a quick shot at the loadout that James is playing. So it's a female loadout, but it's also showing the backpack, which is new. Also, some of the new hair as well, which
not the
is rendering much nicer.
No, but still.
So here the player will make their way out to the trading post, go see the dealer, acquire the artifact.
And for the trading post, we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside as well, so the player can see it as they're approaching. We wanted, as many tops as we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader. So these are reacting to the planetary wind, the same force that the tall grass and the moss on the ground is reacting to,
or at least a miniature of it.
Other thing with the trading post
the
is
cloth tech just
like
really
Ian
makes the
spoke
scene
about
come
before,
alive,
the inventory and
right,
what
yeah, but
they'll
now
be able to
imagine the
actually
ship
sell
comes in,
here
destroys
will
yours,
vary
and now you're stuck here
depending
without
on
any landing pad
where they're
calling a
at in the
vehicle.
solar system. Are they close to
I would think
a
that
jump
that could
point
definitely
where
be
they
a
might be coming
danger.
down and using this as a chop shop, or are they
And they're
in a
cooking
very
hot dogs.
rural area that's
But
they
again, this
care
isn't
more
Pyro,
about,
so we already know that it's
the
a
frontier
lawless
lifestyle
system,
and being
so-
able to survive versus money.
We passed the kitchen as well on the way back there. That's the local diner for this outpost. Tough crowd. Also, so in the inside as well, we wanted this, kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Like it's just literally the dealers displaying all the wares, everything they'll have outside in the open here.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, very good choice. Very good.
So after 5 million credits of disposable income, we get our first look at the Hadesian artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy. Which is sort of, if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands on this artifact.
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this area. It really depends on your standings within the gang and how they want to deal with you. And then what's the dealer going to do? What's the dealer going to charge you? And from there, we have different ways of actually showing this. And we can look at option 2 now. So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward versus in demo 1 we took a side route through the social area.
So yeah, this is just some additional warehouse space that the trading post would have, and you can see it will lead directly onto this courtyard. And for the keen-eyed people, you'd see that the barbecue's still not been eaten yet.
The grill master would be fired.
Yeah. Still full of wieners.
Oh my god, did he just make a wiener joke?
He did.
So with this area, again, we just want to make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy. It's like Dave said in the beginning, we want the stores to feel different here, but it's still making it feel believable.
Quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
It's nice to know that the bobbing woodpecker in the glass of water is still a thing in 2951.
I'll have something just as good.
Bright, welcome to Wiener Citizen.
The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas.
Yeah, I want to put
there's a lot of story
bobber on the co-pilot seat to operate the missiles.
So here we decide not to pay the price.
Oh, yes.
And we want to we don't mind losing reputation with the faction, and decide that we're going to take the artifacts through betrayal.
Just take it. Straight into the backpack.
So here we've got different routes for the players to enjoy and to use to flank and also navigate around. So each area will have different secondary and tertiary routes of navigation. James was really just trying to scare him there versus actually kill him.
That was intentional. Good shot, James.
You could also, if you notice real quick, there was a...
Bright says equip the artifact, get temporary force powers.
To fighting.
You got the ammo count right on the gun now.
Coming up. But it's super cool.
Or at least on that one.
Again, here the player will have the choice, you know, do they actually want to interact with the civilians? Or, you know, does their conscience get better of them?
I think James made the right choice there.
He was nice. Yeah.
Yeah, but do they have the AI?
One of the things when we played
it looks like they're surrendering as soon as you walk past.
When you see the
well, no, they probably have it
enemy
set on
AI
God
kind of
mode.
fanning out across the terrain like that. It's fantastic to see. It feels really great. Just seeing the base start to wake up to you and actually trying to exfiltrate. Also, I know it's under you know, combat stress, but that yellow grass just looks fantastic.
So it's a pirate 400i.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's how I.
Bright says that's when he comes out and finds his ship.
So
missing.
here, James just wants to get out real quick.
I don't know. I didn't recognize the pistol.
Same. I didn't.
Then again, I usually just stick to my coda, so I don't get a good look at other ones.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the coda too.
Was there a third deck on this thing?
I think there is further back once you get out past the cockpit.
When I was looking with the elevator, I couldn't tell if there was another button above the one that he clicked.
Those walls, the reflection, that's nice.
So as we
no,
slightly hinted
it
to
doesn't look like
in the
there's one
first
above the
walkthrough,
pilot house.
this is where the AA turrets will come alive.
Weird.
And basically, if you're not fast enough, as James isn't, with your countermeasures, then they'll take you down.
He needs an A2.
So what we saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions, the faction changed against them, and then basically became very aggressive. So in this last playthrough, what we'll show you
in the background
is
look
if the faction
really
is already
nice.
against you from the very beginning,
How pointy they
and
are.
what are different ways that you can,
Oh,
you can
so
go
this
about
is
it.
if you're not on good standing with them.
So here we are in our last walkthrough. Since you're all by yourself,
That's
we
one
wanted
thing I'm
to
definitely looking to
show the player
find out more about
take
is
a
these
stealthy route
infiltrate and defend
versus
missions.
if you were with friends, you could go in guns blazing.
Right,
But
this
this
is
allows the
holocrons
player
ruined.
to come in, access
Oh,
the
Cryo was gonna love
the
this
outpost from a different
sniping.
side than what we've shown. It also allows them to clock all the AI and see how they want
It's one
to
of those
approach the
lightning bolt
problem
weapons.
and see what
Yeah,
other
it is.
secondary or tertiary routes would be open to them, either via the ladder or maybe a possible door.
Sniper rifle, buddy, yeah.
Good night. That was a great shot. Also, one thing we did as well, as Todd said, you know, we changed the time of day. The wind is slightly stronger, so you'll see the gorgeous yellow grass blowing just a little bit more intense than before.
He's not looting the
also,
body.
what we see here is like something to imply at the frontier living. You know, maybe they're growing crops or vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft cover approach
He didn't
to the perimeter of the base.
You notice he didn't range his weapon?
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows us to show off the AI having their 24-hour schedules so that they can be in different areas when you approach it. So if you
What's
approach
up,
it at
Jeffrey?
night, or you
Welcome
approach
to
it
the
during the morning,
stream. I hope
you know,
you're
they'll be doing
enjoying
different things, whatever
CitizenCon.
is valid for their schedule.
That door's locked, so there's no going through that way. But what James does actually see here as he's scouting out the next
that
AI
belly
is,
tarp looks nice.
Just checking the roofline. But as I said previously, we wanted as many kind of like views in to the base as possible.
If you could shoot through the window.
Just so the player can continue to keep context of what's inside.
But also when you're inside, it allows the player to have context of where they're at within the actual outpost. And that was a great shot.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass and moss. Also, as James is looking back, what he's doing is actually making a mental map of possible routes, possible advanced traversal routes on top of the outpost. Looking back. And we saw the dealer there in the bedroom, just end of the day.
So with each outpost, there'll be different routes that will be open to the player or closed to the player. So some of them might have ladders on the outside, some of them might not. Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards, other ones won't. But this is just one version of, many possibilities. So here, the player will take a secondary route of navigation all the way up to the roof, and then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. If you're
Bandit, you have a great day.
Good
Get some
reputation,
rest, buddy.
maybe you need to go and
See ya,
fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious means, then maybe you want to take out the power, and which will then kill the AA turrets, or will turn off the lights in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items, and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play in. So here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
And just behind these interactables, we're seeing these.
Oh, come on, do a
these
stealth
kind of
kill with the
archways.
knife.
Like right now, these
that.
are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, these could be maybe customizable, or they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on demo 1, or it could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
There's your looting.
So here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315. This allows bodies to be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location. Everything will be regarding what you carry is what you have, and
I saw him
so
reload it.
Really
He didn't throw in
makes the players
a
think
barrel,
about how they want to approach the problem.
Yep.
And then
I don't think it's Dakota.
also
I
encourages
think
them
it's a
to
new
look
gun.
around and see
Right,
if
It shoots like Dakota.
the designers and have placed different
NPCs have a daily
things that
routine,
they
which
can interact
promised,
with or
we're adding
use
this to game a couple
to
years
help
ago, but not actually in game
get
yet,
past
as
a
AI is
certain
still
route or a certain way that they
not as advanced.
they maybe
But
didn't bring
that's
with them.
definitely one of the things that they've been discussing.
And we'll also be including the, I believe in 315, the Knickknacks app for your Mobiglass. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of
Just
where
make
stuff is
your
being
own,
stored and
stepping stone.
keep it better organized and stuff like that.
So here, this allows the player to have a quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more interaction, and then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route, versus climbing up the ladder and possibly having to deal with the AI or them being spotted by them.
I had a feeling he's going to be using that.
Oh, yeah. Didn't use the knife, though.
Also, I think the team did a great job on the planet, as well as the Outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and allows for many possible
Elio
ways
says
of
that it is
attacking the same
Dakota.
problem.
Is it?
Yeah, because I
What
could
we're
have sworn
seeing
you
here
put a
is like
cylinder.
James is actually getting up onto
I'm
through
watching
one
this
of
on 3
these
different
like
monitors.
rooftop storage modules. And
Yeah,
it's given
I'm
like
helping
the highest
BG
point of the base. So from
moderate his
here,
stream and
actually,
No
you know,
problem.
make probably the
Bunch of
most
different
informed
stuff going
decisions
on.
Oh, he's
on
going to throw a tab
how,
at him.
how to approach the next problem. You know, we're seeing this guard routine here. And then ultimately, throwing an item
Distract
to
him.
distract the
Draw his
guard.
attention.
No pebbles.
But you got tabs.
Allows them to.
Well, that was a Superman jump.
To go and access new areas. It's a behavior that
For
we're
those
still
that don't
working
know
out,
what a
but
tab
at least
is, it's a soda from the
we're
80s.
seeing like the first iterations and be able
Happy you're
to
explaining
continue to
A Diet
optimize
Shasta
it
orange.
as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw that for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously,
sodas from
route
heaven.
in and out, if the outside wasn't pressurized, like
Right.
we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop
couple of vehicles in there.
airlock, you can cycle and then infiltrate through the roof. And also what we're seeing here is
You can clamber up the
potentially
pipe.
scouting out an advanced traversal up into the rafters, getting on top of some infrastructure and getting like this overview as we go into the garage module.
So here, this is placeholder, but it gives you an idea of, we want to have different interactables, different
Yeah,
loot
go to
boxes
Pistol Magazine.
laid out around the
Okay,
location.
cool.
So if the players explore,
God, it
they'll be
doesn't look like
rewarded.
Dakota to me. I don't know what
we
I'm.
want to encourage
It's probably the
them
site he has on it.
looking
Yeah, maybe.
in every nook and cranny.
H3D, good to see you. Long
enjoying,
shot tab was
what
the original Diet
what
Soda. Yes,
the
it was.
Outpost has for them.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big
There's some
kind of like
Coda
pad in the
cylinders.
middle, but
Yep,
it's more
you're
like
right.
if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid out how the player would have just parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
So again, we're just encouraging different navigation, different routes for the player to go and see. Over to the left, back there, there was a possible way of going into the floorboards or going underneath the...
Right, says no G12,
Outpost.
not anything worth taking.
Again, those will be opened up or closed
Yeah, that
off.
Coda, if it is a Coda, that
based
thing
off
is
of,
one of the best pistols.
Just how we want to build the outpost.
One-shot people, man.
Not every one will be built the same. Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us customizing it and making each one feel different. And so the player won't always be used to the same routes. So here, again,
That orange
we're
hose
using
he's
the
standing
inventory
on looks
system.
like the
We
waste
allow
hose
the
for
players
the,
to go
the
in,
RV.
and if you take out a certain AI, they might have different tools or different notes or different items that you'll need in order to solve your mission.
Right, says, look like the 400i
Interestingly,
has a
when we
vehicle bay
designed
cargo
these
elevator,
spaces,
so stealing a vehicle
we
could
knew
be
we
an
wanted
option.
these
Yes,
internal,
when they were originally talking about the 400i, it would be able to accommodate
but we knew we needed some
a,
sort of
I
like new
think they set
like
up to an
pothole
Ursa.
on them, just so before you commit through, before you cycle, you can just double check to see if there's any
Let's
bad
annoy
guys on
Helio
the
and
other
keep
side.
questioning what pistol that is.
So we got some ragdoll bugs. I guess it wouldn't
Yes,
be a
Helio,
CitizenCon
we are
without
aware it's the
any
Coda.
sort of
Oh, cutting
issues with
attachment.
bugs.
Look at that thing work.
Nice.
That is the cutter.
Cool. So here, like previously, the players being, on the roof. They've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here, what the players doing is they go into the underfloor section. So these aren't vents, but they're more like subfloors. So they're meant to feel very dark,
they got that working.
Very minimal, but you're actually seeing the foundations of these outposts. So inside here, it's the player will need to kind of work out how to navigate through them. It's very much a torch-based experience, and then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to the to what's upstairs. And what you're seeing here, like this light leading down through, you can kind of make informed decisions. Or okay, that's where that AI was. Or right now the players just underneath that main social space. So if you think back, like that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter.
Yeah, like some sort of arachnid thing.
We've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily like very easy to navigate
cutting.
Because
right, beautiful. Now we need a welder
be
gun
a lot of light down here. The player would have to
well, we will be getting
follow,
one.
for example, like James is following the blue wire here.
Gonna need a rolling suitcase to haul all this stuff around.
Making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably gonna get to
here,
something
like
interesting or a point where I can actually.
Also, they do have them.
Actually,
you can do it from behind in a stealth takedown, like what you saw earlier in the.
What I like about them is basically just the claustrophobic feel
exterior
of it, and then obviously the addition of possible secondary or more advanced navigation. So either going into prone or just going full crouch.
Your non-lethal takedowns are go up behind them, hit, press your scroll wheel on your mouse,
so here we
and
come out.
Take them down.
Some of those are cobwebs. Some of them
on the
look
other
like
side
tarps.
of the garage, so we're on the opposite
Like
side
really
of the
thin fabric.
outpost from where we just were.
I was going to say, I hope he's not going to try to loot him.
Now the body drag.
Yeah, there's not much left, right?
In the shower.
So here,
look like they got reflection
this is just
working
a different wrapper on a loot box. In this case, it's a hamper.
Well, yeah, and earlier when they were flying through,
the
did
player
you see
will
the
be able
reflection of
to,
the sun on the water? It was absolutely gorgeous.
Really change outfits and adjust the way that they look so that they can walk around the outpost
right,
and not be
Oh,
noticed.
sorry, I was just going to say, I was referring to the
there
mirror.
will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work.
The stealth suit and
The
cloaking
goal is
module.
to give them a little bit of leeway, and so if you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much, and the AI won't notice you as quickly.
So here we can see back into the social space, but this time on the other side. And then this door will lead directly into the habitation room that we saw previously on the outside.
Speaking of fun ragdoll physics.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe.
Right, some Agent 47 stuff here. Spectre,
they're going to have to look around the room.
Damn it.
They're going to have to interact with the body.
Right,
and possibly see, is there a way for them to actually open it? In other cases, maybe the safe will be hackable in the future, and in some cases it won't be. And then you'll need to figure out a different way of actually opening it.
If it's like most people I deal with, just look under the keyboard. It's not a post-it note underneath there.
So here we spot a little clue, a little note, and you'll notice the what's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player.
Of my luggage.
But one of the coolest things for me here
How did you
is
guess?
the player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle.
Stealing a hot
That's
bucket.
awesome.
And here we got a little bug.
Oh, look at
The
that.
player was able to acquire the artifact, and then we'll be able to do whatever they want with it, either sell it
Bright
or
says, ooh,
be able
plasma
to
ball, now he's interested.
use it somehow in a future mission.
One of the things that was really exciting about watching this kind of back to back to back is finally getting to see that freedom of choice.
Oh, I
and
can't
it's like,
wait
it's
to
really, really,
get
I mean,
into
again,
those.
our locations are always spectacular and beautiful, but now like having that sort of striking that balance between, this sort of well thought out social space and construction of these locations,
that
but
just
also
throws
an
a
equally
whole new
effective
element into
stealth
doing
and
the
combat
mission.
thing. It's a
starting to get really
super
exciting.
cool to see.
So after seeing the demo play through, 3 different ways,
Yeah, I like the little
it was a
puzzles
huge
along the
team
way.
effort. So
Having to cut the tool
everyone
or use your
that
cutter,
worked
use your,
on the project,
use
on
your
this part
tractor
of
beam.
what we wanted to
Well,
show.
yeah, I mean, it
we want
brings
to
it
say a
up to
big
par
thank
with
you.
a
A
lot
big
of
shout out
other
because
style of games
we're just
where
presenting it.
not everything
it's
is
the
so
people
cut
that
and
did
dry
a lot
and
of the
easy.
hard work. That
You're gonna have
should
to
be
do a
able
little
to
work to get through it.
And speaking of people doing hard work, now's a good chance to throw it over to Eddie and Joel, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
I'm Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm senior environment artist too for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we move into pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for in-game viability. Translation from concept to game isn't always one-to-one, and during pre-production we'll get rough versions of the concept meshes into game and spend time making sure that they'll work practically. The art direction can also change at this stage, so we use this phase to kind of explore creatively as well, and concept art is a fantastic jumping off point for sparking ideas.
One of the first steps when starting a new location
His name was Joe Has
is
a
to
Party.
start look development. A hyper-focused small section of the location
Right,
where we
surprising
can
there isn't
hone
any
in the
breaks or
tools and
pauses
methods
between
needed to
anything.
execute
I'm
the concept
thinking we'll have a
in-game.
break
Some things
before
translate well,
1:15
some
when
things
the
don't.
ship panels start.
It's important to figure all this out before going full steam ahead with the entire team. One of the great assets
they've
of
got
the
a lot of
Sandbox
videos to
team
show.
is we have a lot of people who are passionate about concept and design, which means when translating from concept to production
freaking
environment,
real.
it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard
H3D,
surface
yes, the entire
locations are meant to
CitizenCon
feel
will be
prefabricated,
completed today.
like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArcCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits.
What did they say, about 9
so
hours?
stations can
Oh,
be mass
no, he
produced.
means they're
Colonial
putting this all
outposts
into
more
the live
personal
universe
or
today. No,
handcrafted
they're
by
not.
the people who live there,
Unfortunately not.
based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over
God,
practicality.
I wish, 'cause
Materials
I'd
were
be
one of the
all
first things
over
we
doing those
tackled,
missions.
and we started off
You can
by
expect
developing
some
the idea of
things,
how the
as soon as
inhabitants
they
would have
release
built these
3.15,
structures
you can
and what
expect
materials
others
they would
6
use.
months, you can expect
we wanted to
others
show
2
not only
years.
the age of the outpost, but
And
also
we're
wanted to
unique.
hint at all those different
Yeah.
layers of the structure
I had
and
to
give you
throw
an
that in
idea
there,
how
I
functionally
know what
they
you mean.
constructed them.
One of the biggest challenges with the new outposts is how we introduce variation between each location the player will visit. Building each as a bespoke set of buildings
Potato,
is
am I going to be making a
impossible with
multi-part
hundreds, if
recap
not
about
thousands
this?
of
No,
outposts in
actually,
the
I
game
will
eventually.
not be
The modular
because
approach
they are
we've
also
developed
releasing
really
everything to
evolved out of our
YouTube
previous
directly
work on
as well,
space station interiors, but with a few key improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outposts are placed, how
But
the
you
local
will be able
conditions
to
affect
pull
your
it
time
back up
there.
and watch it
Then
at your
what kind of
discretion on
buildings an
YouTube and
outpost has
Twitch
and how
on
they're
my
laid out,
channels as well.
all the way down to the ability to independently swap out an underfloor layout in a single building of that outpost. We'll have various types of modules, from large standalone modules like warehouses or ore extractors, which have a singular function, all the way down to smaller room modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters
Be nice,
building.
Pyro.
After pre-production was finished, we had a list of the room module types that we wanted to tackle first. For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module with different room modules that can be attached to extend the structure. The room modules will serve different functions in the base, with various gameplay systems linking one to another for an interconnected web of sandbox gameplay opportunities. As content creators for the Outpost, we needed a new system to build, edit, and manage the library of modules we're creating. Raster is the tool we'll use to do this. It allows us to intuitively create a location template directly on the surface of the planet. Not only this, but headquarter buildings can be snapped together directly within
Spectre
the
just
tool, or with an
posted on
intuitive
Twitch,
user
400i
interface.
is going to be
One of the other
220 with
major
LTI.
innovations with the Planet Tech has been the ability to modify the terrain mesh and flatten areas of terrain.
Basically, right now they're
Previously,
admitting that
we were at the
they'll be
mercy of the
reusing
terrain when it
modules
came
so
to
that-
designing our buildings, which is
so
why
like that under
our
the floor
outposts
area
had
might
to be
be
built with
similar to
stilts
other
and
places
placed in
you
naturally
see.
flat areas of the planet. Now, we can build much more natural buildings with walls and entrances
I'm
connected
wondering if they
directly to
already
the planet's surface.
posted on the
And also,
RSI
we
site.
can place these buildings in a much wider range of
loading it up right
locations.
now.
We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star Citizen. They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the age and history of humanity's expansion into the verse. The new art style, the focus from design on gameplay, and the flexible modular approach to their construction will allow us as developers and you as players be part of creating a wider variety of rich and satisfying experiences for every outpost the player comes across.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome. And moving on, we're actually going to talk to Corey now, who is going to give us kind of a deep dive into the creation of the artifact, which was actually kind of our first little glimpse of the Hadesian culture from Hades system.
Thanks, guys. I'm Corey Bamford, lead props artist at Cloud Imperium Games. I'm here today specifically to talk about the Hadesian artifact that you'll see.
And there
in the
are going to
walkthrough.
be an afterglow paint
So we knew
for
early
your
on we wanted some
400i.
sort of MacGuffin for the walkthrough.
Yeah, there's 3 paints.
We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment,
there's a CitizenCon
sculpture,
paint, and then
or a
there's a
Hadesian
couple others.
artifact. So initially, the concept team explored a variety of ideas. We used a lot of reference for
Are you guys
existing
seeing
alien
this in the
artifacts
store,
in the
or
game,
is
I'm
this-
buying
as well
it
as
right
reference
now.
from the real world.
Oh, shoot.
You know, lots
The
of
400i
tomes
stuff, I don't
and
see the-
ancient,
I don't see the
kind of
additional
Egyptian
paints.
stuff
I
as
just saw the
well. Just all
additional
sorts
paints show
of really
up in
reference just to get a
website
general
update.
idea.
I hit
We knew we
unlock
wanted
the
to integrate
bundle
some
and it
form of
unlocked it for
ancient
me.
power or technology
Okay.
into the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some
What link
sort
are
of
you going
symbolism
through?
and text.
I just
So
went
once the
through the
concept
ship
team
store.
iterated
Oh, there it is. It's at
further
the
on
very
these
bottom.
ideas, they then presented those back to Chris, and we narrowed down the selection of assets
Standalone
until we had a
ships.
candidate that everyone was happy with.
Yeah.
So once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset, and that's
Oh,
where the
look at
props
that.
team comes in. When a prop artist gets a concept like this, immediately the wheels in their head start turning, and they're trying to figure out the best way to implement it in our game engine. They need to find solutions within the engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Obviously, it's not as simple as just taking the concept and replicating it. We have to think about the shaders, we have to think about performance. Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Once we've figured out a strategy for achieving the look, we begin to actually make the content. So for the artifact, for example, we knew that it needed to be split into 3 segments and they needed to fit together. The first thing we do is get a placeholder into the game for the design
it's not
team to
letting me
actually
pay for
implement
it yet.
as an entity.
Oh.
We also then figure out how the
220
scale actually
Warbound.
works in the player's hand and when they inspect
For
it.
the one with
For the
that
artifact, there was a
comes
bit of
with
back and
the
forth
paint.
between the size. So we
Got
wanted
ya.
to get a balance between it
So,
having prominence
the
and also being
store
easily
credit one, no.
carryable. After we
Store
figure out the
credit,
size
no
of the
on
asset,
that.
we then need to actually
Look
break
at that
down
thing, though.
how we're going to make it. So the first thing we really get into is the materials. We know that this asset is made of
It's black
a few
and
different
gold.
materials.
Mhm.
Firstly, we have the stone with the complicated glowing pattern.
So
We
which
also
one are
have
you
these
getting?
large copper structures.
I just want the
and some
standalone
smaller,
ship.
thinner metal structures as well.
With a
For this asset, we
number
knew
of
we'd need
paint?
to use unique textures
The one
just
without
because
the
of the
paint.
amount of detail we wanted
without
to
the paint.
achieve. One of the biggest challenges we had was making sure that the stone looked really good. To create the stone, we started with some scan data. Of
Yeah,
rocks and
actually, I
concrete,
added to my
as
card.
well
It
as some
automatically puts
mesh
the
data
war
like
bond in.
curvature.
So right now,
We also
not
use a lot of
viable with
procedural
credit
noises
yet.
from Substance Designer just to add some variety. Using the height map as a jumping off point for the rest of the texture maps is quite a nice logical
I have a
and
feeling
physicalized
this is
way
a-
of doing
this is a
things.
ship
It
that's
took
gonna
quite
get
a
a
lot of
lot of
iteration
different
to
paint
get the
jobs.
final look.
Oh,
it was
I'm
definitely
sure.
a group effort. The glow was probably
It
the
has a
trickiest part of
3-paint
this
pack.
asset. We ended up actually
Yep.
using a shader some of you might remember from the Vandal driller trailer.
Calcutta.
We created the iconography
Stratus,
using a bespoke texture mask,
Afterglow,
and then the
and then there's
circles
two
were
if you're
derived from
concierge.
some cells within
And
Substance Designer.
actually, Cryo
We
just
took
put
these
in
cells,
400i is available on
quantized
the
them,
CCU
and
menu
then got
for
the
the
edges
ship
of that
upgrades.
quantization to create
Oh.
rings.
Nice.
So actually,
And then
I'm
we
just
used a
gonna do that.
procedural mask as well as some hand-painted textures
Can you get the
to mask out
penumbra
that glow.
that way?
Once we were happy with
checking
this
right now.
texture, we multiplied that onto the height map, which is used to drive the glow threshold. The glow effect has 3 texture inputs that we need to create. There's an animated glow map,
I'm trying to find
which is
the,
sort of used to drive the
paints
background
myself right
effect of
now.
the
There's
glow.
a lot of paints to look
There's
through.
also a gradient which colors that map. Finally, we have the actual pulse itself, which is the texture map that pulses across the asset. Next up is the bronze. This was actually pretty straightforward to achieve. We didn't need any fancy shader effects for this one, just a standard set of unique textures. We wanted to get lots of nice scratches and aging on the bronze. And in the concept, there was also this nice effect on the edges where the metal got darker. So we wanted to add that in as well, just to give it a more distinctive feel. Once we were happy with the visual look of the asset and engine, it then was just a case of wrapping it up. We needed to create LOD meshes for the object, as well as collision proxies. As you can tell, quite a lot of work goes into these hero assets. So that was a little bit of exploration into how we created the Hidisian artifact for the walkthrough. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to me talk about it, and enjoy the rest of the show.
So we wanted to thank you for your time. We wanted to introduce Pyro and show all the hard work that all the team's been working on and working towards. The team has put in a lot of hard work in building the Pyro system, building the AI, building the planets, the worlds, and that you'll go and explore. So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is, and it will be coming out with Star Citizen Alpha 4.0. So on behalf of myself, I want to thank Dave and Ian and yourselves for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the panel.
I think it's going to be good for exploration. It looks like it's pretty well equipped.
See you in the verse.
It's Origin, so it's just got that natural cool factor, if anything else.
All right, so that was the first panel, and we're now at just a couple minutes past 1. So the ship panel starts at 1:15, so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to leave the player-created content running here. And Gencho, thank you very much for the follow. Or Jekno, sorry if I got that wrong. But hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Follow us on Twitch. And we will be back at 1:15 for the next panel on ships.
Cool, buddy.
And my 400i is now in my package.
Oh, yeah.
And I got all 3 paints.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I will be back. Beggar's Outpost. Oh, Pyro in 4.0. And, oh, Longshot says it's pronounced Jekno. 400i single shield, 3 times coolers, and 3-time power plant. Right, is that 400i in your package? Are you happy to see it?
Both, baby.
We're happy to have you, Jekno, and hope you're enjoying CitizenCon, and make sure you get the information off the RSI site for the Discord so you can join in with Longshot when we do our streams in-game. I will be right back. You guys want to go outside?
Puppy potty.
Go.
Credits burning a hole in your pocket? Didn't think so. Something tells me, though, you got a pile of junk in that hangar of yours. Turn that crap into scrap at Dumper's Depot. Old Zeke always pays top cred for all your used gear at any of my verse famous franchise locations. From Art Corp to Crusader. Stop on by and tell them Zeke sent you. From thrusters to mining lasers, power plants to shield generators, we got your back. Dumper's Depot, because everything is valuable to someone. Dumper's Depot LLC is not responsible for inaccurate appraisals. Commercial service and delivery fees will apply.
Space is cold and unforgiving. Only the toughest survive here. But even the toughest outlaw has a sensitive side. He doesn't have to show it to everyone. Because with your very own Moby Horizon, you have peace, freedom, relaxation, and your very private emotional retreat always with you. Welcome to your very own Moby Horizon. The use of Moby Horizon can be addictive. If in doubt, consult a licensed physician.
A distress beacon is triggered, and a quick reactionary force from the lead expeditionary is mobilized.
Roger, boss. Albatross flight, prepare for drop. 1 minute out.
Loadmaster copies. Dropping the ramp.
Utilizing state-of-the-art technology, highly trained professionals arrive within moments.
Albatross flight, 30 seconds.
Hammer team, power up. Rolling on 3.
Prepared to deliver justice in even the most remote reaches of the verse.
Execute, execute, execute.
Hammer team is rolling. Last man, Hammer team down and safe.
Roger, last man. Albatross breaking up.
Elite expeditionaries got your back.
Here at Kelto, we have one simple goal: to bring you the items you need quickly and easily. We've got everything you need: food, drinks, toys for the little ones, guns for the wife, all inside one store, Kelto. Just walk inside to begin your astronomical savings. Using the latest in Moby technology and machine learning, we know exactly what you've picked up and have already charged you. Want something hot and ready to go? How about hot dogs, nachos, or burritos? Kelto. We've even got the latest in Gemini ballistic weapons, like the Gemini F-55 LMG, featuring an explosive rate of fire that tops over 1,000 rounds per minute. It's the best light machine gun you can get in a convenience store. Looking for something a bit smaller for the kids? We also carry the Gemini LH-86 pistol, perfect for those small hands. So come down to Kelto today for quality products at low prices.
Come to Kelto. Come to Kelto. Hey, welcome to CitizenCon 2951, our yearly celebration of everything Star Citizen is, and showcase of what Star Citizen is on its way to become. As usual, I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. So, what is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in Sandy just wanting some place to bring folks together, and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the Wing Commander movie in a theater in Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen, it grew each year to become a full day of activities, most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic, and our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person, and worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction as our developers present to you their continuing efforts in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present. And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those Colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality.
Hey guys.
And perhaps most excitedly, planetary AI nav mesh in action with a 24-hour day-night cycle that will truly bring these worlds to life and provide that universe of gameplay possibilities seen in those multiple different ways you can go about achieving your objectives.
And that the 400i will be in the game.
For those of you who were wondering, yes, that was really Pyro 3, that was a real outpost and a real mission. No sandworms here. That's what's coming to Star Citizen and a whole lot more. Now, because I'm just the patron saint of bad ideas, let's take a look at some of the comments that came in on Twitch.
Long shot, 400i is exploration.
This should be good. Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing.
Long shot, explore the stars is the most
Adderdoth
noble
says,
endeavor.
This guy is talking like it's been made. DFX2KX says, they probably have the gameplay, but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it. Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are. We showcase every part of the Star Citizen. Rolana says, someone needs to hand out some meds in chat.
That's typical. That's not surprising.
Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a melty dog from that man.
Oh, by the way,
I don't know if they're
figured out
talking
what
about
makes
Todd
this
Pappy or
400i
Ian
special.
Layden,
Apparently, it's got a
agreed.
special scanning array. So
Lots
it's all
of
going to be
people
about
said,
finding the
420 Space Weed, Vape Nation, damp, dank. Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him.
Yeah, it looks like it had sort of a
and then everyone went on a claim spree for a
holographic
while.
globe and stuff.
James Cameron,
that was
yes,
the
real James
area.
Cameron. Yeah, he does exist.
Gotcha.
And then finally,
that's usually
Shorty Mac said,
indicative of
number
scanning.
15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
I was kind of hoping it would have a tractor
always.
beam of some kind.
You can always rely on the Twitch community. And speaking of community,
I don't
you
think
may
it
have
was ever
noticed
meant
a
to be a
selection
cargo
of
hauler.
community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials
Oh,
to
just a little
skits
extra
to a
utility,
variety
though,
of
you know.
things in between. Those are all here as part of an effort by our fantastic community team that started months ago to include as many of you in today's festivities as possible. And while we can't show every single one that was sent in, the team did expand their original idea of just 15 videos to a whopping 42 for today's show.
Oh, wow.
So you're going to see a few more as the day progresses. Now, of course,
Yeah, those videos are fun.
CitizenCon wouldn't be CitizenCon without the swag. Check that out, huh? Yeah. And this year, we've got it coming in two shapes and sizes. First up is the digital goodies pack seen here, which comes with the newly minted Arden SL Balefire suit you may have seen recently on Inside Star Citizen with that slick Theta Geo helmet. It's got the matching Balefire combat knife because accessorizing is always important, and the classic CitizenCon 2951 trophy, which I'm still trying to convince Actor Feature Team to turn into a bludgeoning weapon. Just say Red One more time, people. Now, these will all be distributed Monday to all backers. So if
I'd be
you've
happy
been on the
with that.
fence so far and decide to back the project today, you'll get it along with everybody else on Monday. Now, over in Meat Space, since we can't do the traditional swag bag that's included for attendees with their ticket, we're doing a swag box that you can purchase on the RSI store. For the collectors out there, it's got 3 brand new Star Citizen pins to add to the collection.
Did he
as
say
well as
turn
an
the statue into a
individually
bludgeoning
numbered
weapon?
challenge
Yeah.
coin that says there are many like it.
Adele,
but this one
catching your
is
stream
yours.
after a long time,
Now,
enjoying
both
the
collector's
watch
items
along.
come in a neat box
Thank
and
you for
bundled with
joining us,
stickers
and glad
that you
you're
can place
enjoying it.
all over the place, like Steve Bender's desk. I know, because I did. Now, the swag bag
like
made
Jared.
box is
Yeah.
available
You guys-
now
you guys
on the
like Jared? I like Jared.
RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. And we've also
I
got some
actually had a-
contests and
I had a
giveaways
neat
going throughout the
conversation
day.
with him on his
starting with
Dungeons
this
and Dragons
Astro
Twitch
Gaming
server, or
headset
whatchamacallit,
contest, where
Discord.
folks hosting
He's
their
actually
own
really good
CitizenCon watch
DM.
parties have an opportunity to submit
he?
images
would
on
be. Oh,
Twitter
surprisingly.
or Instagram with the
Those are
hashtag
some nice-looking
SC
headsets.
Watch Party
Yeah,
to
that's-
win a
I like the
custom-painted
copper.
Xenothreat headset seen here. Whether your party is at home or at work, or if you're Captain Richard in his car. And for those of you who don't do social media, we're also giving away some Toby eye tracker,
Long shot.
Toby
I
eye
think I want
trackers
the
on
cat,
Spectrum
but I
today
need to do
in a short
the
story
pirate missions
contest.
to unlock
So
it.
tell
Long
us
shot,
about some
hook up with
incredible
us this
moments
evening.
you've
We'll
had
get
in
you through
person
'em.
with your fellow citizens and win a Toby eye tracker. Check that out on
The
Spectrum.
Toby
Your
is
chance
a
to win.
killer
And
eye
no,
tracker. I love
don't
that
have
thing.
one of
It
those to show
worked
you
beautifully.
because, as somebody said,
that
I
reminds me. Sorry.
don't give things back.
I noticed it's flickering on your camera.
Let's talk
if
about
you
the
have
day's
camera
activities.
setting, set it to
We just
50
completed
hertz.
our Life in the
Maybe
Verse
later.
or Life in
Okay.
Pyro presentation. Up next, we've got
Yeah, I
Ship
do that
Talk,
with
where
mine.
we'll
Toby
learn
eye
about
tracker.
the latest and greatest in
He
spacecraft
said
coming to
Toby
Star
eye
Citizen.
tracker.
Then we got Gen 12 and the multi-core Vulcan, where we'll take you through some of the new technologies that will unlock Star Citizen's ultimate performance potential. Crafting Worlds, which offers a brief look at some of the new tools that make up those wonderful pyro planets we just saw. server meshing and the state of persistence,
Jared.
which will give you an inside look at the process of expanding Star Citizen out to the breadth and scope we all want it to reach. The sounds of space, which for my money is the sleeper presentation of the day. Don't miss out. It looks at the new tools that will unleash our sound designers from the constraints of yesterday's outdated processes. And then finally, systemic gameplay and the stream of thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull through the TV, provided, of course, you have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave
Long shot,
amplitude
I don't think you
receiver.
could go wrong with either one.
We'll figure it out later. Basically, it's a big, long day of Star Citizen presentations and infos. That Pyro presentation alone was like an entire season of ISC just crammed into a single day. Which makes me think, can I take the rest of this quarter off? I can. I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning, do not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day, Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship you know, a ship you don't know, and a ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended up knowing. It's not invisible any longer. Here's Ship Talk.
All right, so as we go into the ship talk here, keep in mind, we will be giving our opinions, though we will try to keep the chatter down to a minimum so you can hear the presentations. But we're getting this started here, and this has a lot of information a lot of people have been waiting for. We've brought Bright Shadow in, who's going to join us for this panel, and also we still have Yeti and Mando, and we may see Fry will pop in here or there.
We chase
but everybody
what most
enjoy.
Consider myth.
This origin commercial.
Pursue an obsession.
Police cars.
That's what pushes us to greatness.
That was a good commercial.
Yeah. The Oasis. It's real. The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
Oh, did you see that?
Yeah.
I did. That was cool.
Artistry in motion. Yeah, I like their concept. It's like an oasis. You know, that's how I feel when I look at Origin ships. No matter what's going on outside, you step in, it's like comfort and relaxing, you know?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That'd be a good line awesome. For a commercial.
So we made the 404 in the end.
It was a ruse all along. It was a real ship. So,
look cool though. I like it.
Those trailers are always super cool to see the artwork from both your teams.
Yeah, really good job of kind of showing off what I think everyone's kind of done.
Yeah.
Right. So we should probably get on with the show. This is Ship Talk, where we are going to talk about a variety of things today. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the vehicle art director at CIG.
And I'm Paul Jones, art director.
Wanted to call him John Paul Jones.
So the 400i, it's a Constellation competitor, and we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i has a few interesting features that makes it a compelling choice over the others. So being an Origin ship, it's obviously very visually sleek and fast, but also it can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time. Size-wise, there's obviously a big gap in the range. We have the 100 series at the start, it jumps up to the 300 series, then there's the big jump to the 600 series, and then another jump to the 890, so finding a space for this was fairly easy, size-wise.
I think it fills the gap quite nicely.
It feels like
so
it's more
in terms of the
competition
process,
with MSR.
normally what happens is we assign it to one concept artist, and we start the ball
kind of
rolling.
competition
So it's
for
really
the,
just a game
Connie,
of
if you
sort
ask
of
me.
exploration at this point.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
It's
basically
fast and
the same
loose.
sort of
We always
thing,
have a
really, in my
timeline for each concept.
Connie,
and
freelancer.
so it's
freelancer
the
doing
pressure
that.
is always on, basically. It doesn't matter how many ships we've done, there's always that pressure to get it done.
Ooh, some of those models
hit
are
the sort
sexy.
of key points.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point of exploration, it's really sort of loosey-goosey in terms of figuring out ideas, looking at shapes, looking at silhouettes, and sort of not locking yourself into a line of thinking. It's basically, we'll look at different ships. So some will be more
triangle,
influenced by the 600i,
kind of like Illuminati,
some more by the 100i.
Glad they didn't
and
make
then we'll
it
sort of
egg
do a
shape.
mix and match.
Oh
And
wow,
so,
you see that blade looking
like I said,
concept? That was
sometimes you
cool.
don't quite hit it on that sort of,
I think
like right at the beginning.
Yeah, when you've got like a well-established manufacturer, it's really beneficial because you kind of you have that to pull from, but you also don't want to get into the point where it's just a scaled down 600 or a scaled up. Do you know what I mean? You kind of like, you don't want them all just to look like they're the same ship, just slightly different variants.
Yeah.
So I think the 400 is it certainly stands out within the lineup, but it's clearly an Origin ship.
And I think because we sort of follow the sort of car manufacturers, don't we, in terms of the brand. It's sort of expanding the brand. Sort of the brand also develops over time. So we have like a double.
Yeah.
Since the start of the project, Origin has sort of slightly changed its style a little bit. And then, like say, you don't want just a mini 600.
Yeah.
Even though there's a part of me that would just be like, right, let's do a mini 600.
I do really like the 600. Yeah, the 600.
And even at this point, I kept sort of coming back to one original sketch that had been done for what was it? I think it was 100i.
Yeah.
There was a little thumbnail. It's literally, in my head, it's about that big. And the sketch is just teeny weeny. I was like, I kind of want a version like this. This looks kind of cool. And so basically, in the end, I just went in and kick bashed some ideas together.
So this was before my time on the ship team, so it's quite interesting
really?
to learn a bit more about the process.
Yeah.
It's a great ship. It's my favourite one, Paul, in that case.
A lot of the little concept thumbnails if you see one, because we often show them in Jump Point magazines afterwards, after a ship's been released, you see all the early sketches, and people probably noticed that 100i thumbnail that we did that was rejected for the 100, but then has come around for this, and you never know what might happen with ones that we didn't choose for this one.
Yes,
could happen
yes,
in the
they
future.
might appear in future ships. So ultimately, this is what this is like a visual that I did. So it's it's throwing together a bunch of shapes, what we call kit bashing from different models, because it's quick. As an art director, you've always got. It feels like you've got zero time to get a result. So it's how do you provide a visual that people can understand in the shortest time possible. And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer, and so you can see here that's why.
Yeah, fourth from the top on the left. Ooh, baby.
And a deck.
I kind of like the wings.
Chris Roberts to get sort of direction and feedback.
And Chris was quite adamant that this was going to be an explorer. It wasn't just a small scale party ship. It was it needed to have a function. It needed to be a competitor to that scale and kind of role of ship.
Yeah. We did quite a lot of interior investigations and just sort of looking at ways of arranging space within that ship, because like we said earlier, even though the ship looks big, it's actually really tight. It's a lot harder than you think to achieve everything that now Star Citizens expect to have in their ships, and all the components and all the functionality.
A very streamlined sort of 2 decks, or really like 1 deck that stretches most of the lower section and the upper bit, which had the pool in it.
Yes.
Maybe one day you'll get.
Maybe we get the pool.
You'll get your pool one day.
So in terms of this process, what happens is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished, and then get Chris sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over to your department.
Yeah. So from the concept, normally we'll kind of take it as quickly as possible into the editor, and that just allows us to kind of really get a good sense of the space from the player, and making sure that everything that we think we need is actually going to fit, making sure the components go through. And like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time is what a ship starts off with its kind of paper design, its official design document, to the point where we're actually kind of working on the ship. The requirements can change. That might, that's not just because we're like, oh, we'll add this and add that to it. It's sometimes a balance pass has been done in the game, and we've realised that a certain ship item, a certain size shield might not be suitable for it anymore, or it might be just that we think, well, actually it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it because it's kind of the perfect ship for it, but that wasn't, like I say, on the original plans. So I mean, like you were saying, the ship is kind of a hard split with its two floors. So we've kept sort of all of engineering and cargo and storage and everything downstairs still, and then the kind of the habs and the crew space is all upstairs with the bridge, obviously. Once we kind of get that white box in game, we then start just making sure that we can fit everything in we need. We also, that's the point that we kind of really start internally showing that ship to everyone that is invested in it, and including Chris and everyone that needs to kind of have a say. And one of the kind of things that Chris was really keen for, although he didn't want this ship to be a kind of luxury party ship, he did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift entrance.
There was a smaller, trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yes.
There was just a single small platform just for the crew that went straight up into
into that whole area was quite tricky, wasn't it? Because there was the docking ring, the docking collar, the lift, and then there was an entrance to the front and an entrance to the back.
Originally, I think on the concept, you walked in through the docking collar, and like you say, the floor was a lift. You had the collar on the side, and then doors either side, which took you to like a little antechamber that had the suit lockers in. I think it was.
At the front,
and the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big, not marble staircase, but that sort of idea that you were kind of like, walking into the ship felt a little bit more grand. That had some knock-ons to the kind of interior space as well, because obviously making a one-person or two-person lift is something that's relatively small. It fits in a nice tight space, but when you've got a set of stairs that need to fit or need to have a decent height change, that requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening up this first chamber you walk into, and rather than being divided into separate rooms, that kind of whole space kind of acts as the airlock, and that's got everything that you need when you first enter the ship. And I think it does, like I say, just that initial entrance feels quite nice now.
We don't have a lot of ships like that anymore that have the go up the front of it inside it.
Can you think of any other ships that use stairs to get on?
Banu.
But most of them, if they've got a ramp, it's like cargo, isn't it? It's pure function.
How many people would those stairs
I
eat?
think you guys done a great job on this because it was tricky.
Also, the 100i has kind of little stairs.
I remember at the time when you feel the tide pressure.
And then
there's a lot of them seem to have ramps.
So I was like coming in and be like, oh, Paul, what do we do? Like,
no, 100's got like
but
three
also,
steps.
I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which there's an element there in that thumbnail.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think at the time I sort of binned it off because I was just like, I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows we've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's just go.
It feels like a very Star Wars Jedi ship or something.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and then
reminds me of the
big
Naboo.
tackle, like Paul was saying, was
Exactly.
Yeah, it does have a Naboo feel, doesn't it?
garage.
Well, there you go.
It
Scorpius is the
X-wing. Trying to kind of fit that in.
Well, we know the
prequels.
The MSR was inspired by the Millennium
Falcon. At the back of the ship, next to the cargo.
Oh, do you see this?
Yeah, the cargo room.
So that's what those little side areas were.
But it kind of brought up a few quirks with it, I think. There was a few different quirks from different departments. So from a design point of view, I think we could only make it fit if you sent the bike up on its own, which was fine. But because the main entrance to the ship was at the front, it meant that you'd get off.
Yeah, to drive your bike onto this platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the
then
stairs
just look at your bike.
Opening isn't exactly like a super quick thing. So if you, it just felt kind of like
in terms of flow.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I need to quickly get off planet, and you're like, oh, click that, right, okay, yeah, send that up. Oh, run, yep, okay, go. A minute later or 2 minutes later, you're in the seat, ready to fly. Like I say, that was one of the issues we kind of hit, and then the other, I guess, issue was it started eating into the cargo space, so it meant that you couldn't, once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very little space for you to kind of traverse around the
BMM
the
might
cargo
be up
hold.
next.
Basically, we had a number of kind of ideas we played with, and then if you click on, we ended up basically putting it at the opposite end of the ship. Yeah. Now the nose, should we call it the nose? Yeah, the nose now opens up, and it's got like a nice little kind of dedicated X1 garage in there. It's a nice use of that kind of spine that was there originally.
Yeah, there was nothing really.
The gravity drive was there, but we kind of nudged that back a bit.
I have to imagine they'll also hold the Nox and Nox
they
Q
kind
and
of
the
still
Dragonfly.
tucked out to the side a little bit. So yeah.
I don't know about the Dragonfly, but absolutely
Sort
the
of,
Nox.
like you
for
say,
sure.
it had the gravity generator there, and
Think you
it
could
had
fit
the suit
a
lockers,
Grey
but
Cat
it
in there?
was weird that you had to go through.
We can try.
The airlock.
I don't think so.
Get your
We could
suit
try anything.
back out. So yeah, taking up that space was much nicer. And the other really good thing is
That would be,
all the
but I mean, it
controls for
has the
getting your
rear
ship
vehicle
They're
bay,
all
though. I think,
right,
right?
right next to
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Open this.
Yeah.
You can put your bike away.
Yeah.
And go up.
And I think that's one of the kind of
I kind of like that dedicated
I say the nice things of it
motorcycle
you can
kind of compartment.
I guess ride up to your ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
And
It'll be
it's
great
very
once they
cool.
get
It's
my
like up, straight
Ranger.
up, and there's no messing around. So yeah, that was one of the other
Oh,
challenges.
I want the X1, of course.
To be honest, most of the rest of the ship kind of
Gib Ranger.
went pretty much to plan.
I
in
want to do
terms
the
of
Daymar
their
Rally in a
concept.
Ranger,
I don't
man.
think there was any kind of real surprises. So now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body, you're into engineering. This ship does have.
Why does that thing have a
large
wobble?
shields.
Yes.
I know, right?
Yeah. So that was another thing to make it different.
I think it's based off those stabilizers that you can get for a boat.
To other ships, and shields have changed, so it's not quite as unique as it was.
Like a baffle?
But it's still.
It just
very
aesthetically
small for
bothers
its
me.
size.
There's like a little gyro
another
thing that
cool
like
thing
can hang off
about
the bottom of
engineering
your
is
boat,
those rooms at the
and
edge
it actually
are
helps stabilize it in the
Yeah,
water.
climate controlled, so
No kidding. Gives it like an inertia, huh?
nice little
Yeah.
Cool.
thing to play with. Gives.
I can kind of
other
see that. You know,
teams
you spin a bicycle wheel, you get some nice
Full
inertia.
dry ice and everything.
Full dry ice, yeah. You can
it's
get
gonna
the
come in and
comes
it's
out
the
gonna
light sticks out and
flow out.
a little bit of party mode in there, yeah. But yeah, I think that's it. That was one of the things I think you established early on in the concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah,
and
because we needed that space. I mean,
Yeah.
you need space to put all the components somewhere, and just thought, well, let's just turn it into a feature.
Yeah.
So
And it kind of fits with the Origin kind of family
Yeah.
as well, I think.
I want a dedicated button that turns on fogging in the engineering.
And then yeah,
That'd be
kind of
nice.
from engineering you kind of go straight to the back, and that's where you've got your storage. I don't know if you know the SDU size offhand, but
not off the top of my head now.
no.
Should probably put that in the notes.
Correct. Sorry. So you can fit a decent amount of storage in there.
What kind
You've
of
also
ship
got
talk
the
is this?
escape
They don't
pods.
know the SU.
One of the other
They
things
don't
we
know
were
their
doing
own
when we were looking
spec.
at this space with the bike is originally we were kind of if we put the bike in this area, it meant that the storage reduced. So we were looking at kind of other ways of moving the storage around. At one point we thought, we could put it out in the wings, but then that didn't really make sense because ideally in the wings where you store your fuel and that sort of stuff, and it just felt really awkward. Whereas this kind of gives us the kind of classic traditional
big block of cargo.
Yeah, big block of
you
cargo.
can get the vehicle in it, can't you?
Yes,
If
yeah.
like there's-
You can fit a Cyclone in there.
Yes.
Other smallish vehicles.
I don't see how this
Obviously, it will take
competes
away
with the
your cargo space.
Constellation.
cargo space, so it's not. You can do it.
I feel like Constellation holds a lot more.
But you won't have any cargo, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we kind of make our way upstairs. 3-man, 3-crew bridge.
Yeah, 3-crew bridge.
And yeah, it's very, to me anyway, the bridge is very Origin. It feels very very sleek. Get a real nice view of the kind of front of the ship out in front of you. It's a nice place, and it's got the classic kind of Origin kind of hardened, and we haven't got any low tech screens. It's all kind of projected and feels fancy. Yeah.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot of 600i influence, like from the original concept image that was done for the 600i?
Yeah.
So I was keen to get those. That sort of, it's almost like the black louvers.
Yeah.
And then get everything sort of.
To be honest, they were one of the things that we kind of
the
kept
ship page
referencing
on the
back
website
during
says
the
it has
production. We're like, let's
42.
just go back and have a look at the 600 because that's one of the
So
again,
it's
one of those
more
kind of
like
shapes
a
that really
black
sells
size
Origin to me. And yeah,
it
so
looked,
I
I mean,
good
from
kind
what
of
they
keeping
said, it's
them.
going to hold a cyclone. It doesn't look
also,
like he'll hold an Ursa.
What's the Origin
No.
buggy called?
G12.
Thank you, yeah. So, again, we've got the louvers.
Yeah.
They don't even know the buggy name? Come on,
The
people.
890 as well. It's like all the big
I know, it's
Origin
disappointing.
ships have this sort of arrangement of a
Can we
single
get the actual
center
crew
seat
working
and
on ships?
two crew ones, whether they're at the front or at the back. They're all sort of that style. So it all plays together.
And then Habs wise, you kind of got the captain suite and you've got the crew suite. And within those, they've got their own kind of lockers. They've got their own kind of.
I like this.
ship
I like
storage.
separation.
I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very similar in their kind of scale. But obviously, the captain gets the slightly more space, a little bit more kind of luxury because he's the boss. So.
At one point, it was a 4-person ship, and then we reduced it down to 3. So we've got that extra space for the.
I'm learning loads of stuff. I didn't know about today.
Lots of things changed during the concept. Like
the toilet paper roll.
Changing it from 4 to 3 might sound like
Was
a
that
quick
shower
thing
working?
on paper, but then it's like you're losing a seat out the bridge somewhere.
Yeah,
you
it would
lose
have been
lockers.
tough
You
to
lose
fit an
escape
extra
pods.
seat in that bridge though, because it would have you would have had to have kind of had them 2 banks. So it would have been a bit.
Didn't look like it.
Just purely visual, sort of. It feels a little bit nicer weighted if it's.
I mean, the whole ship has essentially a triangle.
It looks fast. Yeah.
Looks fast.
Yeah. And then as you kind of progress through to the rear of the ship, this is where, like I say, originally it was
party time.
Yeah, it was the party room. We've kept some of the elements, I guess. There's still a kitchen, a decent sized kitchen.
It's still a nice space, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like luxury. It's still that sort of luxury yacht.
You've got your wine fridge,
kind of feel, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you've got everything you need back there. You've got
This is where the Jedi's companions all hang out,
and then
right?
a big hollow table at the back.
holocron table.
And that was sort of like
exactly,
I guess like the operations area, and we tried.
So this
to make
must
that
be
space
remote
feel
turrets then,
like
on the top and the
it
bottom.
was a little bit
probably
more
from the
focused
co-pilot
with
seat.
the hollow table.
Yeah,
the
those
sort
two
of,
seats, yeah.
the
And then the
bar
other seat's probably the
that's just
scanning
in front
seat.
of it.
Yeah.
And I think because we tried quite a few different ideas there as well. Actually, I remember at one point we had like a war table with seating and stuff, but that was a bit tight for kind of maneuverability.
It's a $200
and also,
luxury yacht.
I think we ended up going with like the standing kind of hollow table rather than a seating one, because when you first kind of like look at it, it felt like an extension of the relaxation area rather than like a kind of planning, what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then basically that kind of covers most of the 400, I guess, as a whole.
Liberator.
So we'll move from the 400i to something a bit bigger and something entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator, which is Anvil's latest design spaceship, which is purely for transporting ships. So we want to do something properly and sort of provide that entry-level spaceship for that
the tow truck
career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it.
It's a fairly regular sort of process on this one. As Jared and I have chatted before, these ships are often described as berths, easy berths, hard berths, difficult berths. I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we've worked on some Anvil stuff, so in terms of the lineup, we have the Ballista, the Terrapin, the Hurricane. The Valkyrie, is probably more sort of, it's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and we've got, we've got the modular kits. So in terms of the concept process, theoretically, it's smoother sailing. And in terms of our process, again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has a sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly.
You can always get the Chris Roberts
I think,
sign
like I
off.
was saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out at the exact same date with the exact.
I mean,
same
you've got to have a
manufacturing
variety.
processes.
So
Kind of all,
Yes, yeah, and I think I mean that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen is we've got this sort of, it's this sort of rolling kind of like design. It's sort of
Design
everything is being
timelines.
updated, and it it's nice that when we were narrative, and they're like, oh, well, actually, it's based on this old design, or whether it's a new stuff. So, one of the early requirements from John, which you can see here in this fabulous designer art,
top quality design block.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite Anvil.
I'd be able to move a Hercules
basically,
on it.
this is super easy for us, and also, because we're working with a contractor about sort of laying out.
I think that's what they're implying.
Because we always, we like to make ships big, so it's always, okay, we've got our metrics, it has to fit within this. Like, whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its, otherwise John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah.
Because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds.
400 SCU of cargo.
If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So
400
obviously it has to be
SCU
in there,
cargo
and
on what, the Liberator?
That's a max, not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance
There's a rear
right
ramp
at the edge.
in the picture. They're loading a tank.
So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip so you just clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
Yeah, it makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra small landing pads, the green size. So once you've got 3 of them, so at this point in the design brief, it was just 3 extra small ships. By the time you've got these 3 green, and they have some Z height to them, which I didn't put in here. By the time you've got these green blocks, so like you've got to have space for these, and also got to fit in this. Then you sort of start funneling yourself into
and I
shapes.
think you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American, I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence. But
so basically, it's a landing craft.
It's a very
functionality.
I'd say it's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it
We're
feels
seeing
like,
turducken.
I'd say, obviously, the real life version has been made.
Yeah, because then your Hercules will come out, and then it'll have ships inside of it.
Definitely. And so, we'll basically be looking at.
There have been rumors around an Anvil carrier, but they thought it was going to be a capital ship.
It's quite difficult when you have
assuming
something
that's
like
this guy.
It must be.
Image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind, and you sort of get, sort of stuck in that thinking, and so
if it holds a Hercules, it probably is considered capital size.
Concept artists and say, right, okay, well,
be a good ship to get in game, I think.
It's always
going on the store.
It's always a sort of dual role. We sort of you work together, and kind of 2 minds is always better than one.
500 war bond.
So I
was going to say it's probably going to be like $500.
This is a sort of first stab at it. So there's a lot of similarity with the Valkyrie. So there's the Valkyrie engines. It's pretty standard. It's just one floor plate, and it's symmetrical. Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, it's a nice design, but doesn't really speak of Anvil to me. Yeah. I mean, but it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting things.
Certainly very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for
too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. We've got that massive tank on the side.
I actually might end up getting one of those.
I'm not sure at this point, but it's it's just visual.
If you're in concierge, you can get a paint with it too.
Asymmetrical wings.
Oh.
Again, sort of interesting stuff. At this point, we're starting to push.
I don't know. I'm kind of torn on whether I would get that.
So we've got the sort of essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like got a cowl. It's like a sort of, it's kind of like.
I think you kind of, if you got the Kraken, you kind of already got that.
Sort of
that purpose covered.
So,
I'll tell you what, if they don't release the Kraken anytime soon, this should become one of the loners.
So,
It has some pros and cons design-wise as well, because obviously.
I'm noticing on the website too, it has 2 utility mounts.
So a lot of hangar metrics are quite tall.
Tractor beams.
The problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. The actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall, gangly thing because we've also shortened it by a third. So
I like you trying to get yourself into like the shape of a ship. Yeah, that's
really
good.
tall.
Yeah.
And then here is like where we sort of start hitting upon something that I don't know where.
Oh yeah.
Made, but,
So
it made sense.
So
to
it looks
have
like it's
these
about the
in
size
one
of that
lower
red
deck.
area. It's not meant
Here,
to hold a
you know,
Hercules.
you've got 2 tanks lying side by side. Which,
Oh no.
you know, it's cool. It looks good, but it isn't actually like an official feature.
It can
It
move
was
more
around
than the
this point
Hercules,
where
though, as far as the
we were
tanks. Look
looking
at
at
them all.
the double layer thing and trying to get these 2 layers to work, or 2 floors to work with the
People
3
roll over their
larger
Hercules
ships. So we
into
changed
a
it
Liberator.
from the 3 extra small pads to 2 extra small pads, which basically take
Ultra
any
Win, welcome
single
to
seat
the
fighter in the
stream.
game and
Good to see you.
somewhere else. So I think a Prospector also fits on there.
Yep.
And
I
then we
am
scaled
not sure what
the
that
front
says.
one down to an extra small. So that's things like the Argo MPUV, Origin 85X, and smaller flying ships like that. But also,
Ooh, that
interestingly,
thing's expensive.
that extra small metric is sort of the same as the medium
Zarabatala? I don't know what
vehicle
that
metric.
is.
There's like a meter difference in height, which is
After
the
work?
ballister nova.
Out of work?
So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls.
Unfortunately, Ultra Win, I cannot read what
1
you're
extra
typing.
small at the front, and then these 2 garage slots, which can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in there.
Yeah,
No
you can you
translation?
could fit quite a few combinations of
Yeah, I
ships
mean,
in
I
there. couldn't
had a
you?
shot. I treated it like I was a fan and basically filled that whole carriage.
There was no sort of like door opening space at all. It was
It was cyclones and
we know what the
rock
players are like.
DSs. Yeah, I mean, it looked good. I mean, it looked like it looked like a ferry. You know, when they're just full of the vehicles all just stacked up.
just increases like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right.
Yeah.
Got 15.
And need a big insurance payout. So once we have the an exterior that we were happy with, then it's then we move on to the interior, and it's only 2 crew.
Yeah,
No
so it's
translation
2
on
crew.
the second one.
You have obviously the person flying the thing, and then the second person who can either sort of a flexible role. There is a turret that they can control. They can go sit in it.
And the first one says
shoot anything that comes at you, but it's not really a ship that's a combat ship. It's a transporter ship. If you want protection, you need to bring protection with you, or rely on the ships that you're carrying to provide that protection, which is another benefit of this open-topped.
E-money likes the
You
ship,
can
so
launch
prices
attack,
are
everyone can launch
little
straight away. You're not
high. I
having to
will
fly
say
your ships out one by
500.
one,
I'm not
which
too surprised about.
They can get off pretty quickly.
I haven't done launch tubes yet.
E-money 400. I already got mine.
I mean, it's
love
a
it.
mini carrier. It's gonna be worth $500. I hate to say it, but it is.
So
It's a mini
basically
carrier.
we've moved on to interiors again. It's
pocket carrier.
It's just investigation of.
It's a landing craft.
Yeah.
We've got our function and what it needs to achieve.
It's a full-on assault
But,
craft,
The
really.
last 2-4 years, definitely the last 2 years, there's, like our process has just
Although,
been
yeah,
a
it's
lot
got 2 turrets. It only looks like 2
stronger in terms
turrets.
of player flow. So there's no more of the Starfarer higgledy-piggledy
Mystery tour.
I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship.
Probably
so
stuff a whole lot
the
of ground
pipeline
troops
wasn't
in its
place.
Oh yeah.
About
mean,
America.
spaceships interiors was like, I don't know.
Is this
So,
their
I mean,
not
there's
so
been a lot
subtle way of
learning going
saying,
on, and
please
so
stop
now
seeing
it's
how
like,
many
okay,
weird ships you
I'm
can
a
cram
player,
inside another ship?
What experience do I want? Like, how do I get from A to B? I don't want to do A to G to
Yeah, I
H
think I'm just
to
buying
get to
paints
B.
today so far. I'm not going to get the 400i, I
So
don't
as we
think.
look at
Maybe.
these,
Definitely not getting this
interiors,
Liberator
we
thing.
just sort of looked at
I'm going to hold off on the
flow,
Liberator. Merlin, what's
basically,
going on?
different
Good to see
ideas.
you.
So it feels quite
I want
good.
to see what
We
else
sort
they
of
come up
worked
with throughout the
on,
rest of
again,
the day.
just flow. So
I think I want to
if
see
you're in
what
the
else
garage,
they
you can
come
also
up with
get
for the
from
course
the
of the
garage
year before I bite
Yeah.
off on something like this, because I have the Kraken, so I mean this
the
kind of
elevators
would
just
be
full height. It's one for crew,
not
one for
of
passengers.
great
So
use.
if you're-
Yeah, when you said that a minute ago, like about the Kraken, it's kind
And so
of got me thinking, wait a minute,
the whole process is
just hold off on spending
streamlined.
all that money today.
And there's even if you're in
E-money
that
buried his wallet 14 feet in the ground in anticipation for today. 400i is calling him bad.
I deliberately
We've even
spent
put
all my
a
money in
nice
computer
little set of
parts
stairs
just
that
so I
just run down
wouldn't
the side of the road.
blow my load
So you
on
just
ships.
run down, get in your whatever vehicle.
Yeah, I'm
and
looking
off
at
you
buying
go.
the 400i for sure.
A lot of-
It's just
I
it's too
feel like
sexy
a lot
not
of thought was
to go
given
for it.
just
And by the way, the new
I think
PC
it's really
runs
nice to have that
great.
you've got like I say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off.
I will say this
and
again.
always
It's being reported that on
like I say,
SD
you were saying
leaks,
about
they're
the
saying
valves of the
that
ship and how
315 is going to drop
that's like
to
all that
wave
technical
1
stuff's like
tomorrow,
hidden at the
and the
bottom, and
400i
that
will
feels
be
nice
in it.
That's crew only. And
Again, there's
you
nothing
don't want
confirming this, so you got to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
it's just the rumor
just
going around on the
definitely
leaks
around.
channel.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage base and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
It was going to be a compromise choice.
It's definitely a very unique presentation, a very unique way to do CitizenCon.
Either down the middle
I mean, yeah,
of
digital, you know, but still.
The lower garage, or
definitely
across,
different.
like, one of the pads, so you could choose.
Yeah, it's more of a fly on the wall type of thing.
Decide to.
Well, we had a bit of
Just having
space.
some guys in break rooms
basically,
talking about it.
The concept guy went rogue. I was like, oh, what about this? This is cool.
I'm fine with it.
Oh, I'm enjoying
yeah,
it.
that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
I do want to go to a live one though at some point in the
I've just
future.
gone away and done this this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into.
I'm gonna go
cargo
dressed up
storage
in a
room,
big
so
freaking Yeti suit.
A good sort of save.
Well, we want. I mean, you know, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And you know, luckily this time
Merlin's still
it's
waiting for his
panned out.
Corsair and the Vulcan.
Mate's good
Any
use of
word
the
on
space,
these yet?
because
Not
so the
as
ship
of
is-
yet.
It is quite big. So then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of, I call it selling the dream. So it's, you know, you're really sort of honing in into what a player's experience might be. And I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So here we've got, you know, a fully loaded carrier.
It's the core of what that ship is for, like.
You know, and it really doesn't look that
These
bad.
smaller carryable
It's different.
ships is
It's
what Chris
different.
likes to call them. Like they're not
Was there a
deep
ramp
space
on the
fighters.
back?
They can't go
I
long distances by themselves.
there had to
They-
have
they
been.
need to be
It
from
looks
a
like there
cargo
is.
ship.
There is.
Like a
There's picture of
drive-through.
it.
Yeah, you can see how it's
Liberators,
angled. It looks
unless
like
you-
it's going to drop down. I've
Some
seen
of the
tanks,
Hydras
like real
to
world
carry
tanks that
things
look like that.
This is, this
Troop
is what you're
carriers,
gonna
that's what we
see
had in the
going
army.
through these
Yeah.
wide,
Yeah, that would make
long
loading and
stuff.
unloading
Like Pyro
tanks
is
and stuff a lot easier.
incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other.
And Longshot can only
really need these
CCU
ships
to
to
the
help
6-month
you
version of
load
the 400i.
stuff from
Me,
point A
I
to point B,
CCU
because if
to
you do
that
it
one,
in
and I'm
your-
perfectly
in your
fine with
Hornet,
it.
That's going to be
I'm not too overly concerned on the
50 or
insurance side of
100
things.
little stops, whereas you cram in one of these and send it on its way. It's going to be a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be like I say, a fun one to kind of get onto.
Yeah, I think your team's going to like that.
That's pretty much it for the Anvil Liberator.
Yep, and you can upgrade to the Liberator.
Ship transporter at its core, 2-man crew, designed for hauling 3 spaceships. And
2-man
some ground
crew?
vehicles, long distance.
I can see that.
Very cool.
And the
Here we
400i
go.
3.
Banu Merchant Man. This is what a lot of people have been waiting for.
Let's talk about the Banu
All
Merchant
right.
then. It's
Nobody
that
say
ship that's
anything.
been around for
For a long
for
time.
a long time now.
Blah, 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 blah,
Fans
blah.
have been waiting
You're
quite
fired.
a while for this.
Yeah, we haven't really shown a huge amount of it beyond those original concept images. So
No, and I think you know, this is my second round on this. So I think maybe like 3 years ago we did an initial concept
Yeah.
round.
around the time of the Defender, I guess.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah. But sure, let's. I think fans are going to love this.
So there's a few things that need to be updated for the Merchantman. Obviously, we've talked about this many times in the past. As Star Citizen develops, things get added, things get refined, we improve our workflow. So number one thing we had to do was look at the size and the scale of the ship, because I think it was 160 meters wide and 160 meters long, so it's in essence a cube. But
It's a very tall ship as well.
yeah,
isn't
but it was very vague because we had never done a full interior layout, so
Not to like the new system. No.
yeah, so we need to make sure it fit everything in. So it's always a good starting point. The cargo numbers they've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as freight units, not standard cargo units. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I don't remember freight units.
Yeah.
It was
It's a long,
before my
long
time.
time ago. The marketplace / bizarre. Need to have a good working out. And then lastly, we wanted to have some synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman. So we found a way to get a Defender hangar on board. So that obviously has big consequences for the ship. So let's talk about the exterior.
A Defender hangar.
I guess thinking about it.
Yeah, they always talked about synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman. I'm not surprised it's going to have its own docking port.
The Defender to the ship basically had the biggest impact in a way, like just because the Defender is not a slim ship, is it?
No, it's deceptively big to me. Like the Defender, I always think in my head that it's this tiny little thing, but
in flight mode it's quite slim.
Yeah,
but then when it's landed, it's got this sort of
big stance.
Yeah, so this has been I think I've probably been on this for maybe a year, something like that now. And I said before, we did an initial round of concept work, and it was sort of done more in isolation. So we didn't really have a full interior, and we sort of treated it more as, okay, we need a corridor, we need an idea of a marketplace, we need an idea of a bridge, and we'll kind of sort of piece them together. And so that was maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. And obviously processes have changed, as we've discussed today. It's more about the player experience and the flow and things making sense, less rule of cool. If we still have the coolness, but you want it to work right. Yeah. You don't want it to be frustrating.
I think when you kind of do it, like obviously this big ship, so you think, oh yeah, we can make whatever room this size and it'll be fine, but that kind of always sets us up for just a lot more headaches when it comes to our side. So by you spending the time to actually like fully flesh out the interior, it just saves us so much time when we come to actually do the production side of it.
Definitely.
Kind of takes all that risk away from us and puts it up front onto you basically.
Yeah.
So thanks, Paul. Yeah.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we've tried hard. I mean, you can see here that the ship did have to scale up.
Yeah. We talked about earlier. We have those hangar metrics. And scaled up, it now
doesn't fit
the hangar metrics.
So we'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
And just a quick shot of the front, and you can actually see that from the front it hasn't actually changed that much. It's grown a little bit in height, but gained a little bit of body mass, but overall pretty similar. I mean, we've the ethos of this whole thing is, the ship
looking
was
a little
really
chunky.
Cool anyway. Like
I'm fine with the
really
looking
liked
chunky
the ship, so it wasn't that we wanted to change it just for change's sake. It was just we need to make it work. We do need to advance it, and so between myself, concept artist Mike Oberschneider, and Mark Gibson, one of the CIG's designers, we basically met twice a week. Every week for months, and basically gone through this ship from top to bottom, inside to out.
There's a huge amount of ship.
And hands down, this has been the most difficult and hardest ship to date. Like, I've not had a nervous breakdown. Actually, the whole process has been quite nice in a way, but it's just been long. I
think this is the one that
it's a marathon.
To begin with, I was really scared, and then the kind of the closer you've kind of got to finishing your work, the kind of the less scared I'm getting and the more excited I'm getting. And I'll probably have, when we get into production, I'll be like, oh no, what we're
It'll
going to do.
Be nice when they don't have to
then again, once we kind of actually kind of
put so many resources into
because it's quite an intimidating ship.
So it's done. It's going to be a huge thing.
I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, we're seeing here the sort of hangar opening.
Ooh, I
so
like
basically
that.
We've, one of the sort of
and if it fits that, you can fit other ships in there too.
Oh yeah.
They sort of incorporate tech where it suits them. So they use tech from humans, they use tech from Xi'an, whatever suits them to sort of achieve what their needs are. So for this ship, we've leveraged a lot of Xi'an tech. So it's a lot of that essentially levitation tech. So stuff doesn't have to be physically connected to move. It sort of hovers and then shifts along. So it's basically given us a lot of opportunity for creativity. So hangar here, it's always multi-part as well, so it's always kind of nice. Basically shot from the front. This is with the front guns out, which are S8. That's correct, is it?
Big size 8 guns. One of the original core cool things of the merchant was all its weapons are sort of tucked away and hidden, so it gives you that non-threatening
Dual size 8 guns on the front
to start
of that
with,
thing.
and when it needs to, then
that's a lot of guns.
It's quite a powerhouse, really, isn't it? Like
we'll be doing bounty missions with that instead of the Hercules.
And there's a proper transformer this year.
Maybe one-shotting hammerheads.
There's probably no.
Well, it's going to be like one shot and then like recharge up again.
And again, like John said, it's just
and then just plow through.
With that. Kind of like,
just a friendly trader.
Yeah, just a friendly trader.
Peaceful.
Don't worry about me. Just
it's not going to maneuver very well, though.
Everything just pops out, and it's all business. So again, sort of multi-stage animation for the guns. Again, for the turrets.
Dang!
I mean, the turret featured in the
like that.
original.
I'm envious.
Is that another one?
That's another one.
Fully explained.
No.
There was a turret,
looks like a defender.
Yeah, Spectre's got a good point. It's not going to move well enough to do anything other than bounties against other capitals and
when the
hammerhead-sized
weaponry
ships.
is unmanned, it's a lot easier. We can get away with
Right,
it.
that's why it needs those defenders.
Once you put a person in it, then it's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah.
But it's so beautiful. Hides its claws.
Well, yeah, he wasn't kidding. It really is like a transformer.
Between S5, so it's not giving you a little tickle. It's quite a big punch.
Yeah.
And even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take all the consideration you're taking in a pilot seat in terms of their visibility and everything else. And yes, you expect to see the big guns and the silhouette and get that kind of like the real feel of being in a gunner seat. But like I say, it's quite easy for it to just kind of grow in complexity quite quickly.
So I mean, basically, we've used
it's a lot of moving parts
again to help us sort of reveal the turret, also to elevate the turret. Still, we've got multiple ideas for that, so I think we'll just have to figure that out a little further on. And then these guns look tiny in comparison, don't they?
They're still
like
sized. So these are guns that most fighters have equipped to them, but they're on these point defense turrets. So obviously, the ship was big to start with. It's bigger now. It's more of a target for missiles and torpedoes. And one of the best ways we have in game to counter those is these automated point defense turrets. So Banu again, humans have these phalanx style guns that shoot down incoming threats. We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these on the hull. So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2 underneath. So you've sort of got your 360 degrees protection from missiles from those.
Automated
and then there's an additional pair of size 4 remote turrets under the wings. These are controlled from the bridge. The bridge crew mentioned them. So yeah, it's not lacking on.
The thing is, it can carry a fair amount of cargo, and it's got its own trading floor.
It's your livelihood.
You kind of need to make sure that.
I mean, basically, there's it's a bit of a TARDIS. It's a bit of a there's as people will see, there's a whole bunch of extra stuff that we've squeezed into this compared to the first one. So there's always been this feature on the Banu. It was there on the original, but it never really had a function. Some people called it the paddle, some people called it the flipper, but Chris was like, okay, it needs a reason to be there.
It is very dominant.
The Johnson.
I'll always remember that one bit of Defender concept art where it's just there, just destroying a mountain. It flies over, just dragging it through.
So we've, it's a multifunction essentially because one of the difficulties was
that's Big Johnson energy right there.
Fuel scoop, sorry, is basically the entrance to the marketplace for traders and the public. So it was, there's that challenge of what it needs to look. It needs to do its job, but it also needs to look visually appealing because it's going to be the entrance. So there was, and we'll see that in a second. But it was always a bit of a tricky thing to solve. And so, again, we're seeing here as John mentioned earlier, the ship got wider and didn't actually fit on a landing pad.
Which meant we had no hangars that it would officially fit in. We could only ever officially land at docking stations with docking ports or on a planet's surface, which is, as a trader, you're missing out on all the places you could land to do trading. So we had to find a solution.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the simplest of the the solutions that we came up with. I mean, there's probably like 10 others that we did. Some of them were super crazy, parts just folding.
I always assumed it'd have to just
all sorts of things. So
never use a pad or a hanger.
In the
It'd
end, I
always be a
think,
Dr. Collar.
simplicity wins out.
Yeah.
Same here.
They're not small bits of wing to move.
Yeah.
It's kind of deceptive.
But you do want
We
versatility.
haven't got the mesh in there, but there will be. We'll work it out for you.
It's overrated.
So you can see here, this
Yeah,
is
it can be.
basically a shot of what is the fuel scoop, but it transforms again and becomes this pathway to the marketplace. So you'll have this, basically why this experience, again, it's kind of the red carpet treatment. You're walking up into the marketplace. It's not in this image, but we will have, or hopefully, we'll have like softs, like awnings basically that will sort of come out as well. And so we'll have that sort of marketplace.
I think for me,
Spectre,
this is one
it's
ship
so
that really excites me
big.
because it is very different to, not all a lot of the ships that we've done. And I think that sort of like initial experience, like you say, of seeing this thing kind of like come and land down, and the traders kind of inviting you in and entering into, it's very otherworldly.
Yeah.
Kind of entering up that, walking up those steps out of one of our kind of space station, like our human space stations.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's going to be kind of really exciting to kind of.
I mean, the idea is that as you go up those stairs, you'll have holographic visuals of products that are in the marketplace, and so they will sort of pop up.
The advertisements as you're walking up.
Again, it's just that sort of shopping experience. It's like, oh, okay, I can get that and get that, or maybe even artifacts that the traders picked up. I mean, you've got options basically. So, and then also the cargo that changed.
Cargo is a big topic. It was one of those things in the original concept. Even digging out the original design brief wasn't particularly clear on, was the cargo bay internal, was it external, was it was it a walkable
Can you
space?
imagine being one of the people that got the BMM at like $250, that concept?
I got it
during
like
a meeting where I think,
Yeah, I think that's where I got mine.
and we were all like, oh no, it's internal, and then someone
In fact,
else
I'll
was
take a
like, "Oh, no,
quick
it's
look."
external. And we just decided, like, let's make it enclosed. We'll keep the styling of how it was in the original concept, so you have that sort of, I don't know how you want to call it, shuttering or on the outside.
Yeah, I'm struggling to actually remember it now because I'm kind of like
Yeah, mine's $350.
locked into this one. But it was more that it was you saw the cargo crates, didn't you?
They were very exposed, weren't they?
They were exposed, certainly from underneath. You could see them all.
Yeah.
They were
I've still got
tops-
2 on
top
buyback as
mounted,
well.
and they could all drop down, but that caused huge problems with the entrance case where if they could all drop down at the same time, then you couldn't get in the ship to start with. So
We did have a solution, but this is definitely better.
yeah, so now it's enclosed. You just have one way of dropping at the front, and then we'll see later how it's all managed inside. So you can have the
Yeah,
front
that is
ramp open
massive.
and cargo going up and down.
She said.
The two systems are not interfering with each other.
Yeah, that is
cargo
definitely
is more
far
protected as
beyond
well.
the 890
that's kind of-
size.
I guess a key element of it, isn't it? Is
Spectre, it's what now, over
not only having
1,000?
the,
No, I think it's, what is it,
like footfall
600?
into your marketplace, but these big trade items, you're going to need to.
They have the BMM for sale at 600, I think.
So we're going to move on
really?
to.
Let me take a look.
So we've been
I know they
looking at
did a
sort
couple
of,
of price increases.
Is it for sale
sort
right
of
now?
functional
No, it's not.
images of, basic
Yeah, I was
explaining
gonna say I didn't see it in the store. Not yet
You
anyway.
can check out the value on the upgrade thing.
Yeah,
So
I'm
now we
checking it
move on
right
to the
now.
sort of the sexy stuff of looking at.
Well, then again, it'll
how
only
we've
give you the
taken
value
sort
that you
of
paid
the
for
existing
it.
Banu
No, on the
materials,
upgrade, it should
from
give you the
early
current
merchant
value
use.
of purchase.
There was a lot of good stuff
Oh,
on
really?
Yeah,
that.
because
And
that's
then
the
just
credit
progressing
you
it a
get
little bit
for it.
further.
Yeah.
And, again, this is still
Ooh,
probably.
these materials are sexy.
This is subject to change.
Banu Merchantman right now is
It's
going for
previous,
500.
But in terms of where it's heading,
It's
it's
doubled
really
in
quite
price.
exciting. And so, not
I'd say
everything
it's
is
definitely
molded in
worth
this,
it with
so,
everything that we're seeing.
There probably will be more folds.
Man, that's
Kind of like
crazy.
there is on the Defender.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the concept images versus where it will
Especially since the price or the size has gone up, it's now got an internal hangar for a Defender or other small ship.
And so we're just kind of like working in
Robert,
kinda
yep,
sort of
it's
turning
going to be a
into
big
more-
target for sure, but
it
I
is
would imagine it'll
more
have
meat,
big
it's
shields
more of a sort
also.
Yeah, she'll be durable for
and
sure.
sort
It's
of
going to take a
special
lot to
item,
beat her up.
essentially.
It's supposed to be a blockade runner. I think they
sort of
still
really
have that
trying
in
to
the
sort of
description.
Yeah, they
get
do.
that impression. So, we're layering in the gold, we're layering in the sort of all the sort of Art Nouveau line work, sort of with a sort of Banu influence. We're looking at sort of taking materials like opal or whatever the Star Citizen equivalent is of that, and also integrating that into the ship. So it really is sort of a display of wealth. It's like if you've got this, like you're loaded.
Crown jewel of your fleet.
It is. So I think it's going in some really nice places, and so we're looking at this heavy bruiser of a turret, and this is still work in progress. Ideally there would be more work to do with this, and so we'd get more of the sort of curvature in the metalwork and stuff. But because we're on because of time scale and stuff, we've got to make some compromises. But we'll pass that information on.
I'm sure we'll have a good kick-off on this one. I like the turret on this one.
Yeah. So that's the exterior. We'll move on to the interior. Yes, we'll go over how it was, how it is, and then we'll go on a magical mystery tour
through the
up through the
interior.
ship.
Yeah. So it was a lot simpler, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was
So what do you guys think about pineapple
so we
pizza?
didn't have all the requirements.
I'm
in
fine
place.
with it.
Give it.
Components.
No components. The marketplaces.
I mean, pizza is pizza, but I don't put it on myself.
With Banu Merchantman 2.0, or in my head it's 3.0. We basically moved on to a fully upgraded interior. Roll drum. And so you can see from this cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show
Look at the size
all the
of
pathways in this ship. I feel
Wow.
like I'm banging this drum, but again, we did a lot of work on pathways and navigation.
People get
And
lost
so
in the
you can,
890. Ah.
As a trader, you're locked
I
off.
should
to
have left that
certain
image up
routes.
longer. I
As
want
a
to look at it more.
crew,
Yeah.
You've got access to everywhere, but as a trader, you're like, okay, I've got these areas
Spectre,
to
does anyone have one of the old ones
coming
that
from
he can buy off you
docking
for
collar, there's two
300?
different docking collars.
There's the larger
Ship
one on
to
one
ship.
side.
00, what's going on?
station.
Great to see you. Jeffrey,
that
Banner
funnels
ships
you
are
into the
known some of the
marketplace.
best of the
And
best
then
as
you
far as
can go back
components.
down through the
Spectre says
flipper or
here,
vice versa,
heresy.
the fuel scoop.
Long
And
shot
so,
says
in
pineapple
terms
doesn't
of
belong on
what's
anything
changed,
but fruit
we've,
pizza.
we've had to create space for the cargo.
And Spectre says it looks like it tripled
the
in
hangar
size.
for the Defender, that was a massive one.
Did you see the
so
size of those
a lot
engines?
of
My God.
I know.
Just shifting the internals around. There's two elevators in this. There's one for crew. There's one for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there, though, and to me that's kind of like part of the lure of the ship is that, like you say, the crew have their own everything itself, but the kind of like the people that are coming to spend money, that experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that ship. That's what makes it kind of so special.
A different experience to
Yeah.
coming on board it that way versus living on board it and
Yeah, totally.
working on board.
And so we'll see here that these are like previs images. These are straight out of 3D Studio Max with a bit of Photoshop.
Yeah,
magic.
Spectre, we could
But it's
just
giving
run the
you an
org
idea
off of the whole thing.
that going up the fuel scoop.
It's crazy.
or
Now
market
do the Kraken.
entrance, you'll have the awnings all folded out. It should be a real grand experience. Will we have red carpet?
I kind of like, I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
totally.
what it kind of
And
is.
Just have a
we had
Starfarer
some
follow it
reference
to
images
fuel
as
it
well
up as it
for the
goes. Well, it's got a
marketplace.
fuel scoop.
And
It
so
won't need the
here,
Starfarer.
basically, you've walked up, and you're again. This is always in this concept theory. Has always been this tree of life, essentially. So basically,
Quantum,
you
though.
enter at the base of the tree, and then it forms the spine, and then that tree branches out and basically reaches to the front of the ship. That's the theory. It's always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
And then you have that big central tree which houses components, and then that stretches out and back around to form.
So the line work in this is a little more sort of refined into it's
Curious to see how much money Star Citizen or CIG has made in the past hour.
Kind of gone for a slightly less
Quite a bit.
feeling.
Yeah.
Just to
like doesn't feel like it's actually a tree that has grown.
Probably
The ship
50
around
million.
this kind of organic thing. It is a huge.
I'm actually going to see if it shows
absolutely.
past hour.
And so
Oh yeah, they're
here is a
400
capture
grand,
from
500 grand.
3D Studio
Yeah,
Max.
Spectre says
Just
another
so it's
mill.
super clear.
550 grand since
where
hour 16 to hour
this is the
17.
lower floor, so the marketplace is split into 2 floors, 8 shops on each floor.
Well, I contributed.
No, sorry.
Oh, I did too.
4 shops from each one, 8 total.
And then you have this little walkway.
I mean, granted, I only contributed $60.
You can kind of see here, obviously,
Jellyfish!
I've got a flying jellyfish.
It all adds
the
up,
theory
man.
is that that'll be a
There you go.
holographic display, and hopefully the captain can.
You don't save those bottles
choose
and
what's
cans
on
for
there.
nothing, you know.
Special offer for the day.
Could be special offer. Could show a weapon. Could just have like butterflies flying around, whatever. But this really gives you a vibe of. The complexity of the Banu sort of folded metal, that organicness, and sort of just that overall experience.
The headaches that you're going to cause me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that Aladdin's
show the
cave.
pictures a little bit
You've got the
longer.
little jewels hanging off the.
I really like those though. The kind of.
I gotta start hovering over my screenshot key.
Stealing your thunder from
No, that's
future
fine,
thing. Yeah, but the sort of these jewels and stones that are kind of going to be used as light source throughout the ship, and I think that's kind of like really nice. Just like a bit different, yeah,
fluorescent tube.
Yeah, LED lights or.
Yeah, and so we really sort of pushed on that.
Yes, come to my Banu and buy my feminine stones.
There's basically, as part of the Tree of Life in the marketplace, is the elevator shaft, and so you can then go up there into the negotiation room, which was in the original.
One of the images that everyone remembers from the original concept was that.
Oh yeah, the negotiation room.
Yeah. And so we've kind of kept that, and we'll come to that in a second. But before you get there, you come out of the elevator, and you're sort of in a central corridor, which also leads to guests' habitation rooms.
All these trades often
nice.
take a long amount of time.
Like a dark crystal back there.
There's a lot of back and forth with the narrative team on this ship in particular.
It's going to be like the RP room. Like you're going to be like, man, can I get a deal on this? You're going to be like, no, come to the negotiation room.
It's all very small scale.
Spectre asking, is it going to have like hotel suites?
These trades can take.
I'm curious
days,
whether
weeks,
there's going to be.
months, so
There's got to be some type of medical on board.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think it'll have hotel. I don't think it'll have rooms for people who are visiting to purchase stuff.
They have like a base of operations.
It's not like
a.
Oh, does it?
Home.
Yeah,
so,
on that.
They
updated floor plan.
I guess somebody's
in the back it had guest rooms. I didn't see a medical though, but they won't leave it up there long enough to stare at it.
Kind of.
You want them to feel
Spectre
special,
says it
like,
have to have
the
medical
particular
somewhere. It's way too big. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, obviously they can design what they want to design into it, but I'm hoping it has some sort of medical at some point.
And so you can see here.
Well, if you think about it like this, okay, so the Banu are meant to live on board that thing as like their home. So for it to not have some medical capability, unless the Banu just don't care about, or maybe they just auto heal.
Maybe they have the regenerate or something.
So here is the conference room, which we just mentioned.
Robert, they get mining moles instead of defenders. Mole is a little bit bigger than a defender. It won't fit into that hangar most likely.
It's a display of wealth, right? If you can afford to waste a bit of space, essentially, if you could be like.
No, Spectre, they'll sell you med packs.
Spectre, if you trip and break a leg somewhere in that ship, you're gonna bleed out before you get anywhere.
And so that's kind of what we've been pushing with. So there's a lot of
there is a med.
commonality
There's a must-have med.
Okay.
I dumped a screenshot of the cutaway in the screenshots.
Again, you can see the sort of like carved gemstones inlaid with more gemstones, inlaid with gold.
Oh my God, beautiful.
Again, in terms of player experience, it's going to be totally different to anything that's happened. And we've still kept that viewpoint looking into the hangar. So
the cargo bay.
Sorry, into the cargo bay. And so, it's been quite a tussle trying to...
Yeah, seeing that, I'm starting to get envious.
What was that sci-fi show? I forgot the name of it now. Where the ship was alive.
If you're doing long-term
trials.
Oh,
Babylon 5 had one.
This is really sort of based on
the ship.
Again, keeping with the organic
story was
theme,
pretty much on the ship,
but pushing in a slightly different palette and materials, and so it's kind of based off of the.
I know there's a Star Trek Next Generations episode where they had that one ship that was alive.
Circles back on itself.
GOM 2.
It was like a space whale.
Internal wall
yeah.
that you go behind, and that's where
Robert,
toilet
shrimp and
shower
pineapple
all that
pizza
sort of
last
stuff.
Friday.
And then you've got the bed in
Farscape.
the
Shrimp and pineapple.
Oh, I never caught
little
Farscape.
seating area. So
Yeah, I heard it's really good. I never
kind
watched
of
it
like
either, though.
a real sort of organic.
Yeah, the ship
journey.
itself
So
was alive, I think.
again,
That's, if I'm thinking of the
just
right
pushing
one.
on leveraging that Xi'an tech as well. So the
Spectre
chairs
says
and the desk
Farscape
and
was good.
even the lights are just sort of held
Yeah,
held in space. So quite different. And so that's where the traders go, but the crew obviously has got access to the full ship.
I'm quickly starting to feel like I'm going to live on board my Banu merchantman.
Yeah. So the docking cargo.
That thing's beautiful.
It is.
That docking corridor is still quite elaborate, but
Yeah, Dark Matter said the Lex.
yeah, it's more of a
was the
shared
name of the ship.
space. There's
What's
some real
that?
technical elements in there in terms of
The Lex was the name of the ship.
Oh,
It's
okay.
ironic.
Oh, and
This
Farscape.
has always been a theory of you've got your superstructure.
Yeah,
then
that
you've got
takes
your
me back.
tech, and then you've got your
Manly, what's going on? Welcome over on Twitch.
the
cladding,
bodywork,
but
the
yeah,
cladding,
yeah.
and then there'll be areas where the sort of tech is revealed and stuff, and so by balancing those two, the proportions, you can kind of like alter the feel of the space, and so I mean it's going to be a journey for you guys of like how we achieve all this, but this is the corridor leading to the marketplace from the docking area, and so you've got that great big green ring, which kind of sort of that we kind of put that there and kind of thinking of it shows green when it's safe.
Yeah.
The docking, there's not some kind of
Yeah,
vintage
actually,
going on.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with the team this week actually about that exact thing, about kind of communicating to the player, but not in just as simple as something flashing on a screen or whatever else, but just having something a little bit.
Some dude asked if it comes with, does it have public toilets because they like to eat the mints? And I replied, those are micro hand soap beads.
And moving on to the habitation section where sort of crew can go, people who are familiar with the
Yeah, I want like
will
public
really
seating, like some
see
couches or something. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
TVs.
So,
Spectre's got a good
the
point.
amount of
This thing is
gold and shiny
practically its
stuff,
own flying space
to put it
station.
bluntly, is reduced, and so it goes to more matte materials. It's a little less display of wealth. It's a little more functional, but still got that 3D printing.
You get a lot of that sort of like layering in here as well, aren't you?
Yeah. That in the middle is the what do we call it? The magic tagine.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's fed from underneath, and you choose what you want, and then it appears, and the top comes off, and you get your food out.
Yeah.
Banu magic.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if it has some slot machines on the thing anywhere.
That could be a
Ooh, that's a good idea. The
It's a
gambling
tricky
chip.
one because it's a native
Little casino module, and you're cracking.
but it's got to support humans
Yes,
operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need, but as humans you
Yeah,
do.
the banner always they cater for both.
I think the gamble might be whether or not you can find your way
And
out of
so,
it.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Robert
a lot
says
of
Defiance
complex
and
stuff
Farscape.
to sort of get our heads around. Engineering, this is a work in progress shot.
It's one of my favourite bits, though. I really like this.
And you can't really tell from this shot, but it's essentially set over 3
Another
levels.
Eye of God.
You've got that main middle level, and you can
Yeah.
sort of get on mini lifts to drop down to components or walk up the stairs to some elevated stuff. But essentially, this is leading to the main central engine, and that.
Well, I mean, the whole back of the
sort
ship is
counts
just
with
one gigantic
all those
engine.
elements, and so you get this awesome
But what an engine.
shadow
Oh,
play
yeah.
basically going on in the room, like really sort of cinematic.
Looks extremely cool.
You'll need to go into a
Just
dry
if we can
dock
tie it to
for repairs.
either was it
No,
talking
imagine
about
like
tying it
flying
to
a small
damage
fighter
or
behind that thing, and you actually
It sounds like a
rear
good
end
idea,
it.
so
You're
I'm
just
gonna
going to fly
say
right
yes.
into the
if
engine and get
engine's
burned up.
malfunctioning and it's sort of slowing
Yeah.
down. Stuff like that.
Christ.
Cool.
I'll claim that one.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure what it was.
It's like a moth to the flame.
And then
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know,
that
in
engine
terms
looks
of
big enough to swallow a
cargo
Hornet.
space. What we're looking at here is like the 32 SCU sort of cargo boxes.
These are the big cargo containers that you see in all the
Ooh, with its own
the
crane?
rest stops and the cargo
Mhm.
decks. These are those, like the modern day big cargo
containers.
shipping containers.
Yeah.
They're quite hefty, and you can't.
What do you
so
think about
can't pick
that
them up
big
by
red
yourself,
beard?
and you can't really do it with handheld tractor beams. You need some. big-
Yes, and so we've got
Yeah, he's
hefty,
getting quite a beard on him.
moving mechanism in there at the moment, which you can control from this position that you can see in the screenshot. And so that'll be something else to work out, Ben. But
something else to work out, John.
But you know, it will be a really cool area, and sort of just below you, that's basically where the sort of the loading platform is.
Yeah, because it moves the cargo containers into that space,
Yes,
and then that
and then it
space kind of drops down, doesn't it? Yeah, so
Yes.
there will be that sort of like, oh, I need the bottom one on the third
Yes,
stack. You know, all right, okay,
yeah.
let's shift everything out. And
There is that sort of mini game of Jenga almost with how you're gonna access stuff.
Yeah.
And all the time you'll be able to see from the negotiation room
the poor guy moving it around, just
Yeah.
don't mess it up. But yeah, as a result of all those changes, the cargo capacity has gone down a little. I think it was a nebulous number to start with that had never really been proved
Still
out.
pretty
It's still
big.
big, so
Yeah.
it's around 2,800, which is not a small amount of cargo by any means.
Yeah.
So it's still well above most ships, but until you get to the hull series,
I was going to say, I can't remember what our whole series.
the hull is over 3,000, so it's
still, yeah,
it's a lot,
Plenty.
but maybe not quite as much as people were hoping for originally.
Although I think
It looks pretty though.
It does.
a loss of
Around
cargo,
2,800.
gaining so much more.
Yeah, at one point I think they were
It's always,
speculating it was going to be about
Give and
2,300.
take with these things of we could make every ship do everything, but then they just become these humongous vessels. So it's always a trade.
So moving now up to the bridge area, and what we're looking at here is very much work in progress. I mean, we are literally working on this right now. In the sort of top left, had to think then, is an image that we created sort of on round 2, and we're sort of leveraging that heavily. So a lot of those shapes will appear into this new stuff, but in this new sort of configuration, you're able to access the bridge, but you're also able to access the remote, not the man turret. It's more of an experience, and then also you've got side corridors which leads you to.
It's got a special name though.
It's like it's not a meditation room. I can't remember the name of it.
There was a approved name, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I can't think what it is.
It's kind of like a sort of sacred space where sort of the Banu can sort of pay. You know, we've kind of got sort of equivalent of prayer wheels. That's kind of the theory. So it's like this nice little calm space. So that's been quite fun. So there's a lot of
I just realized
on this ship.
they need a mobile potty ship.
You know, you often have your
Spectre says, call it sanctuary.
So, like I said, there's been a lot of thought.
What were you saying, Yeti?
I'm just saying, I'm kind of making a dumb joke. I was thinking they needed some of these ships don't have bathrooms on them, or enough bathrooms. They're going to need to come out with a ship that's nothing but bathrooms, that public bathroom ship.
So the space for 4
To follow you around.
Right.
And then they'll sell purified water after the fact.
Yeah, man.
Can go to
Isn't that the
That's
Anvil
originally what the
rear,
reclaimer was for. Right?
And water,
defender,
they're going to sell water,
and that
noodles,
leaves
and
2
protein bars.
to deal with everything else whilst you're flying around, because you can still
That's
trade
too
whilst
far.
flying around, but it's probably not the wisest of ideas if the person who's come on board to trade has left their ship behind.
Spectre says, call it the Porter
I mean, it
John.
might be good for negotiation.
Yeah, honey
Good
dipper.
for negotiations.
Yeah.
But that 8 crew can then fill the 8 shops if you're
The Grey
just
Cat
on
Blue
a
Bowl.
planet somewhere. You pull double G. You don't need to be flying if you landed. You can man your shop, or you can let one person do double duty in shops.
Yep. This is an example, well, a full-size image of that round 2 concept of the bridge, and again you can see the sort of the superstructure and all the layering basically. So you know we have changed the configuration since this image, but a lot of that theory is going to get transposed.
Yeah, imagine if there aren't any toilets, and it's like that's part of the Banu lore. They conserve, and don't waste resources.
From back to front, basically, always sort of this tree of life and going to the nose of the ship.
By the time people see this,
Maybe they just go to the tree of life.
Actually had someone start.
That's how the ship
start
grows.
looking at it.
Yeah.
So it's actually in production now after all these years.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
So,
This is actually one of the ships that I'm really excited about kind of playing with in game.
They just say that as of the time of
such
this
kind of-
video
I'd say
that
it's
should
got
be
that
in
kind of,
production.
full trading experience, but it feels like a proper home that you can can live on, and he's got a load of weaponry.
I don't know. Hold on.
And that people should be working on it.
And just get the guns out.
Yeah.
What's the Watch Star read?
So that was
it is being worked on.
Cool.
I just literally heard him say
Looking
that.
forward to seeing that go into production.
Yeah, but there are a lot of shoulds.
It's
should citizen.
Will be in production.
Yep.
It's a game of shifting priorities.
So to close our talk
Didn't
out,
he just say?
thought we would revisit the
We'll have the
idea
BMM
that we
in
had
6 months.
last time we did one of these.
Vanilla
panels.
Thunder,
We showed
which
some
the
concept
images
ships
would
or some
stay up
ideas for
longer as
concept
well.
ships, talked about it, and everyone voted for them. Obviously, as this is pre-recorded.
Well, if you can, watch it on
we can't
another
interact with the
monitor, like
crowd
watch it twice.
and,
That way you can freeze
get a
frame,
feel
you can
of
go
that.
back.
So,
Fight amongst ourselves.
I've literally
wrestle for which
Oh,
one we
go
do.
ahead.
I was saying, I literally got it running on 3 screens right now.
So at the end,
Spectre
Jared
says, imagine
will,
a BMM
explain
with
how
a
you
Kraken
can sort of
privateer,
vote
ship
or
the ship
express your
dock next to
preference
each
for
other.
What we show today.
That'd be pretty
and
legendary.
We'll see what comes of that. But first, let's go over what we did last time. So we had
It'd be like a
this
mall.
ground mining vehicle concept.
That's the Rock
We had
Diaz.
the Xi'an small cargo.
That's the Raylin.
We had the Tavaran light fighter. People may recognize a sort of a pattern emerging here.
Small refiner ship.
And then a small refinery ship. So let's see what's happened to those.
Oh,
over
just
the
say
last
refinery
few years.
ship? This is what I believe.
So that small ground miner turned into the Grey Cat Rock.
Yeah, I'm a little
Yes.
behind.
The Gatak Raylan was the Xi'an small cargo, and that was very close to that concept thumbnail that we did.
It was, wasn't it?
We have the Asperia Talon, which was the Talon light fighter. And then the fourth one, which is a bit of a mystery.
A mystery.
A mystery.
I like
Forced
this because
pun.
I'm not surprised it would be a miss.
You've got a couple of my favourite ships in that, so yeah, it's good.
Read your mind in the future.
Yeah.
So that fourth one, the small refinery ship, obviously people don't know about, but I can pretty confidently say people will know about it very soon. Fingers crossed. So it's a new year. We'll do it all again. We've got 4 more sort of cuts of options here. So
What do you mean
we'll
very
go over
soon?
those.
Fingers crossed.
Option
What?
A is a big explorer ship. So
Tell us now.
we obviously have the Carrack as the pinnacle of explorer ships, but there can always be more.
I want a Dune bug.
A competition of the character, really.
Yeah, maybe something Misky.
Spectre Misket's all we do.
Misk line.
Yep, I'm down for that.
We already have a Misk
And
ship.
we have a selection of
for
ground
exploration.
vehicles there. So there's a right mismatch there. So we've got 2 little small vehicles and what looks like an APC.
I mean, it looks like a ballista
chassis.
without the missiles.
They all look cool.
Yeah, the ground vehicles are kind of, although they're not as grand and exciting as the ships, I think they're just really fun. And it's nice. They're nice things to work on because they are kind of contained and they are quite.
Spectre wants
small.
the hover
They are-
ATV. That looks neat.
I was going to say like less complex, but they're probably not.
Give
that
me
much
my
less
sexy
complex than a ship
luxury
because they still require all
ground
the same
vehicles.
sort of setup and everything else.
And the confinement.
Yeah,
Everything
you
still
got
has
to
to
fit everything in a small space. But I think the ground vehicles kind of
See what
they just
Starport wrote?
add that.
No, I'm
extra
not watching
element of
the
fun
Discord
when
chat.
you are playing with your friends.
Don't
that
believe anything from this point onward.
It's not all just about space. We've got some beautiful planets and being able to explore them.
Gotta take a break. I'll be back.
All right.
By foot is good.
Yeah.
I don't see a floating noodle wagon there though.
Floating
noodle bike. That's still on the list. Yeah.
It's on my
PJ
list.
special. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a few. That
I mean, if you look at those
trying to,
images, a
like,
lot of them
just
look
jump
like
around with.
something we
Maybe
already
the
had. The
option C, this
APC
hover-
looks like
hover
the
vehicle could
Ballista,
be a
the
floating
bomber
vehicle.
looks like the Eclipse.
Delivery bike.
Delivery quad
Yeah.
bike.
Yeah.
Could be.
You need to be able to like fly in green zones though, wouldn't you? And that would
Yeah,
be like,
the Firefly hover bike.
actual kind
Yeah,
of
but I'm
landing
sure
zone.
they're using them as a base and then building
Yeah,
from
so
there.
we have some Gravlev bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable,
That one
secure
Explorer ship on the
option,
bottom almost
because
looks like
anyone
the
that's flying Gravlev
Starfarer.
bikes has
Yeah.
experienced probably some mild terror as they try and do
It's been a
turns.
while since
That
I've done
middle ground vehicle looks
Yeah,
a
we've
bit
not done
derpy to me.
I'm trying to think when the last proper Gravlev vehicle
Was that the top one or middle one?
Is the middle one of the wheeled vehicles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's been a
Spectre
while.
says the
So
ATV looks
the last
like a
option, option
frosty
D,
snowmobile.
is a bomber ship. So we have the Hercules A2, which is coming this patch. That obviously carries very big bombs.
Very
or a collection of smaller
Yeah,
bombs,
some very
but
good bombs.
it is our only dedicated ground bomber. We have bombers like the Retaliator and the Eclipse, but they're more torpedoes. This would be another single man, get in, get out, drop your bombs, job. So
Nice. I know I've kind of said I like all of them, but
Vanilla says they may be
think
variants of
the
current ships.
visual aesthetics of the bombers is kind of like the single seat bomber. They just look cool.
I think the hover vehicle for me.
Well, I haven't talked about that yet, have they?
I'll go for the
What's that?
Explorer ship at the start. 'Cause
The variant?
No.
I like big ships.
They haven't
Kinda
said
like-
anything about new variants.
You know, I was wondering if you were going to do it, and you
It's
did.
going in my head.
Yeah,
so I was
yeah.
like, do I stop with this? No.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a nice big explorer ship that you can have all your friends on board, because that's really where you have the huge amount of fun with Star Citizen,
Yeah.
is getting a group of friends together and just going off.
I just think
and causing chaos.
Visually, the small little.
And the ATV Spectre, I think, looks more like a speed buggy,
Can we
a
have
dune
one?
buggy,
Maybe.
or a jeep.
We'll
What
find
happens
out.
if we do
I'll
get like
take
a
a Jeep.
perfect split on the votes?
Yeah.
Like Jasmine come back to be like, well, actually,
Definitely don't condone trying to split the votes.
yeah.
So we have to make them all. But
Just double your team, Ben. Double the team.
it could happen.
I'll try. Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, that's a little wrap up at the end of the show. So obviously it would have been easier to do this in person, but the world we live in doesn't allow that at the moment.
Well, I really hope this means X1 is going to come sooner.
Yeah.
Jared will come on.
Yeah, I
in a
never
minute
hear
and
much about
explain
the
how to vote
X1.
for these. Leave your comments and suggestions on them, and we'll.
Long
we'll
shot
see
says
what
Star
happens.
Wars speeder.
That's a wrap for us. I'm John, if you don't realise. I'm the vehicle director.
I'm Ben.
All right,
SitizenCon
so I'm
done.
going to turn them
Yeah.
down here for
Yeah.
just a moment.
Yeah.
So that's the ship panel. Definitely a lot of information. We got information on the BMM. So right now, really still in production. Or just gone into production. They are working on it, but of course, no release date or anything like that. There's basically everybody's best guess is how long that's going to take. Obviously, we already saw the 400i, and now we've seen the Anvil Liberator, which is going to be almost, I wouldn't say so much an aircraft carrier as a landing craft, like what you would take from a ship to a beach. Those are actually the 400i and the Anvil Liberator are on the RSI site now, available for pledge. Okay, now this is funny.
Oh yeah, I need a beer.
Smoked beer. Now that's actually pretty good. I like that one. Yeah, that's the ship panel. So a lot of great information and some interesting stuff. Of course, they're going to open up voting for those 4 designs as to what they are going to approach first. And of course, right now we are coming up on the next panel, which is going to be Gen 12 and multi-core Vulcan with details of Gen 12 and the new rendering system in development for the PU and Squadron 42. That's going to be starting here in about 22 minutes, so we're going to take a break and step away, but we're going to leave the player-created content playing on the stream so you can enjoy that. But again, want to thank everybody for joining us. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Also follow on Twitch. Catch out our stream every Wednesday and Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And definitely appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully you're enjoying CitizenCon. Enjoy the videos, and we will be right back.
Yeah, party on, dudes.
Yes. Rolling. Buccaneer Bomber variant would be sweet. The A-10 of the verse. The A-10 of the verse is actually the Inferno is what that's going to be. But we'll keep our fingers crossed for something. All right, and we will be back before the next panel.
Subjugate your slaves if you leave.
Perhaps a little magic can happen in the cold vacuum space. From the producers of Replace Me comes a romantic comedy with a pirate's heart of gold, Sleepless in Stanton. Coming soon to the Spectrum on Cathcart Public Access.
We build more than money could afford and grow beyond what would define power.
we venture into the future and stand together in unity.
We are the Galactic Union.
Welcome back. You're watching CitizenCon 2951. Just in case you saw the Banu Merchantman and lost all sense of time, space, and reality there. That was the ship top presentation, followed by another set of community videos. So the 400i is real and visible. The Anvil Liberator may become the hero of Pyro when players are left without all the gas stations everywhere. And the Banu Merchantman aims to take the crowd of coolest spacecraft in the game. Like it didn't have it already. Plus, you can vote to prioritize one of the next ships to move into development. Voting should be enabled now on the very special comm link found on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And if it isn't, give it some time. I'm willing to bet the site is being hammered just a little bit at the moment. Now, as for what you folks had to say during the presentation, we're going to try this again. All right, Twitch chat, don't let me down. Dial Tone said, "Yo, dog, we heard you like ships, so we made a ship to ship your ships, so you can ship while you ship." Ora Valido said, "They're shipping the shippings. Been enjoying CitizenCon a lot. Thanks for the amazing work." Medusa1 says, "It's so stupid. I love it." I don't know which ship he's talking
Right now,
about,
the Explorer ship is in the lead on the voting.
Enigmarin says, "The new most important ship in Star Citizen." That's still me and Jay Lee, dude. Blix88 says, "Pocket carrier." Yes, finally, pocket carrier. And Lars19 says, "Balloon Merchunkman." I asked for the best of the best, and they gave me Lars19. Back to the 400i, that promotion should have launched just a little while ago, so be sure you check that out, as well as the pre-Q&A FAQ, where the community team anticipated some of your most likely questions and put them to John Crew ahead of time. I hope there's at least one question about the bathrooms there. Now, of course, what we really want to do is fly the 400i. And I'm pleased to report that the 400i is not only straight to flyable, but will be available when Alpha 315 goes to PTU for Wave 1 testers, subscribers, and concierge. And as for when that is, I'm told the platform team is literally watching this stream right now, waiting for me to say the word, and they will drop the patch. So all I have to do is say the word. Whew. That's a lot of pressure. But if I say the word and the patch drops, then they'll leave and I'll be here by myself. Why would I want that? You know, this reminds me of the time when I had that big crazy beard that I said I would shave when 3.0 came out. And then right before 3.0 came out, everybody was on the Go Live call and everybody was like, "Yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready." And then CR made everybody wait an additional 5 minutes just to torture me. You remember that, CR? Pepperidge Farms remembers that. All right, I've pushed the gag too far, as it seems. All right, here we go. Countdown ready. And 3, 2, 1...
Hilarious.
That was predictable. All right. Let's go now to Allie Brown, Christopher Bolte, and Daryl Barnes and learn more about Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulcan.
Well, looks like we're starting without Dark.
Hi, I'm Ali Brown, Director of Graphics Engineering here at Cloud Imperium Games. And today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. In addition to myself,
Ali Brown
we'll
looks
also
a
be
little
hearing
nervous.
from Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect, and Daryl Barnes, our graphics programmer. And today we're going to be
Glad they
talking
zoomed in
about
on
the
him.
need for our new renderer, the architecture,
He does look awkward.
Vulcan, which is the back-end API we use, and the progress of how we're doing so far, and then what's next for the graphics team. So, to help understand the need for the Gen 12 renderer, we first want to take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand how the new renderer will differ. So here you see a diagram, very simplified, of our overall architecture, and on the left-hand side you can see the 3D engine, and this is what manages all the visible objects in the scene, for example, their position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what should be sent through on screen each frame to the renderer. And obviously the job of the renderer is just to feed out the image at the end of the frame. And to do this, to manage this process, all of these objects have to pass through this single universal pipe, this conduit of information in the center. And as a result of that, every object has to come through with a certain amount of settings or paperwork and baggage to describe how they should be configured, and it's represented on the diagram by these switches. So this type of design initially seems very flexible. Having this universal pipe, you can very easily toggle certain settings and get a very different rendered result for each object. But the reality is actually that the
Patch notes are up for first wave PTO 3.15, so it might be going live today.
Welcome back,
Yeah.
Dark.
It hasn't hit yet.
And this has to happen for
The client, anyway.
Yeah, usually if they throw the the notes up, that's shortcoming afterwards.
And it also makes the renderer quite inflexible because
Man, exciting.
it's quite complicated and hard to change the architecture. So how does our Gen 12 renderer differ from this? Well, the methodology we're taking on is to try and make everything as explicit as possible. And we're trying to minimize all these redundant connections and switches and configuration options and try and get things much more streamlined. So to do this, each object in the world will directly communicate with the render pass responsible for drawing that object at startup time. So when the object is first spawned, it will communicate directly with the pass responsible for it and pre-configure everything possible at that stage. Now, this has a bunch of benefits. So by speaking directly to the thing that's rendering it, it doesn't have to worry about all the other rendering systems. So we end up with a much more limited set of parameters, both on the object and on the rendering pass. And all of the settings we do have are very relevant for the task, which makes things much less complicated. And it's easier to optimize, more flexible, and more modular. So each of these passes then goes on to generate lower-level commands that are actually going to map directly to our graphics API, which is the piece of software that sits just above your GPU driver. And this backend collects and executes all of these instructions. And because there is no high-level knowledge of the rendering in this backend, it's just simply just issuing commands. It ends up very simple and streamlined and much simpler than the equivalent on our old renderer. So the benefit of this simpler code is it's much easier to multi-thread, which is to say to run it on multiple CPU cores in parallel, something that is crucial for modern CPUs. So multi-threading is a complex and often misunderstood paradigm, so I thought it was worth us talking briefly about how we optimize multi-threaded code. And for that, I'm going to use an analogy of building a house, which is another complex engineering task with dependencies. So here you can see a list of tasks for a builder, a joiner, and an electrician, all running one after another, and there's dependencies between them shown in red. And in this example, the house is equivalent to rendering our frame. Each tradesman might be a different system, and then the capacity of 3 people
Spectre
in our
says, "Hell
house
yeah,
is
use my
equivalent to the
64
3
thread."
CPU cores we might have on our system.
Did I miss
And the
Jared's
occupancy
gag
as
during
in
the
the
break?
average number of people in the house
There's
is
3
effectively the same as the CPU or GPU utilization numbers you
3:15.
might see in Task Manager. So in this example,
So they
you can
did
see
start
that
this
the
panel
project takes
early then.
11 units of time
They did.
and is on
And they've
average
now
60%
launched on,
full.
or on PTU, they're
Now, this
launching
occupancy
immediately.
of 60% isn't the direct reason that it takes
All right,
11
well,
units
there we
of time,
go.
and that is in fact down
PTU
to the
is
critical path of
out
work
for wave
where
1.
the builder is blocking the joiner,
I
and
haven't
the
seen
joiner
it
is
come to
then
the
blocking the
client yet,
electrician.
though.
So the obvious
But we have
answer
patch
here
notes
is that
and
you
they're,
need
they're launching it
builder
right
or
now.
multiple builders
there's a
working
lot
in
in the patch
parallel to
notes to
unblock the
read.
joiner, and so on. You can keep on parallelizing this
Yep,
work
and actually
to try and
looking at the
reduce the
patch
critical
notes
path.
right
And that is
now.
our focus when we're optimizing multi-threaded code.
Let's
However,
see,
not
they
all
got the
tasks are trivial to
400i
run
in there, the
parallel, and
A2 is in
sometimes it's
there.
impossible to actually run them in parallel, so you'll end up with these
Orison
unallocated
version
capacity
2.
spikes
PTU's up.
and these bubbles.
Olisar
And
relocation.
in this case, if we imagine the
Arena
electrician
Commander,
was in fact
Broken
a
Moon
GPU,
refresh.
then The fact that it takes
Default
longer
joystick
is just going to
profile
result in a
updates,
CPU bubble, which is
ship
unavoidable.
combat
And this
updates,
type of thing happens
updated
very frequently if
capacitors
you
of the
have a
system with
configuration, for
0% power
example,
will
a very fast
continue to
GPU and a
reload
very slow
slowly.
CPU, then unavoidably one of them two systems is going to have a bubble. So we can fill these bubbles with non-critical work like streaming meshes or textures.
Gold standard on
and
the
this can help
Claudius is
fill
in.
the unused CPU capacity. And this can be useful to try and get some extra
Client
work done,
updates
but
available.
ultimately it's not going to improve the performance of the frame. And the point I really wanted to drive home was that
Make sure you
CPU and
guys
GPU
clear your
utilization, which are often looked at as
user
key
folder.
indicators of performance, aren't actually the direct thing we should be looking
And
at.
trolleys
No, really.
found in
Statistics,
Area
but
18
ultimately the
hangar
frame
should no
time is the
longer
only thing
clip
that
through the
matters, and the
floor.
critical path
So
results
check
from
this
that
out.
frame time.
I realize this. I
So
might not
as
be
we roll out
totally
Gen 12,
100%,
we'll
but I'm
hopefully
pretty
put some
sure
new
that
statistics in there
if you
that
don't,
players can
you know,
see
like
to
the
help them
issues that you
understand the
have,
performance
if by
and
not clearing
understand
user
these
folders,
bubbles,
it
and
creates,
hopefully
it does
give a little
create
bit clearer
issues,
insight
which
into
actually
performance of the
can
render.
influence
So
other
how we
people's
actually
gaming
achieve this
experience too. You
parallelism
know?
in practice, that's going to
So
come down
it's
to
just
two major
best.
changes.
It is best
One is the
practice to get used to
architectural
clearing it.
changes, which Christopher
We've
will
got
talk us through,
infiltrate and
and the
defend
second
missions are
is
now
the
in the
Vulcan graphics
PTU,
API
so
that
that
Daryl's
is
going to talk us
definitely
through.
something we're going to have
Welcome
to
to
try.
the next section of
Oh,
our
yeah.
Gen 12 renderer presentation. My name is Christopher Bolte, Core Engine Architect here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I would like to spend the next few minutes introducing the high-level architecture of our in-development Gen 12 renderer.
These guys are definitely developers.
For this section, I will focus on the rendering of object instances in the world, for example chairs, walls, characters,
I think
or spaceships.
everybody's downloading PT right
This
now.
part of the rendering
Oh,
pipeline
they
is called
have
scene object rendering
major bug
and has
fix.
largest impact
Asteroid
on runtime
FPS
performance.
deposits should now be able to be scanned.
There's also a lot of work happening on
Yes.
the architecture to manage operations which work on all pixels on the screen, so-called post effects, but I won't cover those. The current slide shows our existing renderer code setup. We have a main thread, which does all game simulation as well as figuring out what objects we should draw for every frame. And we have a render thread, which takes all those objects and translates their description into GPU commands to render them on the screen. The system is set up to double buffer the data. In other words, the render thread is working on data from the previous frame while the main thread produces data for the next frame. Such a setup allows easy performance improvements in some situations, but it also has two issues on modern hardware. First, the rendering code won't scale over multiple CPU cores, which can result in a bottleneck during execution. In other words, every visible object adds a certain cost. The more objects we render, the higher the cost. And as a single CPU processes this cost, no matter how well we optimize, at some object count we will run into performance issues. Second, since the main thread and render thread must be synchronized with vsync, we can end up with very
Make
bad
sure you
load
guys are
balancing.
copying your account
As shown
over
in the
to the
slide,
PTU.
if the main thread takes longer than the render thread has to be idle and wait, and vice versa. If the render thread takes longer, then the main thread has to wait. During such wait time, the CPU is underutilized, especially if waiting for the single core render thread. One goal for the Gen 12 renderer is to remove
And this
kind
is
of
true of
bottleneck
all
and instead architecture
renderers,
the system without those waits
including
and allowing every
DirectX
operation
12,
to utilize
Vulcan, all
all
of them.
CPU cores.
They all use one single
When we
thread, at
utilize
least
all
for the
CPU
main
cores,
renderer.
we would
But
still
they've
have an
tried
object
to
limit,
spread it out more
as
and
every
more.
visible object must be processed. But we can process a higher object count and at the same time reduce the latency on the main thread until all objects are processed, as we will be making better use of modern multi-core CPUs. Let's take a look at some details. For example, please keep in mind that the size of the sections are chosen to visualize the cost. Relation in size doesn't necessarily translate to the same relation in CPU cost. When looking at the cost of the operations done by the render thread, a pattern quickly emerges. We pay a similar cost for every rendered object. This is called a draw call. For every draw call, some time that is spent inside our own renderer code and some part of it is spent in the GPU driver code. In the next slide, we will cover
And by
our
cost,
current
he means
process
time, naturally.
as well as the next steps to move the draw call cost out of the render thread onto multiple CPU cores.
They have new
We
joystick
already have a
profiles.
level of parallelization on the main thread, used to find out what objects are visible. There we use our batch worker job system. This is a parallelization system to execute the same code on a different object instance over all CPU cores. To give an example, checking 400 objects can be split over 10 threads, so that every thread will be processed 40 objects. By doing that, the latency on the main thread for all front objects are done is divided by the number of
He's talking about, which is kind of interesting, using the extra threads of your processor to detect what wouldn't be needed to be rendered as a way of trying to reduce the rendering costs and thus speed up
but covering
the FPS.
those would be out of scope for this presentation. The visible check itself happens multiple times per object in a frame.
Arcade says, installing now, Bigger's Outpost 315 dropping now.
In shadows, or via remote location rendering.
If you're wave 1, it is enabled for subscribers and concierge. Yes.
The slides show those passes simplified, as we can have more than
Arcade
one
says
shadow
looks
pass,
like a
for
human
example.
Shrek.
Those visibility checks or culling operations.
E-Money says he's going to have a hard
CPU
time
cores
staying
of the
awake during
batch
this
worker
one.
system. When an object is determined to be
Yeah, this
visible,
is definitely more tech end,
its
but
rendering
it's useful
description is
information.
copied into multiple
Definitely
temporary
educating.
buffers.
Oh yeah.
Those temporary buffers are processed on the next render thread frame to submit every object's draw call to the GPU. In other words, object culling is already
But
at
you
the
get
point
this
where
with
we
every
want to
Citizen
have the
Con.
draw
Oh, yeah.
call processing. Right now, we are in the first implementation phase. We have defined our low-level code building blocks, ensured our APIs work, and are now in the process of moving our own rendering code out of the render thread into the existing batch worker execution. This is a very
So I
time-consuming
think part of why they're doing
as we need
this,
to change every rendering
because they're
feature in
also
a very
switching over to
old and
Vulcan,
large
right?
code base.
Part of the
But we
advantage
have
of
set it
Vulcan
up in a way to allow
is
us to
that
gradually move over
it's basically an
parts
API.
step
It's
by
what
step.
goes between
After
the
this operation
program
is done,
and the actual
we still
hardware.
copy state to a
And
temporary
by
buffer to be
simplifying
processed by
the
the render
number
thread. But the state which
things
we
that
copy
the
is
API
prepared in a
does,
way
and how
that
it
we
does
can
it,
directly send it to the
basically
GPU
speeds
with
up
minimal processing
how
on the render
fast it
thread.
can process things.
Doing this step will
And
already
so
give
by
us performance
speeding up how
benefits
fast it can
when we
process
are
things, you
render
can
thread
fit
bound.
more frames in
Less
there.
code will be run on the
And
render
so in
thread.
order to take advantage of that, they needed to optimize their end of
this
things
is a
so
necessary
they could
stepping
get things
stone
out
for the
faster as
next
well.
phase. After we manage to move our own rendering code to multiple CPU cores, we will start to utilize the Vulcan API. One major selling point of the newest generation of graphics APIs like
Exactly as
Vulcan
he says now.
is the possibility to generate GPU commands.
It's funny how we
multiple
can almost
threads.
predict what they're saying, you know, as
That
long
is
as you kind
something
of
which
know
wasn't
what's going
possible
on.
before. And mostly the
I
cause
found
for
myself
the
doing that
existing
during the
renderer
ship
design.
presentation
The
last
catch is,
panel.
to allow efficient parallel generation of GPU commands, the data must be prepared in a certain way. And that is what we are doing right now as part of porting the scene object rendering to Gen 12 and moving our renderer code to the batch worker system. When this is done, we can implement the parallel Vulkan backend and remove the render thread. After all that work is done, our renderer should be able to process a very high number of visible objects at lower impact on the frame time. At the same time, it will make better use of the available
Space
CPU
Tomato acting like a
resources
clown.
and have less idle
He just
time when
faded
batch
into his
systems
stream.
wait
It's
for
like
each
he
other.
didn't say anything. He just
Thank
sort of
you
looked
for
around
your
and like
time.
nodding his head
Daryl
like,
will
yeah,
now take over to cover the Vulcan side
What a
of the Gen
dork.
12 renderer.
Hi, my name is Daryl. I'm a graphics programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I work closely with Vulcan
Longshot
and
says
our graphics renderer.
increase FPS and
to
allow playability
make
on
the
lesser
game
than
look
top of the
as
line
good as it
PCs. I believe he's hoping.
So part of the main thing is that they're talking about render time,
So
which
what
is how long it
exactly
takes
is
to actually
Vulcan?
render frames.
Well,
And you can
Vulcan
actually
is
have
a
high
modern graphics
FPS,
API
but have
that
bad
allows
render
us as
times, which
developers to
cause
take greater
stuttering.
control
And so you
over
can't even tell
what
you have
you
a
as
good
a player
FPS. So really what they're
sees,
talking about
and
is
also
optimizing it so you can really have a much smoother
As you know,
experience. But
we
I don't know about
already have a
affecting
few
lesser than
areas
top of the line
of
PCs.
bottlenecking on
This
the
is like
CPU,
helping the
but the
top of the line
design of
PCs.
Vulcan allows us to alleviate these
I'm good with it.
bottlenecks by
Justin,
submitting
what's
work
going on?
in
Welcome
parallel
over there on
to the
YouTube.
GPU. So I would like to explain a bit more about the software stack that's involved with our graphics in the engine. So from the
Can't
image,
believe
you
they
can
started
see
this
that
one early
we
on.
have a renderer front end, a renderer back end, and as well
Sneaky,
the
sneaky.
graphics driver.
I know.
The Vulcan API generally sits at the renderer
Bailey's
back end
not, Bailey's
and
not happy.
allows us a fine-grained control
Sorry, we were here to cover
over
for you.
what we develop and how we develop for it. It also gives us flexibility for cross-platform, including Windows and Linux, and anything we may
So,
want to look
by the way,
at in the future.
DirectX 12 is
The graphics
also
driver
very
stage is not managed by
network
us,
error.
but we look at that
Never mind.
and we gather information and process any crashes or any issues that might happen, and then we can deal with those further down the line.
My stream
So
cut off for a
you can
second.
see
That was
now
annoying.
how graphics.
Yeah, I
APIs
think it was
have
via
changed over time.
Twitch, like
We're, of
Star
course,
Citizen. They had a
in
pause
the
there.
more modern
It happened
Yeah,
on all three.
actually,
Vulcan
yeah,
is on
happened
feature
on
parity,
YouTube also.
essentially, with
Yeah, it happened on all
other
three streams, and
APIs,
I'm watching on YouTube and Twitch.
DirectX 12 Ultimate. You might also be wondering.
But yeah,
what a graphics
DirectX 12
API
is very
is.
similar
You
in
may
terms
see
of
that
Vulcan.
as
They
a
actually
tool
both were developed at the
that
same
is
time
used
with
for
the same
development
idea
that
of
can
trying to
interface
offload
between
more
your graphics
to the
card
other
as
cores.
buyer and us as developers, so that we can give you the latest and greatest. Vulcan also has many features
But Vulcan
and
is just a
extensions
little bit
available
more
to it
efficient.
that we will be exploring in the future, such as variable rate shading, bindless resources, and GPU accelerated ray tracing. To address any issues, we also need
Good.
to collect
I was really
data
hoping they were going to bring ray
from
tracing.
our players' hardware, so that we can use that
Yeah,
to
we
target
kind of
specific
need reflections
features
and mirrors,
extensions.
dude. I hate
We're
to
not
say it,
aware
but
of
it kind
any
of takes a lot
large-scale
away from me, myself,
multiplayer
anyway.
games that
I'd like to see reflections.
data live
A little
in the exact
narcissism
same
there.
way we do.
Yeah,
Capturing this
you
data
know, I
allows
want to
us
be able to look
plan
up
ahead
skirts,
for any
you know.
optimizations,
Yeah.
and then leverage that for
All
the
right, give me one
larger majority
second,
of
guys. While
players,
they're talking about this, I have
so
a
we can
very
bring you the
angry
latest
puppy.
and greatest.
What is
On
your
screen at the
issue?
moment is a diagram that shows
back
the
outside.
distribution
Let's
available
go.
for Vulcan
She wants to
API
get into the
versions
PTU.
amongst currently active players. This was captured in the last 3 months, and as can be seen, there is 98% of players that are able to use Vulcan fully in 1.2. We did see a negligible amount of 1.0.
Oh,
and
that's the
some
one I
that were
want. That sounds
unavailable.
cool. Vulcan unavailable?
We are actively
Wow.
looking into these cases,
What version is that?
especially those that cannot currently run Vulcan.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
as it is seen as
Yeah,
unavailable.
those are people who have zero Vulcan
I'd like to take this
availability.
opportunity to also say, please update your drivers, as we do see a few cases where this can take you straight to the latest version. I'd like to now explain a bit more about
PSA.
the render graph.
Keep your
and
damn
how this
drivers
works
updated.
hand in hand with the
Yep.
Vulcan API in order to improve our usage of Vulcan.
Ah, the lunar ship matrix is updated.
So a render graph can be seen as a collection of stages that depend on each other. This then determines the ordering, the scheduling,
You get
and
a
the
Constellation
flow of the
Andromeda
actual
and a
frame.
325A as loners for
This allows
400i.
us also to then achieve any synchronization that we need to.
Hercules
during that
M2 and an F7CM
It
Super
also
Hornet
helps us
for
from a
Liberator.
design point of view, as we can look at the render graph and see where there may be issues or potential optimizations. The render graph also allows us to keep track of
That's surprising.
any
There's loaner
state
ships for
of
the 400.
resources, and we can also
It's probably going to be a point X
validate
patch.
against those resources.
No, it's available with the P2
Now
right
I'd
now,
like to
supposedly.
explain the render
They have them
graph
listed
as
for
a
the
whole
600, the
and
890, like
give you
all
an
the ships are
overview
listed.
of how it
Maybe
works
for the people
between
who don't have first wave
GPU
PT or the like
and
PTU, maybe it's
also
just like
how
the
it
loaner for the
works into
PU
render
until
graph frames.
3.15 hits.
So a frame is made up
Right,
of a
but it's kind of
collection
surprising they even
passes,
bothered.
and sometimes we require a texture to switch states.
We got to give you
perhaps
something for
between
what you paid for,
read and
especially
write.
if you are waiting
The
for
graphics driver
PTU to go
used to do
live.
this for us, but now with modern APIs such as Vulcan, we need to carry out this work ourselves. What the render graph will then do is insert a pipeline barrier into the render graph.
It was
Pass
actually
this
pretty good
work
forethought,
along
because if
to
they
the GPU
hadn't, it
and
would have
switch the
created
state.
kind of an uproar.
We can also
How
cache
come I didn't get a
the render
loaner?
graph
I think most people buying it are,
use any data
you know,
we
not
had
new
from a
players,
previous frame,
so they don't really
or perhaps
probably
similar
need it.
resources
You have a
as an
good point.
optimization. I'd now like to talk a bit about the synchronization that happens within the render graph and how resources change state. So the idea is that we want to switch the state of a resource as early as possible. We need to then also validate that this resource is in the correct state.
Ooh, I can launch it
So
into the
from the
PTU.
diagram, we can see that
Nice.
depth prepass writes to image A, but then later on we require to read from image A in the
Damn.
GBuffer.
Yeah, I don't have PTU access actually.
So to this end, we
Did you
insert
copy
a
your
pipeline
account?
barrier for this transition
No, it was
between the two
downloaded that thing.
passes.
I haven't done
Oh,
it
I
yet.
see.
These barriers are scheduled as GPU work, following a
Okay,
strict
need
ordering
ray tracing
dependent
around the
on
asteroid
other
field
work
so it
that may
shows
have
light
happened
bleed through the
previously.
mist.
All the work for a single stage within the frame.
Yeah, I still think they
can
need
be
to give
carried
us night
out
vision
in a
modes
single
or other
pipeline
modes, thermal
They've-
modes too.
They have talked about that. Yeah, that's coming.
Arcade says Vulcan
I'd now
unobtainable.
like to talk about some of the more nuanced areas of our Vulcan
Yeah, we're
implementation.
making jokes about that.
Oh, were you?
How this affects
Yeah,
us as
it was part of a chart that they displayed when you were gone. It was like before Vulcan. It was Vulcan on. I was like, what version is that? I want that.
Into SpearV.
Sounds fancy. Vulcan unavailable. Wow.
DXC is a more modern compiler and has features that span both the D3D set of APIs and Vulcan. HLSL
Gotta step away and grab some lunch.
Okay.
Good one, guys. See you around.
Have a good one, Mando.
Utilize and read in order to make work happen on your GPU. This HLSL is compiled down then into SpearV. SpearV itself is not as readable, as it is seen as an intermediate language between HLSL and shader microcode. SpearV
This is really technical.
I don't think he's stepped out into the
We can use
sun
this
anytime
then
in the last decade.
to create our
That's
shader
what I was
models
saying.
in Vulcan and
Yeah, but
optimize
neither have I.
any dead code away. DXE also gives us shader model 6. Shader models have progressed over time in HLSL, with shader model 6 now giving language support for GPU parallelism, as well as variable rate shading, amongst many other features. We can see here now a diagram of how our shader compilation happens. It starts at the shader author level. This is where one of our many developers will write a shader using HLSL code with some markup integrated into that HLSL. This HLSL is then passed to the preprocessor. The preprocessor then removes any of the additional code that we don't need and is dealt with accordingly, whilst then outputting just HLSL code. The HLSL code is then passed to DXC.
Yeah, are you downloading
DXC will
the?
change this.
Yeah, I just had to mute the
SpearV.
music.
It's at this stage that we can carry out any additional compiler optimizations.
Might as well get it done now,
and
because after
improve
CitizenCon,
compile
I gotta
time
run over to my
performance even
sister's
more.
real quick before I can get in.
SpearV is then passed to the driver, and the driver
Arcade, just
will
aesthetic
then
for
change this
HDR
into
can help clean up
microcode,
dark and bright areas.
which
Spend a
will
while
run
doing it. I
specifically
link
on
my
your
personal settings,
GPU
which
hardware.
sort out lighting issues.
As I've
For
previously
me,
mentioned,
color
there have
banding
been
on
several
10-bit
Vulcan core
monitor.
versions over time. Each one has added new features and extensions for us to
Arcade does
and
reshade,
develop
use it
with.
for HDR. You can
Two of
apply
these
heat
I'd
map
like to
night
explain a
vision
bit
and
more in
IR
detail
night
now
vision.
that we would like to look into and develop for in the
And
future.
Longshot's never
These
been
are
on
both
PTO.
bindless resourcing
Yeah, but
and also
yeah, but the
fragment shading rate.
heat map of that type
Fragment shading
isn't
rate
really a heat map.
No,
It
it's just
doesn't
as the
really.
same
Yeah,
as variable rate shading, as you may
yeah.
have
We want
already seen.
real heat
What this
values.
does is works
Arcade,
on
did PT
groups
log
of
in? I'm
pixels
downloading it
instead
right
of
now.
a singular pixel at a time within the shader. This allows less overhead in the frame, whilst at the same time allowing variable amounts of these
The
groups,
Liberator has 16
including
jump
variable
seats.
sizes, in order to
Yeah, so it
have
can
less
carry a pretty
fidelity
decent amount of
where
people.
may not be as important.
Yeah,
to
the
look
crews for all the ships it's holding.
Bindless
and
resourcing
tanks.
is where we
Yeah,
can take
it's
large
definitely a
groups
landing craft.
of textures, for example, and reach in and grab one of these inside the group. This gets rid of the overhead of specifically binding 2 slots within the shader. This also extends to other resources, including buffers. I'd now like to talk a bit about the video RAM involved in your graphics card. VRAM used to be managed by your graphics driver, but with Vulcan and other modern APIs, this is now managed by the developers. There are existing solutions towards this. However, we have decided to use our own implementation. This is because
Waiting on the
we
account
know
copy.
exactly what resources are used upfront
Probably
and how
was
much memory
taking a
these
while.
resources use.
It is.
Using
Because
this,
that's what
we
everybody's
can
doing.
potentially beat what the graphics driver used to be capable of. As we know all of our resource life cycles, we can take
They could
advantage
potentially
of that.
beat what the graphics driver
From the
does
diagram, we
automatically,
can see
or they
memory
could end up being
paged
worse.
in and out as it used to be when it was managed by the graphics driver.
It's a bit risky.
On the other side, we can see memory being allocated and then sub-allocated, and we can then offset into the data from this sub-allocation. The memory paging of years past could potentially result in a performance loss. because this was seen as a more one-size-fits-all. We, of course, want to avoid any of that performance loss and the memory cost involved by offsetting into these larger buffers. This can also help mitigate cache misses. This then leaves us with all of the allocation, freeing, usage, and reusage of resources. I'd now like to pass you back to Alistair Brown, the Director of...
I think that this also indicates that this game will take advantage of the rebar
we intended to expose some of
technology
this memory
in the new
management to the
graphics
player
cards.
through the advanced graphics options. We're going to let you tweak the memory assigned to each system so you can balance the preferred visuals and performance for your experience. For example, you may want to
Gen
balance
12's
the
coming
output
online
resolution of your
for us.
game to a higher resolution, but then sacrifice some shadow quality. Or
And just to
maybe
briefly
you want
mention,
to use
rebar
a
is
lower
basically
internal
when the
resolution and rely on
GPU
upsampling
the CPU is able to access
higher texture
directly the memory of
These
the
options
GPU
will all be
to
available
make
and
changes or
obviously
effects.
only capped by the hardware.
And that's a slight advantage.
So to summarize,
in the
with our
past, it
Gen
only
12
allowed
renderer,
in like
we're
100
hoping to
megabyte
achieve
chunk
something
of
that is
that
more
to be
efficient,
accessible to the
modular,
CPU. Now it's like the whole
flexible,
thing.
and
That actually
minimal
sounds quite
abstraction to the
useful.
hardware and uses modern
In
graphics
some
APIs
games, it actually
So now you know a
lowers
bit more about
performance.
what Gen 12
So
is.
it kind of like
I'll try and let you know
depends.
where we're up to. So we've done a huge amount of work already. The architecture is all in place, and we're using this hybrid rendering approach where we're combining elements of the old and new render at the same time to allow us to move piecemeal to the new system. All of the post effects, fog, and lighting have been converted over, and they're all enabled by default in 3.15. And the fundamentals of scene and geometry rendering are all in place, but they're still being worked on. So our main focus is finishing that off at the moment, and once that's done, our focus will shift to the remaining major systems, which are gas clouds, the render-to-texture system, and a few special cases for transparency. After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach. This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API at this point. And then our second milestone will be the Vulcan API release. That will be optional at first and then mandatory after we've removed all the bugs.
And part of the problem with
final
DirectX
milestone
11
will be
is that
when
it's
we have
very heavily
performed the
single
optimizations for
CPU
multi-threading.
core bound.
So that will only happen
It does
once
have
the
does
Vulcan
use
is
other
in place
threads,
and we
but
can finally look at the performance
it's
on the final
heavily
graphics
dependent on one thread
and
for the
optimize
main
all of the main
production of the images.
So after Gen 12, I just briefly wanted to
And
touch
that's what
on
we're
what
stuck
comes
with
next
for
for the
now.
graphics team. So a lot of Gen 12 has been focused on CPU performance. So after Gen 12, we really want to start looking at the GPU performance. The first few things we'd look at here were things that wouldn't change the visuals, just improve the frame rate. Things like DLSS, FSR, async compute, and variable rate shading. After we've improved this GPU performance, we want to start looking at some of the more exciting visual features. So then there is also mesh shaders and primitive shaders, which is technology we can use to generate procedural geometry. And this type of thing could be really exciting for things like the planets or asteroid fields where procedural geometry is critical. And then there's the big one, ray tracing. We're very excited to get onto ray tracing, especially to use it for lighting, such as global illumination, but also reflections and shadow quality. There's a lot of exciting areas for us to look into, and we can't wait to get into it. So that's it. I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone that's been involved in this technology. It's involved the graphics team, engine team, VFX, and Planet Tech all working together on a huge piece of code. And we can't wait to get into your hands as soon as possible.
The Rebel Fleet. That's a Jaeger. Now that's a fleet view there.
Nice.
We gotta do something like that.
In the PTU.
There you
Ooh,
go,
look at
Bright.
that.
Here's 600i.
Yep.
Re-entry effect.
Oh, and that's the special
The Millionaires
impossible to get
Club.
to. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have 1,042 referrals to get access. I can't wait to try those infiltrate and defend missions.
Or you need to have a relative who works at CIG.
So I would imagine the next panel will start early since that one did.
Absolutely, I'm sure.
Then again, they did say they increased the
Nowhere else
number
to
of
run.
videos they were going to show, so maybe that's why they started earlier.
I heard stories about
Well, that would have been a good place for them to put more of these community videos.
piracy, assassins.
But they didn't. They just went on.
You're the scum of the verse, they say. No job's too dirty.
Is that all you've heard about us?
Nah. You have a code. Which means I
What you guys gonna do
out of
with
this.
your home residence for the PTU?
The poll actually is like 70% revamped.
All right.
For the org.
That's where I was going to go.
Smart choice.
Right now, they still have that issue with the vehicles spawning on Orison or Area 18. You lose all your ground vehicles.
Are you traveling the stars? Exploring the galaxy? That's lonely, lonely, hungry work. Always remember, though, Big Benny's with you. Big Benny always has your back. Big Benny, eat his food.
I'm Big Benny, and I approve this message.
Benny!
Oh, God.
The dude really said, update your drivers. These are my favorite kind of panels because they're precisely the kind of thing no other game studio would ever dream of sharing with folks. And as CitizenCon 2951 rolls along, there was a lot to take in there, wasn't there? I know server meshing and the like are the big buzzwords, but there are a lot of performance improvements to be gained throughout the teams on Star Citizen. And for graphics, they're not only moving to Gen 12 and the faster and more flexible renderer that it brings, they're also focused on re-engineering for multi-core systems to provide improved CPU performance and remove some of our worst bottlenecks. And that all of this work starts with DirectX 11, but will transition into Vulcan once things are ready. Now, the work of these folks, the meshing folks, the database folks, the optimization folks, and countless other folks, I've used that word a lot, from teams across every studio is how we're going to get Star Citizen to that performance promised land. And it takes all these teams to make that dream a reality. And
I guess you could say
speaking
Jared's
of
very folksy.
dreams made reality. Hey, Sleepless in Stanton folks, don't think I forgot about you. Don't think because you're a community effort, I can't expect and demand a full-length feature. I await my screener. And in other community news, one of the best things to come out of the Star Citizen community over the years has been the creation of an app called Game Glass. It's an app that turns your tablet or phone into a control surface for the game.
Paid advertising?
So let's take a closer look at that now.
Well, Game Glass is very popular. I've actually used it, but I found that for me, it was quicker to just use the keyboard or controls at my fingertips than using a separate pad. And I had a 10-inch pad to use.
This is totally paid advertising.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it had a lot of great functions, though. Arcade.
No, interesting. Final Fantasy 14 was there. It's a popular one.
Yeah. Arcade says Intel named their first GPU after him. Just give away accounts and have them preset with your own referral code.
Up next, we've got Anise, Mark, Morgan,
And of
Will,
course,
and
anybody
Marco
that is
taking
looking
a
to
look
get
at
into
some
Star
of the new
Citizen,
tools
there's a
currently in
referral code
development,
on the bottom of the
including
screen there. Use
Rastar,
that, you'll get an extra
which you may
5,000
have seen a little bit of in the
when you
Pyro
start the
presentation.
game with a
Crafting worlds, planetary
paid
tech and
package.
tools starts now.
And we are moving into the next panel, so thank you everybody for joining us. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Also follow on Twitch. And don't forget, we'll be here through the end of the CitizenCon.
Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of
Wave
Technology,
1
and we're
PTU
going
is
to talk
out for all
about some new
concierge and
planetary
subscribers.
features
So
today.
copy over those
First,
accounts,
Anis
delete your
is
user
going to give
folders,
us an
and
introduction
download
about
that.
Gen 12
400i
and what
is
that
confirmed
means
to be
for
in
planets.
the Wave 1
Then
patch.
Will is going to talk
It's
about
taking a long time to
dynamic
copy your account
foliage,
over, by the way.
shaders, plants, and seasons, and he's
I
going
would
to
imagine
show
they
us
got
a
everybody
river game as
doing it
well.
right now.
Then Mark and
there's no
Morgan
surprise.
are going to talk about Rasta, our new base building tool. So let's get started with Anis.
Hi, my name is Anis and I'm Senior Engine Programmer here in Cloud Imperium Games. My main responsibility is the development of Star Citizen planetary technology, with a focus on
Krywo says
planetary
he's trying to
elements
launch
rendering.
in, and it gives him the place to pick a spawn point, but nothing's populating.
Yeah, same here.
While
I
there
don't
is
know if
another
that's how you
talk
got
dedicated to Gen
to.
12, I wanted to touch a
Or
little
if there's,
bit
you
on
got
how it applies
select your
specifically
primary
to planets.
resident someplace else.
It's our
No, it should be
rendering
the drop
abstraction
down
layer
wherever
API.
you select the
It
spawn
aims to
in. It
provide
should just
next
set it at
generation
that time.
features
So there's
for our
probably
3D engine
remember they had
by
that issue
reducing
a
some
while
CPU
ago.
latency and rendering common
Yeah, I'm gonna try to
submission
reload.
overhead,
Oh, allow
which is a
access.
significant bottleneck for our game. Part of our recent
Maybe that had
efforts
something
have
to do with
been
I'm
put to
reloading.
modernize our
Yeah,
old
see, I
school
just got the
renderer
email that my
to
account
shape it
copied
in a
over.
conformant modern API rendering style to be suitable for the newest low overhead APIs such as Vulcan. Today, I'm going to talk a bit about Gen 12 benefits for planetary rendering
Yeah,
features.
mine got copied over
As
15
I
minutes
said,
ago.
Gen 12 key aspect is performance. The way this is
Mine
achieved
hasn't.
is to make command submission easier for
So you see
multiple
right now what they're
CPUs.
talking about is
All
how.
Gen's rendering APIs rely
Remember how
on
we
a
were
single
talking about how
thread,
the
in which
API
you have the
Vulcan
view of a
uses
single
much less
timeline where
like
GPU commands are
functions,
guaranteed
and
to
that
be
makes it more
executed in
efficient.
order.
They're
The
having
driver does the
to
rest
go
and is
back and like
responsible to handle
make
memory
sure
and
everything in the
synchronization.
game
Gen
renders
12
in a
can
way
scale
that
much
uses
better,
that more efficient way.
thanks to the ability to
And
dispatch in parallel
obviously,
commands
looking at
that are
planets is a
submitted
big
from
part of the
different
game.
execution units.
So
The
they
memory
gotta make
is
that
directly
beautiful and
handled by the
still
renderer, and
efficient in the
synchronization
new
primitives
process.
are used to
Nice.
make sure commands
Reloading the
dispatched
launcher worked
in the
for me,
right
by the
order
way.
by considering
Yeah, so
cross
it looks
dependencies
like
between
it auto
resources.
set it to Loreville, and he goes to
Since the rendering
go
driver
in,
is
and it gives him
thinner
the choice to change
and
it,
more
but it's not allowing
responsibility
him
is
to
given
change
to game
it. I wonder if
developers,
they're forcing everybody down
this
to
opened
Loreville
a
on
new
the patch.
opportunity to forge a new renderer
I was
for
able to select move
specific
average.
needs
Oh,
a
you
game
were?
like Star Citizen might have.
Yeah, I had to reload my launcher.
Our
But I
planetary
came back in
technology
and they were
introduced a
all
new
available.
set of engineering
So I'm loading.
challenges. So we need to be very creative due to the fact that most game industry standards techniques are not working very well for Star Citizen. Thanks to Gen 12
Let's
optimizations,
hope
we
they
can
fix
push our
that
planetary
13K
rendering
lockup
computational budgets
nonsense.
to perform
According to the
more
patch
GPU
notes,
operations.
I believe it
This
says that they
translates
did.
to better visuals, more details, and less compromises. As a member of the Planetech team, I will show you some
Yeah, and see what the
improvements
guy's talking about
we've
now is how
recently made
the old
for
way
our
was slow.
planetary terrain rendering
The old way of rendering all the
We
beautiful
made
stuff
two
they want to
important
render.
terrain improvements. The first is at ground scale level, and the second is for large scale purpose. Both techniques use dynamic tessellation. Dynamic tessellation is a GPU feature, which allows to increase the triangle count on the fly, before a sterilization stage occurs. The new triangle are then manipulated to shape the terrain high-frequency details and improve surface visuals. This new technique is replacing our parallax relief mapping, which is a per-pixel technique. And instead of creating geometric details like tessellation does, it works by simulating details after the rasterization stage, with a cheaper approach
just
by
reading.
tracing rays from camera to surface.
They're probably not used to being on
The
camera.
second improvement targets planet visuals at long distance.
He's also
This
not
technique is
blinking.
also tessellation driven, and it aims to improve terrain-ocean
It's a sign of a
intersection, where
homicidal
CPU
killer right
geometric
there.
representation
Long shot
lacks for
says
enough control points in the
the
geometry.
referral bonus, you get a total
We
of
reached the
5,000,
conclusion.
not an
Thank you very much,
additional,
and
or at
enjoy
least
the rest
that
of
was
CitizenCon.
the way when he used his
Thanks,
referral
Denise.
code.
I'm Will
Instead
Hayne.
of
I work
starting
on
at
the Planet Tech
1,000
team.
AUEC, he started at 5,000.
Over the past few months, I've been working on a number of improvements to our ecosystem spawning system, which is the system that spawns all of the objects on all of the planets. We've been doing this to give our artists more power and flexibility, as well as improved performance for everyone playing the game. The first thing that I did was a complete overhaul of how we spawn the objects. We used to spawn them on each terrain patch as that terrain patch was created, but this meant that we were limited in our control in that we could only spawn new objects when we were creating new terrain patches. The new system has an entirely separate grid division of the planet, and this means that we have a lot more control over the resolution of our objects when they're spawned and how we spread it across multiple frames, which means that we get better performance.
No
in the
worries,
client.
long shot.
This also means that we were able to add a setting for the clients to control how far away each object preset was spawned. The next improvement we've started to look at
It's
is
kind of
making the
embarrassing that it
ecosystems
wasn't that way
react
from the,
to
from
their
the start.
situation and surroundings more. For example, we can now introduce scaling biases for temperature and humidity so that certain objects, when in higher humidity, can be bigger or smaller, and the same for temperature. A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning using tokens, which means that we can specialize our object presets better for different
So I
planets.
selected New Babbage,
For
but it
example,
put me
we
in
have
Area
something similar
18.
for rocks. That means if you put a rock on a snowy
Did it
planet,
really?
it goes snowy, and if you put it on a sandy planet, it looks sandy. Now we can do something similar for animals. We can specify a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow, this might spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit, and in the jungle,
Animals,
this might
I
spawn
love
something
this.
completely different. We've also begun to experiment with a new foliage shader that takes
Gather
into
the
account
hunting
health of
party
the
on the
plant
400i
based on
and
its
go out.
surroundings again,
Yeah.
and
Long
the current
shot.
season
Good
of
to
the
hear
plant,
you're doing
though what
better
you're seeing on the
today.
screen is far from final. In the same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas. We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts, and of course my favorite thing to work on, rivers. In the
You know,
most
that
recent
water
couple
looks
months,
much
I've been
better
doing
than
more work
anything
on the
they've had in
rivers
the game
to prepare them to be closer to what we would consider shippable, so that we can get them out to the players. This has included finer
Rivers, and then
control
maybe
of both the
fish.
shape
We
of
can
our
add fish
rivers
into the
as
game.
they flow from
I
springs
want to
to
go fishing
larger
in Star
rivers,
Citizen. I
but
think it'd be
also
a
the
pretty cool
objects that spawn
experience.
around our rivers, so we have control over what spawns in the water,
Yeah, I want a
what is
three-eyed
spawning on the
fish,
banks
like
of the
from
river,
The
and what is
Simpsons.
spawning further away
Right,
and
get that
blending
crap
it
on
into the
Hearthstone.
biome that it flows through. The other thing that we've added as well is a wet edge around
Ah,
rocks
poor
both in
Hearthstone.
the sea and in rivers, which reflects the fact that they've
It's their own
probably
fault,
wet
man.
from the river, and so they look a lot more shiny.
From what I
We've also been
understand, it
working
was
on
actually quite a
introducing
pretty
basins
planet before
to
they
the
started
river
ripping it
system
to
so
shreds
that we
with
can have
industry.
more natural pauses in our river systems and other bodies of
And then
water
maybe you,
than
you
just the
fish in like New Babbage and you
Another
get some
major
like
change was to
glowing
stop using the
koi or
planet's
some
ocean mesh
cool
and just
looking
displacing it up to
thing,
the
you
river,
know?
and instead building specific river mesh sections around the river. This means that we can have far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material.
Well, it was a
and
pleasant
shaper,
surprise
meaning
that they
we can
dropped
specify colours,
3.5,
flow,
or yeah, the
and other
PTU so
properties
early.
of the river
I
water
figured they would have
separately
waited
to the
until
ocean
after
of that planet.
CitizenCon was over.
Rivers aren't done
Yeah,
yet,
I'm in
but they're
now.
closer
It's,
to being
it's
used in
running a
production
little
than ever
hitchy,
before.
but it's not so bad.
The
43
next steps
FPS even
include
right
a
here
planet
in
populating tool, so one click to create
Area
an entire
18,
river
45,
system across the
46,
planet,
47.
and maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that
Not
comes.
too shabby.
See,
Next
Nordic
is,
over on
Mark and
Twitch.
Morgan.
Hi, Dark and
Thanks,
Company.
everyone.
What ship do you look forward to the most? 400i or Liberator? I'm actually on board with the 400i. I've already got mine, so I'm itching to get in there. I'm not 100% sold on the Liberator myself.
Yeah, the 400i looks like it's gonna be
What
cozy.
is
You
Rasta?
know, the little back area with the little
Rasta is our
wraparound
work
window.
in progress
You know,
tool for
feels
planetary
cozy.
locations creation and edition. The name stands for a mix of RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star, as well you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus, as it's now object container oriented, it can be used for outpost, caves, or even derelicts.
I think the PTU is getting
And
hammered really badly.
It
Oh, I'm
works as a
sure. I'm
modular
sure
system
probably they
where
lost a bunch of
applications
viewers
will in
as
fact
soon as
be
that
made of
went
small
live.
elements
Yeah,
that
count
will
on
be
it. It's
Especially
getting...
after
just like
being
you
after
do
the
in
ship
City
panel, a
Builder
lot of people
RTS
hit
editor.
the
In
technical
a matter
stuff.
of minutes, we now have it.
Yeah, they're down
where
there,
we can
26,000,
create a bunch of cool
27,000
game
viewers.
You could always go back and watch this stuff later, too.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the thing.
Can I just
Let's
have
go to Mark,
1%
who will
of
tell us
the
about the connectors.
26,000?
Thanks, Morgan. So,
No
I'm
kidding.
Mark,
I'm also a tools developer
Board
for the
Gamer
Plan
had
Tech team.
1,100
Do
at
you know
one
what's better
point.
than placing everything by hand?
I've got
Not
30.
placing everything by hand.
I'm happy with the
In order
30.
to
I'm
do
happy
that,
to have
we use
every
what
one
we
of those
call
30 here.
connectors.
I told you, bro, you're
Basically,
growing. You're
artists
gonna
create small
grow.
parts of
And this
homesteads
next year, you're
that
gonna
we can then
pop. You
snap
watch.
together. Every
Well,
part
right
is
now
modular,
I'm
so we can,
debating
interchange
on the streams
multiple ones
as far as
in order to have procedural
whether I'm going to
homesteads.
continue to
Every
multi-stream
change is
or
very
if
simple.
I'm going
We can
to
change like,
isolate
the
it
whole
over to
inside
Twitch
of a homestead,
for the most
or
part. So
only
that I just
the
threw a
building
poll up on the
that is
community
part of the
page on the YouTube channel.
In that
You
way,
want to be able to partner?
it's very easy to make
I
a lot
doubt
of
I'd
different
ever make
buildings.
partner, but
Once something is
something
connected,
that
it is
because
considered
right
part
now
of the
all the
whole.
revenue
So
from
it moves as
YouTube
well.
goes towards the
It can be
giveaways,
deleted
and that all
changed,
comes
and
from the
it's
videos. But
basically
if
all
I throw
connected.
in
So,
Twitch and I do
back to you,
affiliate
Morgan.
and I get a little more
And
revenue
last
there,
but
I
not
can do
least,
bigger and better
some of you
giveaways.
may
I
have
want to give
noticed
away a
that the UI
Polaris.
is not
I'd
looking
love to
quite
give
like
away
an
a
engine
Polaris.
UI. And that's
Yeah.
normal, as it's based on our
But
in-game
right
UI
now,
building blocks. And
it
that
doesn't
for a
bring
reason.
in enough revenue to do
Well,
that.
today it's being used by
Yeah,
our
I know what you mean,
developers.
man.
One day, when it's ready,
I was
and
all
been
excited when I
properly
got to give
tested
away that Ares
internally,
Inferno.
we'll make a version
That was
available
awesome.
to you.
Listen, the truth of it,
And Rasta,
of it
it's
is this
will
hobby,
make you
business
a
business you
pioneer.
got going on. It's smart to like try new things, try different things, see what works. If it don't work, go back to what you were doing before. You know.
Yeah, that is the one good thing is that I can always
Thank you for
cancel it at
watching.
any time.
We are
You're
very
not
excited
really
about
going to
the
hurt
tech
yourself
we've shown
because
you
once
today,
people
and we
like
hope
kind
you
of
enjoy
catch
the
you
rest of
and
Digital
see your
CitizenCon.
good stuff, then they stay with you.
Yeah.
It's just getting that initial sort of group of people to
So
start
that was a
watching
small
you.
sample of what our team
It would be
is
nicer
working
to be
on.
able to
I hope
have
you
some bigger
have enjoyed
giveaways,
it.
though.
Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
thanks for watching.
Absolutely.
And bigger events.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, if it wasn't for some of the people in the
No,
org
it's
and all
not
that, I
me.
wouldn't have been
It's
able to
time
have
for-
all the giveaways I've had.
Oh, I got
Locker.
I've got an A2 in my hangar, and I don't own one.
No, you get it if you're a subscriber. You get it for testing in the PTU, and then you get it for the first week in live.
I'm gonna go bomb something.
Just pick it up.
That's why everyone's trying on her thing for the bombers.
After I get back to my sisters tonight, we will be bombing.
Yeah, but can you bomb a bomber while the other bomber is bombing?
We can try.
That will be the question.
So, again, it looks like that panel is all completed. We're back to some creator content videos. I want to thank everybody for joining us. Definitely would love to hear some of your guys' opinions out there as far as if we do decide to move our stream over to Twitch. There's a poll on the community page. Shoot on over there. Answer that. I'd definitely love to hear your feedback. Looking to continue to grow as well as be able to provide more back to you guys for watching. So definitely let me know what you think. But we're going to be here through the end. Oh, Pico. Pico is flying the Connie. We're going to be here through the end of the day and really appreciate you guys being here. But don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Follow us on Twitch as well as on YouTube. And check out the Patreon as well as the members page. There's a lot of great packages there. And definitely it's greatly appreciated because, like I said, that all goes into being able to do the giveaways.
Out on the frontier,
and
there are
hopefully one day I'll be able to call somebody up
You've
and
got
tell them that they're
somebody to
getting a
help you
Polaris
find.
or something. So thank you again for all the
give you my
support.
number.
Somebody to pick you up when you're down. Somebody to watch your back out there in the black. We're recruiting.
Oh yeah, that was a creepy
industrial,
Pico. Like you'll enter, it's like when you enter a room and you don't think anyone's watching,
and merchant
and you
divisions.
turn
So if you think
and you
you've
see
got what it
Pico
takes to
staring
make
at
it on
you.
the frontier, think Frontier Consolidate.
Yeah, I'm like not blinking.
It started in Port Olisar.
The first case was 6 years ago. Nobody knows what happened. He just dropped dead.
Now it's spread through the stand.
Patient Zero.
Oh, we're gonna have Star Citizen zombies.
What a pretty skin. This Hercules A2 is pretty.
Backspace. We followed an elite team of researchers in a race to contain
It's K-Dark. I'm in the
Why
PQ,
can't I
but I
recreate
can't
it?
get past
I
the
just don't know what
select
we're
your
missing.
starting place.
Yeah,
Professor,
Yeti had to
there's a new case
restart
nearby.
his, and
We
so
need to
did
check it out.
Cryo to get it to work. He finally got in on
Okay, stop
Hurston,
it.
Yeti got in on New
Time.
Babbage.
Yeah, close your launcher down completely and then reopen it.
Already did.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just
Marv.
that overloaded.
Marv asking, why do you want to go to Twitch? Well, I'm already streaming on Twitch and YouTube. As far as what I use to be able to do the giveaways and do events for the org when I'm able to run them and all that, it's coming from the revenue from the videos. Actually, the streams are not producing any revenue per se on YouTube. Of course, I love doing them and love interacting with everybody. But my thought was, if I grow on Twitch, then there's that possibility there with affiliate to get some more advertising and things like that from that, as well as maybe some people that don't go to YouTube to be able to do bigger, better events, bigger giveaways. Like I said, would love to really, be able to give away a Polaris or something like that.
Both Project Black Space and Garden Interstellar.
Arcade, did they add
at least we all know what my
scaling?
surprise
Mini model
voice sounds
textures
like
have been
now.
scaled down, which improves
That was
performance in Arena Commander.
That was the
and
Planet
the
Tech
player
panel,
model.
and the big news
Not sure
watching
if
the
they
chat
did.
was
But he says
clearly
Arena Commander is
the
smooth.
beginnings of which will one day let players build their own outposts like the ones we've seen, and others still yet to come. But up next, the cosplay contest returned this year, and it's been open for a couple months now. So the community team narrowed it down to a couple finalists, and then their panel of judges have selected
a lot
the
of
winners.
the slowdown that we experience in games
I
come
was
from
not
the
asked to
servers
judge
and
this
our
year.
computers waiting for
Why was I not asked to
updates
judge
on
this year?
positions of things.
Yeah, I mean, there's also an aspect there that
It
you
might
have
be
to
because
admit
they
is
figured
your
out I
own
was
network and all
buzzed
that,
on
depending
British
on
cough
where you're
syrup during the
located, your
2019
provider,
event.
and all that too, though.
Right, but the point is simply that
So let's take a look now
you're
at some
lagged
of the
because you're waiting on the network traffic,
Yeah,
I'll be back
rather
in a little
than
bit,
what your
guys.
computer.
I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
All right.
So yeah, if you really want to feel like what your computer can really do, then just go to Arena Commander, do a single player thing.
Oh
Pilot
yeah,
zone, whatever.
I hit like 80 FPS in Arena Commander all the time and bigger.
Yeah.
Replace me. Star Kitten helmet. That is awesome. That's a hell of a big backpack.
And the Grim Hex girls.
Yep. Another Star Kitten. That's funny.
It's so large.
All right, and the winners. Let's see what we have here. In third place, Calamity, who's worked to prove that it's not all about
That dragon
armors
is
and
so
weapons.
ugly.
Sometimes you just have to look good on the dance floor at Wally's bar.
I mean, not her,
In
but I mean,
second
like
place,
the designers who
Diabolus,
made that
back
tail
again,
on
and
that
always
jacket.
a force to be reckoned with.
hate it.
This
Now
time
that
rocking
armor set,
legacy
that
heavy
looks
outlaw
good.
armor and a laser sword. You can't just
Yeah, but those eyes are-
there's your sword.
Can you? And finally, in
They
first
better give us
place,
a laser sword,
it's
damn it.
OG Star Citizen Ken Shadow, who returns with a Grey Cat Errol armor, complete with backpack created through a combination of EVA foam, 3D printed PLA,
it
and
worked this
poured
time.
resin for the clear pieces. Now, true story, I once spent the day pushing Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taken advantage of. Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote. I forgot to ask what the prize was, so I
Wow,
have no
people
idea
make
what
some
any of these
crazy
people
suits.
won, but I'm going to assume it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the one questions you could ever want. Congratulations, everyone.
So let's see. After that,
Up
we're going
next,
into
it's
the
one folks
crafting
have been waiting
world,
for.
planetary tools,
Paul
tech,
Rendell
and new tech
and Benoit
features. Oh, that's
Beausejour
what we just
take
watched,
us
isn't it?
through the programming and
That's right.
engineering
Yes.
looking glass.
So we're moving
with
into server meshing
and
and the state of persistence. So
Starting
I'm
now.
Oh yeah.
gonna go ahead and grab mystery.
Yep, and I'm gonna jump out, I guess.
All right.
Yep.
Take care,
Thank you,
guys.
Bright, for joining us. I
Thanks.
greatly
server,
appreciate
which
it,
has
man.
been ingrained sinn's the beginning, has changed to
Yeah,
become
no
a
problem.
mesh of servers.
So how do we solve this?
Afternoon, everybody.
The answer
Hey,
should be
Mystery,
simple.
what's going on?
Not a whole lot. We were just sitting down there enjoying all the good stuff we've seen so far.
Oh, you jumped into the PTU?
Hi, my name is Paul Reiner, and I'm the
we're just in
Director
the
for Online
main show,
Technology here at
voice chat.
CAG.
Ah.
I wanted to take this year's CitizenCon as an opportunity to give you some insight into our exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology. In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beauséjour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering persistent streaming. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi Paul, hi everybody. I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool, let's get started.
So
Before we
the
look into
Liberator
persistent
is
streaming and server
575
meshing, how
on the
this new
ship
technology
upgrade.
will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how
Oh,
our
that
solar
Liberator
system is
is
set up.
that's awesome.
Each solar system can be seen as one giant level containing every
Kinda
single
really want
object
one.
inside the solar system, from the sun to the Vindual rock, stand as
think
one
one-
large map.
I'm
Since
just
this
not
is a
sold
lot
on
of
it.
data, the setup is
I'll
split
probably
up
get
into
one
hierarchy
in-game.
of
I don't
listed
think
object
that I'll be buying one
containers,
off the
which can be
store.
streamed in and out
Well, I think it would
individually.
be awesome
If you
to
look at an abstract
complement,
view of
like,
Stanton,
a
it all
Kraken
starts
or
with one
something.
solar system root object
Or
container.
like
This
you can
object
use some
container
C2s
contains the
and
sun,
those
the planets, and the moons around each planet.
drop
Each
a
of
ton
those
of stuff on a
locations then
planet.
has its own object
Yeah.
container, and
It's
if you take a
definitely an
closer look
equipment
at a
mover,
moon,
and
you will
that's
find
a
the entities best
serious
around the moon
appeal.
inside this object container. For example, a space station orbiting the moon. This setup keeps repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object container. Additionally to the static hierarchy of object containers, there are also all the dynamic entities which bring the universe to life. NPCs, an interactive vending machine, and of course players and spaceships. Most of
All right,
these
I'll be back.
entities
Okay.
are made of a hierarchy as well. For example, a player has his body, an undersuit, and armor attached to it, and they are all child entities of the player. The streaming system treats these mini hierarchies as streaming groups to make sure that an object like a spaceship is always streamed in as one unit. Loading the entirety of Stanton into memory and simulating every single entity would be very expensive, especially on the client, but also on a single server. That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's point of view are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixels based on distance to the player. So while a large object like a moon will be considered inside the bubble from far away, a small object like a ship will only be considered inside when it's much closer to the player.
Marv,
When the
did they
player
ever
starts
extend the
moving
stream
across the
time on
universe,
Twitch?
entities that
There's
leave the
not
streaming
any
bubble will
limit that I'm
become
aware of.
unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client. Entities that enter the streaming
sorry, I
bubble
missed your
will
comment.
get bound to the
It
client,
says,
which
wonder
caused
if
the
you can
network
later
layer to
run a
replicate these
Liberator
entities
and
to the
Prospector
client,
and move a lot more
effectively
cargo
streaming
that
them in.
way. I would
We
imagine
call
so.
this
It's going to
technique
have, what you
entity
say,
bind
400
culling
some on
because
SDU?
streaming on the client is
Yeah.
driven by the network layer.
And Arcade says
binding and
Liberator
unbinding
looks like a
entities.
crucible without a
If
garage.
entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities are also streamed out on the server. They go back into a dormant state where they are not simulated.
And Marv, to answer your question, so far out of the 4 votes on the community page,
This
it's
model works
100%
quite well on the
that
client.
people would
However, it doesn't
definitely
scale
go
well
over
on the
to
server.
watch on Twitch.
While we do stream entities on the server, if no players close to them, a poor distribution of players will cause the DGS to load most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases.
Of course, they
And
have
that
to use
basically
an
nullifies
interest
the
as the
benefit
model
of
to
server
show the
side
bubble.
Right.
So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stanton system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted. The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation costs between each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize state between each server. With our current architecture, depending on division of the simulation and the overlap, this would require a lot of synchronization points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in the worst case, each node would need to talk to each other node in the mesh, severely limiting our ability to scale it. To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server node. This server node connects to the replication layer, very similar to a client, and only a subset of entities are replicated to that server node. Replication to server nodes is controlled by the network bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier, and is driven by streaming bubbles, and it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location. To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh. Since we now mesh multiple server instances together to simulate a shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel. However, this technology is going to enable us to start scaling the universe to become a true MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance, and for this we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming. Previously, the entity state was held entirely in memory on the dedicated game server. And besides some selected persistent player items, all that state would be lost when the servers shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state from the entity graph. As player connect to the shard and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alters the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Banu is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today in the game, where only items you own are actually stored. Our objective is to be able to save the state of the replication layer, which includes all entities in a given universe shard, in order to provide a truly persistent world, where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages.
Different servers.
We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic index list of nodes and edges, and those edges between those nodes are optimized in a sharded database.
But I think they're going full on.
But in order to properly explain the system, we must first view the game world as the game engine sees it. Game objects are constructed of several game entities linked together in hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which is a specialized kind of graph. This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned territories. For example, a ship is made up of several entities that make up different parts of the entire playable vehicle. Each part is parented to another entity until the root of the ship is reached. Each of these entity nodes holds properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game. The class of object it is, the item type, its legal owner, orientation, and of course its very precise physical location within the game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship root. We call this small graph of item an aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you're talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label. Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up and find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve parts of the graph or when we look up specific nodes. Those labels exist to allow correct reversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe root, star system root.
What he likes about this is the
this allows us to really look up and index those types.
This could develop into
but the tree depth doesn't stop
on
there.
Super steroid.
Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each
I'm
of
not
those
sure
structural
how
entities
EVE
have to be
Online
fleshed
runs all
out.
their stuff.
Object
but,
containers are the
I mean,
building
it
blocks of how
definitely
space
sounds
division
like
is
this is gonna
achieved,
put
which
it through the
aggregates,
roof.
and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In
really have
fact, most
giant
major areas
horde
of
versus
ships are
horde
represented
battles and
as
stuff now.
OC entities attached to
Well,
ship
yeah,
root,
'cause with the
or another
server
OC.
meshing, you're not limited
The
to
shape
the
of this
50-person
data
limit
actually
for
takes
the
in
most
reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with, like elevators, beds, guns, seats, gimbals, and others. In addition to object containers that make up the structure of the ship, Other aggregates can also be attached within the hierarchy of our ship. For example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of our colony will be attached as a sub-aggregate attached to your ship's cargo grid. Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves expose item ports, allowing guns to be mounted. For each of those
Yeah, I was just thinking this will allow them to actually have armories
This document
filled
contains
out.
all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities. This data is the dynamic part of the model where game developers can
Nordic.
persist
Their way
variables
to
on
tackle
any
high
entity
server
in the
load is
game
to slow
world,
down the
according
play
to the rules
speed
of the
for
game
all
component.
in the high
For
load
example,
space on
damage
T.
state and health data are stored within the snapshot document of
Right,
those
you
ship
can just
entities.
say, oh, well, now it's unlimited,
Storing
and there's
and
still
retrieving
breaking
data
points
in
on
graph
how much
form
the hardware and
really
the
have
programming
some
can handle.
awesome properties.
So here, gotta say the
It's a
geek in
native
me
structure to the game
is
engine, so it gets loaded rapidly.
systems,
It's very
local
simple and
economies
effective
controlled
to
by
serialize
all
and
kinds
transport
of
because it's
juicy
just a list
stuff.
of nodes and edges.
No, we will not control.
There are optimized databases that we can use that
Oh,
allow us to
gotta say the
fetch
geek in me
entities
is finding this
recursively in a
discussion really
traversal
fascinating.
rapidly.
It is.
And the data set can be sharded across multiple database instances reliably. One key element here and one big
Marv
advantage
said
of
player
having
owned
a graph
station
data is
systems,
also that we
local
can reduce
economies
writes.
controlled by
So,
Fang, all kinds of juicy stuff.
in order to reduce that, all the hierarchical changes that we
doing.
need to do can be minimized. For
I
example,
think that's the
if
key
we
thing
want
is
a
that
detach
a
mutation
lot of people
command will detach an
don't
entity
know
from the
about this
hierarchy. In this case, a single edge must be erased, which is a very inexpensive
I think they're
operation.
doing a really good job of
A nice side
explaining it,
effect
too.
of this is
Yeah,
also
they
that
are.
it's the same operation whether we're detaching a single entity or an entire aggregate. In both cases, the single edge must be erased in order to perform the detach. Rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist. That is good because that happens very frequently. Compared to a columnar approach where index columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the aggregate route, this is really a great performance
a single shard and phenomenal
the same properties
hardware
apply
for
with the
battles
detach
with
command,
hundreds
which
of
will only have to
simultaneous
create a
players.
single edge when rejoining items to the hierarchy, be it via attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking
Yeah, I
hub.
came into Eve a little bit later and just
The
couldn't
attach
get
and
off the
detach
ground
commands
in the
are
game.
two of the many semantic
I've never
commands that
even
the
tried
Entity
it.
Graph
It's
API
never
proposes,
really
allowing
captured
to
my
express a mutation to the
intent.
graph.
Well, it hasn't captured my
Other example
fascination.
of the different commands are
it's like a
create,
spreadsheet in
possess,
space.
transfer, stack, unstack,
I mean,
change
I had trouble
location,
really
change
getting
snapshot,
into
bury,
Elite Dangerous.
stow, and unstow. One
But with
important
this
change,
game, I
in
got
addition,
in
that
day
comes
one
about
and
with the entity graph
I
is
was
also
sold.
how mutations are applied to the database.
Yeah, I think I got Elite for free
Each
from one of
mutation is
the
composed of
setups,
multiple
and
commands
I'm
which are
playing Star
executed
Citizen, so I
in
don't
sequence,
really want to
but
go
committed
into
transactionally
Elite.
to the database.
Yeah,
Maybe
They
missing
either
out, but-
succeed
I got
together
it dirt
or
cheap on a
fail
Steam
and roll
sale.
back together.
Yeah.
This ensures that the changes to the graph are always consistent and no lost writes or errors can cause data corruption. For example, a mutation consisting of detach, transfer, and an attach commands would succeed only if all three commands are applied successfully. The system retrieves a constant ordered streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are enqueued in durable queues to ensure that no
Longshot
message is
says,
lost even
Elite
if the
was,
service is
free on
unavailable
Epic Store.
or paused.
Yeah, that's
It's
where I got it.
important
Yeah,
to
right when they
understand
just before they
that the
came
graph
out with, I
does
think,
not only
Odyssey,
cover
their
your
most
ships
recent.
and items,
Yeah,
but
the Odyssey
entire
one that
game
everybody's
world
upset
is
with.
made of this way.
Yeah,
Your
they
ship
lost
is
a lot of
actually
people to
attached to
that.
the zone
Oh
host
yeah,
location
I mean, if
you
you
travel
look on
on.
YouTube, there's
Your
videos
playing
all over
character
the
is
place
attached to
of
your ship
elite,
seat when you are
you
piloting
know,
it, just like
elite
planets
player
are attached
coming
to
to
their
Star
star system
Citizen
rings.
blown away.
Oh, first time in Stanton and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Elite got
The game
or
world, though,
got
must
Elite because
exist in
he owns
persistence before it
VR
can
but
be
never used
replicated
it.
and
Though
mutated.
his brother,
This
who
is
has
part of
played
a
it in
process
VR,
called
swears it's
seeding,
amazing.
where a new database is created by the
Nordical
replication layer.
Spectres talking Nordical.
It is
about
during that
Eve,
process that
and
millions
Robert
of
says
entities
he
are
thinks the
initially
economy
created
and
in a sort of
industry
a
of
big
Eve
bang.
with Star Citizen
At this
would be a big
stage, every
compilation.
object container, every minor or major entity, from planets to doorknobs, are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that the designers decided was the initial state of the world. This process goes down from the universe root to the star system root, and into the different areas and planets, into their landing zone, their buildings, their rooms, down to the smallest possible entity. There are multiple types of entities that are created during this process. First
Robert
are
says he did Eve
unstreamable
for about a
entities, which make
decade.
up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see, but are part of and always present
Well,
on
that's
every
dedication.
worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities that others entities.
I agree with Zahir on that one.
Static
I was thinking the same
entities
thing.
make
after
up the game
seeing
world that you cannot interact
Pyro
with.
worlds and
Most
stuff,
map
how
objects
dark
that
and
make up
dingy they
buildings
look
like the
Blade
Hurston
Runner.
Tower,
Yep.
rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are entities that you, as a player, can manipulate. A bottle on a bar, a door in a level, a ship component, everything you interact with when you're playing the game. Of course, during seeding, all object containers are also seeded as part of this hierarchy and inform the shape of the loadable subgraphs. The seeding process takes a couple minutes to complete. Once created, this newly seeded database represents a full dimension of the universe and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, your playing character entity moves from location to location, getting attached to new zones as you travel. Your player aggregate is itself part of the Jang graph, and your location and state are persisted by the replication layer scribes to the entity graph of your given territory. When you interact with dynamic objects and their properties change, the state
Star Wars
of that
Squadrons
entity
is
will not
available
persist
for
until
free on Twitch Prime right now. Actually, I already have it on Steam.
There are, in fact, multiple copies of the universe that are seeded at a given time. We call those shards. Each shard is a unique copy of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states. Think of it as an alternate universe. Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed, might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows. A single shard can grow to host multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and can grow substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are needed. As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play on, using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session, and or which shards still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard you expect to be as a player.
Long shot wanted to pass along to everybody that all Star Citizen shards for Star Citizen on Game Glass are free right now.
It would be terrible if you lost items you used
Nordic
when you were
Star
in a given
will
shard
pick up
versus
VR
another,
once more
or if
when
your
they
character
have
was
Gen
bound
12
to a
and
shard
Vulcan
forever.
running nicely. I know their
To
plan is
alleviate
to
this,
eventually
the system includes
implement
the
the
concept
VR.
of stowed and unstowed entities. An item is considered unstowed
Yeah, we were
when it is
talking about that
currently
earlier.
active
Just
in a
can't
shard
wait to have a
database
VR,
and
just
being
even if it's just a
actively
headset,
simulated
so I can
on by
look
the worker
around.
nodes of
I have the
replication
Oculus.
layer.
I love it.
Stowed entities
Well, I
are
have the
player-owned
Oculus
entities
Quest
that are
too.
stowed in inventory containers or
Spectre,
location
jump back into the server now. Have
Those
access to
entities
PT,
live
what's
in
going on.
another
He's not in
database
wave
entirely,
one.
called the
It's
global
not
database.
uncommon
A
if you
large
were a
clustered
subscriber
database
and you
that
canceled
spans
at
all
some point.
shards.
Sometimes it
Aggregate
doesn't clear
roots in
that
that
out.
shard
If
are
you look at like
stored and
Moreland,
linked with edges
he
to
still gets
inventory nodes.
subscriber flare
Any
every month,
entity
even
in a
though he
shard can have
canceled
an
like a
inventory
year
node
ago.
in global for stowing things in it. For example, a box entity
And
that
yes,
is
he has
unstowed in a
reported it.
shard would have an
They just
inventory
haven't
node in the
fixed
global
it.
database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database
And actually,
while
the
keeping
Quest
the
2 right
live
now
aggregate within the shard.
Definitely a steal because
As you
I got
transition
mine when
between
they
shards,
first released.
your playing
Now,
character gets
the lowest model
unstowed
has
into
twice
the
as much
selected
memory
shard. This process
as what I
effectively
got for the same
moves your
price.
player aggregate data
Nice.
from the global database to the shard database.
So here, from the way
Your
this
player
guy's
entity now gets
talking, it's
simulated by
making him
game
wonder
worker nodes
about
and is
things
being
like bad
updated
bed
at a regular
logouts,
rate
or if
as
my
you
PC
play and
crashes
move
or
around the game
30K, would it mean
Accessing
I'd
items
load
that
back
are stowed
to
like
where
a
I
ship
left?
from the
It means
ASOP
that you
terminal is
wouldn't have
basically
to be
reading
so
the
concerned
inventory
about
contents of the
30Ks.
global
It
graph
won't
at your
just
location.
destroy you.
Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship
And
to be
this is
spawned, the system
kind of a
will
thing that's
unstow the
going to
ship
help
onto a landing
alleviate
pad by
that. You
submitting a
run
shard
cargo,
mutation.
you do mining, you 30K,
Alternatively,
your
when
ship
a
doesn't
ship gets
get
despawned
lost.
during parking at a
And
rest
it's
stop, the
not
ship gets
something
stowed
that
back into the
causes
global
you to
database,
lose the
making it available
commodities.
for unstow in any shard.
Yeah, as a space
The
trucker,
global
that's always
database is where
my greatest
all of your
fear.
stowed items will
Mhm.
live.
I mean,
Hero
it's far
items will
less than
always
what it
be
used to
available
be.
for unstow in
Yeah.
any shard if they are not already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority,
Right,
so
can't
that
wait for
only game
315.
worker
Robert
nodes in the
Zahir,
right
you
shard
might
can
have a
update
local
unstowed
state
entities
data.
in that shard. This brings about a nice
Spectre, you'll
property
never
of the
find
server
it.
meshing and persistent streaming architecture.
I'm not sure if
in that
server meshing
the
would
state
mean
of
you'd
the
have to
entities
go
are
search
being
for it, because a
persisted
lot of times,
transactionally
don't
during
forget, you have a
play,
marker
be
for
it
the
in a
last
shard
ship that
or
you were
global
in.
database through stowing.
And you
Single
have the
server
track
crash,
option
or
on the
30K,
ASOP,
should
which
no longer
will
result
give
in
you a
item
marker
loss.
to where the ship is.
This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the write-intensive workloads that are handled by the individual shard database. The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe
You'll never
you're
find
currently
the
playing in.
404, okay.
Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't
guy kind of
have
reminds
this
me of
issue of
Hans Gruber.
synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication.
This guy almost reminds me
which is
more of
used to push
Dieter
and
than
get
the other
updates for
guy.
entities of interest.
Yeah.
The
Dieter
second
Dunst now.
advantage is that the same streaming and replication logic that we already use for clients
There's a kitchen
can be
on
applied
the
to
A2.
servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance.
He's another person
It also
that I
allows
haven't
us to
seen
increase
blink yet.
resilience down the road. As long as a client is connected to the replication layer, the
Right,
client
yes,
stays
Hans.
connected, even if the server node
Yeah, he
crashes.
does have a cool shirt. I do like
In this
the
case, the
Mandalorian
simulation
shirt.
for an entity may be stopped for a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just continue. While the underlying tech is close to completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined sections of the solar system. This will reduce the amount of authority transfer that game code has to address in this first release. There will also be a lot of challenges for the game services
Arcade
and
says some of
game
them look
feature
like they
teams.
have wigs on.
Maybe Benoit can give a little bit more.
Like
yeah,
this guy.
there are many parts of the game
Right.
that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that has to rely on the concept of a server, right? Currently, when you connect to a game server, we know what match you're in.
See, if
so
I
to send
understand it
messages and
correctly
update
also,
to that
but
server,
server
we
meshing
simply
could
locate your
alleviate
active match
30K.
and then send those messages out there.
Yeah.
That concept needs to change because
Meaning
we now
it
have a
wouldn't
mesh
even be
to
a
deal
concern
with.
because
So
they
there are
wouldn't
multiple
occur
game
because
servers
you
that need to
have
receive this
all those
information. They need to be able to
nodes
subscribe
acting as
dynamically
one
to it
thing,
or
keep everything
unsubscribe
running. If
dynamically to
something
players
goes down, it just
transitioning
moves it over to another
through
one.
them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on
I
the
just
game
want to be able to
server. These
stock
now need to
the
be
kitchen
spawned
in my ship
globally within the
with
shard and
burritos
also
and
persist their state.
sodas,
So all
so I don't have to
services
go
that are
to a
attached to
station.
missions, whether it's the quantum system in the back end or the quasar tools, need to now know about the
I
concept
wouldn't be
of
able to
shard.
use the bars
This
on my
also
ship.
goes deep into like things
Right,
that are
you got the
mechanical,
890.
like
Yeah.
getting global
Oh,
chat
no,
to
that's
work
bought
on a
in-game.
server. That concept now needs to be
Oh, okay.
extended.
Yeah,
to the
I'm
shard, where
not
This will
buying that
probably
in
push us
real
to
pledge.
implement this as a
Spectre,
location
kind of
based
like
chip.
running hard drives in
And so
a RAID
many
configuration.
teams in
Yeah, I
the
mean,
company
really, it
now need
kind of
to
is.
change their feature to take
It's
into
very
account the
similar to
meshing
doing a
technology
RAID.
that's behind it, because the concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Yeah, exactly. So I also
I
want
mean,
to shout out to
ultimately,
the
if you
network
think
team
about
who's
it, it
working
is
on the
kind of like a
replication
RAID.
layer and the bind culling, as well as the persistent tech team who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology. There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology.
See, the thing that
Thank you
gets
for your
me
time.
is definitely the comments and the things I see out there, the people saying, oh, you're coming out with ships. Why aren't you doing server meshing? You're doing all that. And the point is lost that these are completely separate teams. And the people working on server meshing don't have the talents of the people that work on ships. And the people that work on ships know nothing about server meshing. So it's not an interchangeable thing. These are completely different entities.
100%.
You're back.
All right. And it looks like we're done with that server meshing panel. Definitely some interesting information there. And hopefully everybody enjoyed that. And coming up next is going to be the sound of space. This is going to be the audio panel on the audio tech of the verse. And Mystery's going to be sticking around with us for that. And then after that, we're going to have the systemic gameplay with Tony Z. So once Tony Z gets up, just know you're going to have a glassed over appearance in my eyes as I drool and have no idea what he's talking about. That's why we're bringing Spectre Actual in to help with that. And then, of course, we'll have our closing with Chris Roberts. So I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Also follow on Twitch. And definitely throw comments in there. Let us know what you think. What's your favorite panel? What kind of things do you think that you're looking most forward to? But I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes, and we're going to let the player-created content run here. And Mystery, thanks for joining us for that panel. Hopefully, you'll probably know more about the audio stuff than I will.
Yeah, I love the audio, especially the sound and everything else, and voiceover IP.
That works. I'm not a VoIP person. I leave that up to our network team at the hospitals to work on. So I will be back in just a moment.
It's not about doing the job. It's about doing the job right.
Right. Love audio bright. Well,
no
definitely if you want to join for the audio panel bright, feel free to. Just throw a message.
You need the right tools. Argo Astronautics. Doing the job right.
So this community showcase things are doing really well. These things are really good.
From our starfarers to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the verse, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life.
I was hoping the same thing, Mystic, because this stuff is very creative. I like to think I'm a creative person until I see people do stuff like this, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Ultima
I
Energy.
still got some work to do.
Who said he could use my set? All right, fine. So we're going to redo the whole thing now with no graphics and orange lights. Ready? So we introduced the replication layer, a new and improved architecture for meshing servers. It solves our problems observed in the naive meshing approach, namely multiple connections and authority. The entity graph is the persistence of the replication layer and uses graph data to persist the entire game universe. And the main focus of all of this is on making all game systems and features work in a no server concept, where multiple servers are needed. Also, that the first release will likely be a static server mesh, and it will come, as all things do, I see you asking in the chat, when we feel it's ready. He really comes in here and uses my lights. Now, moving along, earlier in the day, we saw the first look at the Anvil Liberator, revealed earlier today during the Ship Talk panel. So check out the website to learn more, and you can submit your questions for the Q&A on Spectrum that'll be released in the coming days. Also, don't forget about the hashtag SC Watch Party on Twitter and Instagram contest. I can't help but notice that morphologists and Burks have one going, and I wasn't invited. I mean, I wasn't invited to any of them now that I think about it. I mean, 315's not out yet. I could just backspace and respawn there in a jip. I was going to do a gag where I hit the button and then fell on the floor, but I don't feel like it anymore. But up next, my vote for Sleeper Hit of the Day. Addie and Graham take us into the world of Claudius, the next big thing from CIG Audio, in the sounds of space, starting now.
The audio and music of this game is amazing. Sometimes I'll just play it on loop just to listen to it.
It is.
Hi, my name's Graham Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hello, I'm Eddie Kelch, and I'm one of the sound designers working at Cloud Imperium Games.
And we're here to talk about some of the big developments we've got going on in audio tech, specifically SIG Audio and Claudius, which is a new audio engine layer and associated tool that we hope will greatly improve the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
And with the Claudius tool, we aim to streamline that process as much as possible. This talk will be very much focused on workflow and tech, and as such, there won't be too many sort of exciting explosion sounds going off and things like that. But, you know, this is all about how we improve the workflow for our sound design team, and we know these guys can make amazing sounds anyway.
Thanks, Graham.
I see they started another panel early on me.
Yeah, they just started the audio.
So
one
before
up,
we
yeah.
get into the new stuff, let's take a little look at
Wonder
the
why
history
they're
and where we
pushing
are now,
so fast
and what inspired
ahead.
us to go down this development path. Up until this point, so much of the data that we use has been owned and stored in the data of other tools that are not owned by the audio team or by the audio code team. Tools such as Mannequin, the character tool, TrackView, UI code, DataForge. All of these tools are designed for other teams to work with, and audio can sometimes feel like a bit of an afterthought within those tools. Additionally to this,
Right,
because
loves
the
audio,
data is
especially
stored within the
sound.
files for those tools, we end up with a lot of data that's scattered around different areas. It can be difficult to dig in and find what we want.
Spectre's just
Also, when
smiling,
we're
waiting for
loading
that
these
Tony
tools,
Z
we have
panel.
to load up all the data. So, for example, if it's an animation tool, we have to load lots of animation data, when really we're not actually working with that. There can be huge learning curves
Spectre, he
involved,
got that
and lots
sneak
of time
attack. He
spent
just got his
switching between
concierge
tools that
notice.
impacts our development by
Nice.
time.
It sneaks up on you. You buy like a set of armor, and all of a sudden you got an email saying welcome.
A lot of our ways of working haven't changed in a very long time, and we thought it was time to take a step back, look at all the challenges we face, and see if we can come up with solutions for all of them by coming up with a completely new design that addresses all the issues that we face day to day and tries to overcome them in an elegant way that makes the sound designers' lives much easier and makes their jobs much more fun. And this is what we came up with. So with Claudius, what we did was we put workflow at the very core of the design. From day one, when we started working on the design of the SIG Audio and Claudius systems, we wanted to make sure that workflow was always the focus of how things were working. We never wanted the tools to get in the way any more than they need to. And we wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an integral aspect on this project. Currently, we have quite a bit of
Spectre
focus
says,
shifting,
oh well,
and
it's a
that
fun
tends
game.
to
I
break
don't hate it as
momentum.
much. Arcade, and they
Not only
improved the
that,
holograms.
audio
at,
seems
New
to be
Babbage.
treated a lot as a production
Pico has
aspect
sound
of the
effects
game at the
now.
moment, and this tool's going to help
Nice.
shift that to post-production. Where it
And
should
I had
be.
to go.
Spectre
Yeah,
just-
absolutely. That's
oh,
a
you
really
gotta
good
go?
point. One of
No,
the
no, I
main
was gonna
things
say
we
I had to
wanted
go
to
get
do
a
with the tool was to
Pico.
make sure that
Oh,
it could be
yeah.
used as a
Spectre
post-production
says
tool.
that's why
so
he's
that
wave
you could
one
take,
now,
you could
is 'cause he
effectively
must have
take
hit
a finished
concierge.
feature of the game where no audio guy had seen it at all. The audio code could be implemented really quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly. And this could all be done completely downstream of all the stuff that happened before it. Obviously, in
That's
practice,
really awesome.
we're
The
working on
audio,
this game
especially
in
in
parallel
combat,
with
can
lots of
really
other
make or
teams, and we
break a
never work
game,
in,
in my opinion.
the sort of
Oh
post-production
yeah,
way that
definitely.
like a
Like if it's not
an actual
clean and
film
precise,
post-house would
and
work. But by
where
carrying
headphones
over some
over
of those
speakers so you can
principles,
hear the footsteps.
we think we've made a
Mhm.
really good tool. And part of how we've achieved that is by sort of completely abstracting the audio data away from the code that calls it. The calling code knows nothing of what the result of what it is saying will do. So it will trigger some parameters and some events, but it doesn't know what the audio system will do as a result of that. And there's a very clear decoupling between the audio system and the game that calls it. And likewise, within the audio system, we don't care where the events and parameters came from. All we care about is what we do with them and how it makes things sound good.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift and also a lot more inclusive to fix bugs. By inclusive, what I mean is audio QA is going to become an even more integral part of the team. They're going to be able to quickly fix these things on the fly.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Like, because we've got all this data in one place, and we've also got the game's behaviors in one place, what we've done is we've integrated all the debugging tools into the exact same tool that the sound designers are using. So an audio QA person is working in exactly the same place, but they've got an interest in some different data. So what they care more about is like, why is something not sounding as it should? Or is the system behaving as it should? And we want to offer up all the information that they need. And what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are. And in some cases, they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that
That's
we want
really
the
awesome.
sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing.
I will admit, I
So
don't
what we
think
want to
audio
do
is
make it
one
so
of
that
those
if
key
anything
things
doesn't
that a lot
work,
of people
that's a code
put
bug, that's on us
into
guys.
consideration
we
when
need to
they
fix it.
look
But you
at a
guys can
game.
completely trust the tool, and that means
Yeah,
that you don't need
I
to
would
spend
agree.
lots of time
It
testing.
kind of gets taken for
I
granted.
think trust is a good word. I think that trust is also going to be coupled with just a whole new improvement in our daily lives when it comes to implementing audio into the game.
So let's take a little look at Claudius itself. What we've done is we've introduced a visual scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting because the tool itself doesn't hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within the game engine. What this means for us is that live update, as in when you make a change in the Claudius tool, it live updates in the game and it immediately responds, and the change that you made is immediately apparent in the game. That means it comes as standard because we're actually operating on the data that the game is running with. And actually, because of the design, it's not possible to implement an audio feature without implementing live update. And that was at the very core of this design because, again, we were completely thinking about workflow, about ease of use, and about limiting the amount of time you guys spend sort of, rebooting the game or, trying to get your actions to be reflected in the game.
You already mentioned it, but I think that, little to no code support aspect of Claudius is really going to be groundbreaking for us. I think that life is going to become iteratively a lot easier as we're able to just quickly, just not, again, focus shifting, right? That's not going to really be a thing anymore, and that's going to be great. Not only that, all these parameters that we want to get access to based on the data, we're going to get access to that by just going into the game, playing with something like a weapon, and by picking up that weapon, now that's going to, be inherited by the character. So it means that we're going to be able to attach all these different sounds to that gun based on what the player is doing. And I don't know, it's going to make so many of these things possible, and it just wasn't before.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is make so much data available to you where you need it and in an intuitive way. And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you spawn a weapon in the game, it immediately becomes visible in the Claudius tool. And if you perform an action on that weapon, such as firing it or reloading it, those actions immediately become available and visible in the Claudius tool and available for you to implement. And what that means is that we're putting the implementation right alongside it happening in the game.
They really are
Claudius
making it a lot
uses
easier
reactive
to do
programming
things
model.
in the game.
And what that means is that as the
Like on
data
the
comes
production
in,
of back
the
end.
visual side of what you see updates live, and it updates immediately. And it also has some sense of what's relevant, because if you're running an actor around, then the most recent events received by the game or sent by the game would be the movements of his limbs, the footsteps, that kind of thing. And you get to see those things immediately in the tool. And you can even filter by time. So you can look at things, you can like clear out the view, perform an action, and now that's the only thing you can see. So you get really quick, easy access to all the data that you need.
Yeah.
And all of this tech, I think, just puts us in a great position to continue to support the ever-increasing demands of CIG's games.
I also think that the designers are going to be quite empowered by the amount of time that they're going to have to focus on the creative aspects because of this tool.
Yeah, that's the whole philosophy of this design, is to empower the sound designers to be sound designers.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at a practical example, marking up a weapon in Claudius. As we've mentioned, all the events and parameters that arrive in the Claudius interface are things that have happened in the game. The game is just describing what's happened, and it doesn't have any preconceptions about what the audio system should do. It simply provides data. So, for example, the weapon fired, it now has 5 rounds in the magazine. The weapon fired again, it now has 4 rounds in the magazine, and lots of other information as well, such as the weapon fired and there was this much atmospheric pressure around it, or it was out in space and there was no pressure. All these sort of contextual things become available.
Like, New Babbage does not have
the
ice
decisions
pick.
about what that data actually means to you guys all completely come down to you. So all we do is we, as programmers, is we provide as much data as we possibly
Mando
can
sent me
in
a
place
picture
where you can
showing
use
that
it.
they're gone, and I think J-Scale just sent me the same picture.
What amazes me about this tool is it's going to just be as simple as
from the P2.
hooking
Not
up
the
a couple
P2
nodes and seeing the results in the editor.
Ah.
Not only that,
Can't
all this
explain his
complex
400
logic that we have,
already.
we're going to have access to all these parameters
Yeah,
super
I
easily.
went and walked around mine.
So
It's very nice.
The idea of, let's say, having a different reload
I
sound
also
based on the
added a
amount
couple
of
pictures of
ammunition
the,
in the mag,
the A2 in there.
it's going to be
I'm seeing that.
rather simple to
It has a
implement.
kitchen.
Somebody is dropping
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
Moab
What
on
we-
me
What we've
tonight.
done here is we've gathered all the data that may or may not be relevant to you, and we don't mind
Can't wait
whether
to
it is
see
or
that.
not. We deal with all that code side, the efficiencies of that.
I'm so
And
excited
you
for
guys
the
get
bombs.
access to
Like
any
that-
data that you may or may not be interested.
It seems like
in.
it's
So you
something
could
so
do
little
like crazy things.
time. That's such a
You
cool
know,
thing.
you could make it
Oh,
so
yeah.
that the reload sounds different if they're like
Long
you say,
shot,
if
Spectre. It's a
different number of
shocker,
rounds in
isn't
the
it?
mag, but
Getting
you
the
might want to
concierge
make the
email.
reload
Yeah, it
sound
always comes
different
way
if
out of
the-
left field when
if
you're
the
least
character's wearing
expecting it.
armor or not.
Nordic,
I mean, that
as a
makes no sense,
programmer, I
but-
get a
but,
strong
you know,
feeling that SIG
all
is
this data
rediscovering
becomes
the
available
coding
to you,
rule
it's totally up to you
separation
guys what you
of
do with it. So
concerns.
we're opening up lots of possibilities.
I think that comes back to empowering the sound
Arcades
designers again. I think all this
trying
freedom
to get a handle
creatively
on
is-
the
it's
inventory and
gonna be great.
PPU.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of
And yes,
giving
definitely
you
is
that
going to
creative
take
freedom,
some
I think, is going to be amazing to see what comes out of
getting
that.
used
Because
to.
you know, for example, we can have something like a
And
parameter
right,
that says
not
whether
sure
it's
what
nighttime
that
or
link
not.
is that
And
you
if
put
you
in
wanted,
there.
you could
I'll
change the
check
whole
it out
aesthetic
after
of the game,
panel.
change all the sounds based on it being nighttime.
Arcade
that
says
would
Omega
require no
Pro is
input from
missing a
code team
load of
because we've
parts
given
as
you the
well
data you
too.
need.
Says you got to spawn at Orison, but if you spawn at Orison right now, the issue is that you lose all your ground vehicles.
So let's dig down a little into some specific features of Claudius.
Zahir,
and
do
look
we
at
think we're going to be
budgeting and
doing
aggregation.
PT for
In
tomorrow's
this video,
stream? Yes,
we
we will
have
definitely
a set
be doing
of audio
PT
trigger
for
spots
tomorrow's
that are all
stream.
playing the same sound. We haven't applied any sort of budgeting to them, so they all play, they're all taking up resources, and we can hear them all. So
Oh, that was
you
a
know, the
good
mix
troll
can
that
be
Jared
a little
did
bit sort of
with a
muddied by just
30K.
how many of them are playing.
And the PTU, that
I
was
want to
hilarious.
show here
Oh,
just how
what?
simple
I
it
missed-
is
I must
to
have
deal
missed
with
it.
that and to
That's his
reduce the
clip
budget
that he put up
for
there
the
is
sounds
the
that
30K
they're playing.
troll that
So
he did.
here we
Oh,
go to the
okay.
audio source
Oh,
settings, and
where do you put the
we're
clip?
going to add
It's in your
we're going to add a new
Twitch chat.
category, which is how we budget.
Oh, okay. All
And we're
right.
going to
I
reduce
got
the
it.
number
Yeah,
of
I
sounds
can't
in that
open it because
category
I'll
that
lose
can
the
play at any
panel.
one time.
Oh, yeah.
As I said before, this whole update's live, so every change we make now is going to be reflected in the game. And when we spin back to the game view
Spectre
now
bought
in the
an
editor,
expensive mountain
you'll see
bike.
that
He
because we
spent
set
more
the
hours
budget
playing
to
Star
5,
Citizen than
only
writing
5 of
that.
those sounds are now playing, represented by
Yeah, I'm
sort of
disappointed.
lighter
Actually, I
green.
found out my
We can
license
go
plate
back
fell
and we
off
can change the
my
budget,
my
and again,
motorcycle.
that will, we'll drop
Oh,
it a
that's
little
not
bit
good.
more. You can
I
see
mean,
now only
right
the
now
closest
it's in
three
the
to the
garage
camera
for the
currently
winter,
playing,
but I'll have to go to the
and then
DMV
we'll just
to get
whiz
that
the
taken
budget
care
back
of.
up so you can see they all come back again when you do that. Now, that's the budgeting feature, and that's one tool to sort of reduce the amount of resources we use.
I dropped a
But what we
couple other
also do
screenshots. One with
is
the
allow you
Cure Life
to
tool.
deal with what
Yeah.
happens when
Oh, the
all
Cure Life
sounds
thing?
that are not allowed to
Yep,
play because
and
of the budget
the
are prevented from
medical
playing.
slot
So what
machine
we
where you can
do
drop off
is
injured
we have a
patients in
system
the
called an
hangar.
aggregation system. And every single one of those sounds that hasn't been allowed to play can contribute to a further sound that attempts to represent that crowd of sounds that were not played. So here we're going to do a really simple example. We're going to hook up a sort of more musical tone to this aggregate. And what this aggregate will do is it will represent all of those sounds that aren't playing. Now, we offer
And basically,
lots of parameters to this
you can have
aggregation system.
individual
The
drugs
aggregate
to
is
inject
aware
yourself,
of how many sounds it represents. It's
the
aware of the position.
Cure
It's
Life
aware of the
pen
spread
and
of them.
the
So lots of information is made
adapter that
available
goes
to
on
sound
the
designers
multi-tool,
so that they can
it just takes
represent
gel,
this
and
massive
then
sound
on the Cure
with
Life,
just a
you can,
single audio
there's
source.
if you look at the picture, not right now, but
Okay, so now we can
there's a
see
little
that
switch on
there's
it
a
that you can
further
switch from
green,
basic to
light green
advanced.
blob
If you switch
in
over to
amongst all
advanced,
the
you can
dark
adjust
green.
the levels of
And
drugs.
what that
So you can give multiple
that's
drugs
the
at once. It's
aggregated
like
sound. So that will
Right,
move
but if
to
you
the center of wherever
OD
the crowd
anybody,
of
you're going to get a
non-playing
price
sounds
tag.
is. And
we gotta
as you
test
can see,
all
it
that
kind
out,
of
man.
skips around
Oh,
in
I'm
this
sure we
video,
will.
but we have
I would
smoothing
never
options
OD
so that
somebody
it
on
doesn't sort of
purpose.
jump around and become
No,
jarring.
never.
It just moves around as quickly or slowly as you want it to with the crowd of sounds that it's attempting to represent. And what this means for us is that it makes it a lot easier to sort of clean up the mix if you've got a lot of things that have been added to a level. They've been added by a non-audio person and with maybe not so much understanding of the consequence of that. It gives us really easy ways of dealing with that. You can see here if we increase the budget, the aggregated sound moves further away. And then if we completely reduce the budget to nothing, then you end up with just a fixed aggregated sound right in the middle of all the sounds that are playing. Sorry, all the sounds that are not playing. Now, this is a really simple example. example, none of these sounds are moving, but if they were moving, then that blob would move appropriately to the position where all those sounds were moving.
I think what this tech has showed us is for
Arcade
ambience
scene,
work
they should have
specifically, the
upgraded
designer's going to have
tabs.
quite a lot of creative freedom to kind of go wild and rely on this technology to help us clean up not only the mix, but you know, the voice
Make sure
count
to
and the
claim
channel
it is lost or
counts.
stolen.
It's
Last
also
thing you want
a
is
good
someone
way for
using
us to
road
create
plate, a hot
accurate
bike. Yep,
background
definitely.
dialogue,
I'm going to
or as
report
we
that
call
to
it,
the
voila,
DMV on
for
Monday.
bespoke locations, and I
They
think it's
need
going to
to
bring a lot more
upgrade
life
at
to
or
locations.
who in the
Absolutely.
org is going to be the new
Also,
Dr.
aggregate logic
Krieger?
doesn't have to be used
Meaning,
for those
who is going to
purposes.
be
It
our
can be
medical
used for more
specialist?
abstract purposes as well. So we can use the logic system
Arcade,
within the
pay
audio
rent,
system
get medium
to
and large halves
understand how
for like
many
a
of a
few
certain thing
thousand
exists in the
AUEC a
game.
day.
So if, say, every tree
Well, I'm going to be chasing
tells the
medical
audio
for a
system that
while.
exists, we don't necessarily
Well,
want
yeah,
to
I
play
mean, I'm
sound
going to
on
have
all
to
those
have
trees,
somebody
maybe,
help me
unless
because
it's
I'm going to
windy,
die a
which is a
lot.
decision we can make if we want. But we can track counts, so we can track
The
how many of certain
the
object
first
types there
person
are,
stuff that we
and we can
do
use that information to
is
inform
going to be a
something
lot
like the
more
mix.
fun now
So
with
you can
medical
have a
people
mix
that
that's
can
maybe
kind of plug
specific to
holes.
forests.
Oh,
You
yeah.
want something to sound
Sector
like a forest, you
confirmed
want to bring in some
42 SCU
ambience that makes
cargo
it sound like
space
a
on the
forest.
400i.
And that can all be driven by this set of data that we're not actually playing sounds directly on, but we're just using it to inform the mix. Another feature that we have in Claudius is logic inheritance. And what that allows us to do is to implement a set of audio logic on a certain audio node and then inherit it on child nodes of that node so that we can override it, repurpose it, or make it just basically do the same thing as the parent node does. Now, that's quite an abstract thing to say, I know, but what it means is that we can use a single set of events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes in the game.
I think this comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. And so by overriding that logic, we're going to be able to place audio events on specific parts of the weapon and make them
Spectres
perform based
correcting
on what the
bright
character's
spelling.
doing. It just seems like a really powerful tool to have.
400i
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
definitely
And
not
again,
a
it's
cargo
all
runner.
about
That
putting
is
all the
very
power in
true.
your hands.
Yeah.
For example, you might have something like a character who jumps and lands, and that jump event can be expressed on any bone of his body. So if he's wearing a watch, you can make it jingle.
Yeah.
If he's got a cracky knee, you can make it crack when he lands or something. And all these different things can be done, and they're all available to you by default.
And quite easy to implement as well, as we're seeing.
Another thing we have in Claudius is a set of systemic parameters.
So
and
did
what they
I
are is a
miss
set of
where
parameters
Claudius
that are
is a
available
new
by
program that they're
default
just
to
getting ready to
any
put in,
audio
or
node
it's
in the
an
game?
explanation of what
Things
they're already
such as
using?
atmospheric
No, it's what they're
pressure,
moving to.
velocity,
Oh,
acceleration.
okay. Man,
So, for
I love the
example,
whole
you can
concept
do
of like,
something
we're just
like
going to do
take the
things
atmospheric
better.
pressure
We don't like
and
where we're at.
acceleration of an object,
This
and you can use that to
Claudius
express
system
some
is
wind
awesome.
noise.
Yeah, this
And,
is what they're moving
that's
to.
something that previously would have required
Because
code
at the
support,
beginning they were
but
talking
you guys can
about,
just dive in
how
and do
it's
it
going to
on literally
improve the
anything. You
different
can add
aspects
an
of the
audio,
audio.
a SIG audio component
Yeah.
to something that the audio system's never seen before, and you can start expressing the audio on these things in this way.
Claudius, I think, rationalizes the whole process of being a sound designer on this project. All that relevant information is going to be in one place, and it's going to be quite digestible, especially for people just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely. We want the sound design process to be as organic as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just express yourselves, and that's the point of getting all this data to you by default. So let's take a look at an example of something you can do using SIG Audio and Claudius without any code support. Here, we're adding a SIG Audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor, and we can spawn one of these things. And I'm going to use the example of a plushie here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters and events that come for free without any extra code support, and we're going to use them to express. It's a bit of a silly example. We're going to use them to express the contents of this plushie. So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn into some sort of water container. So we're going to put a kind of water sloshing loop on this thing. So we need to respond to its spawn event and also its despawn event. So the sound stops if it ever gets despawned. And we can add an audio source that is the water sloshing sound. And then if we hook that up, it's going to start playing that sound. But the way these sounds are set up is that they don't play anything unless certain parameters are set on them. So they're muted until, for example, they have some sort of rotational or directional movement on them, because you don't want an object to just sit there playing a sloshing sound when it's not moving. So we're going to hook up some parameters as well. We're going to hook up the systemic acceleration and velocity parameters. And we're going to just demonstrate a little bit of, we're not going to go into sort of too complex logic here, but we're just going to demonstrate a little bit of what you can do. So we're going to multiply them by each other. And then the result of that, we're going to set it on a couple of parameters on that object. And then, as I said before, everything is live updated. So we're going to see the result of what we do here. We're going to hear the result of what we do here immediately once we've done it. So just finish hooking this up, and we'll pass over to the editor view once that's done. Oh, one last thing we need to do before we can make that happen is because this entity's already spawned, we need to send its spawn event again. And in Claudius, you can send any events that are set up for debugging reasons, which is really useful. So now we can see the green blob, which says the sound's playing, but we can't hear very much because there's no velocity or acceleration. But now as the character runs around carrying it, we can hear the sloshing sounds, we can hear them play when it's dropped, and all this is coming from this set of parameters in Claudius that are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun. So all that was done without any code support. The code system had never seen that entity before. It could have been literally any entity in the game. And what we've done there is we've been able to express the contents of that entity without any additional help from the code team. So that's a really sort of freeing thing for the sound designers to have available.
As we've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we have a lot of control over the physics, and it gives us no reason not to add sounds to literally everything in the game that's interactable and that can move. It's going to bring a lot more life. The speed that we can get this done with, it's going to make iteration a lot more plausible. And yeah, I think it's going to have quite some interesting outcomes. So yeah, it opens up a line of creativity. It opens up a line of experimentation. And that goes
Robert,
hand in hand with
offered
how
before interest in being the org medic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the example there was quite a silly
medics.
one. It was putting a water
So
sloshing
I am
sound
all
where it doesn't
for
really
having
belong.
dedicated medics
But,
joining
as I
us
said,
whenever we're
it doesn't
in.
matter what that entity is. It could be a little cuddly plushy thing, or it could be like a 400-foot tower that's falling and hitting the ground. And those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing, to express the weight and the size of that thing. And this tech isn't sort of limited to props and carryables. It can be used on literally anything. Anything that can move, you can express its movement using these parameters.
Spectre's going to jump on and look at his 400i.
I think you touched on a really important point there, which is cause and effect. I think that's one thing that it's quite a tricky phenomenon to implement into games. But with Claudius, it's going to be almost a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values based on a parameter, for example. So let's say if you shoot this plushie, it'll trigger a very high value for that movement, and based on that we'll be able to change the sound that happens after. So let's say if you shoot the plushie, pick it up again, instead of a cute cuddly noise, it can make like a really angry, like, why did you shoot me, sort of grumble. And yeah, it's gonna add a whole new level of depth to these interactable objects and other things in the game as well.
Yeah, and those examples are just, again, it's all about unleashing creativity. It's
Exactly.
about sort of offering all the data that you need to be able to do whatever you want. And there may be things that we never even thought of, but by abstracting these systems in such a way that, and by making all this data available to you, it no longer becomes a coder's problem what you guys want. We just give you everything.
Yeah.
The SIG Audio and Claudius systems are designed with collaborative working in mind too. So the way that communication and the way that actions are performed in Claudius is that the Claudius app sends a request to the game engine to make some sort of change to the audio logic, and only when that request is fulfilled does the change actually reflect itself back in the Claudius UI. And this is tied into that whole concept of there's only one set of data owned by the engine and we change it live. So by having this design, what we've been able to do is allow multiple
Nordic
connections
just got
of
his
multiple
email from
Claudius clients.
GTU.
And because they're all connected via
Robert's got
WebSockets, they
Cutlass
could be on
Red.
separate PCs.
Perfect
What
fit
this
for
means
being a
is that
medic.
if a sound designer needs some assistance or just wants to collaborate with another sound designer on some sort of logic setup in Claudius,
The amount of
they can do
time
that
they're going to
incredibly
save
easily.
with this
They can,
cloud system,
connect their Claudius
this new
client
sound
to
system,
somebody
is just
else's game
amazing.
client
Mhm.
simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected.
I mean, it's only
And then
going
as they
to
make
help
changes to the
speed
logic,
along
they're
the
reflected
development of
on
new
both
areas
users'
and
Claudius
planets
screens
and systems.
simultaneously.
Yeah, that's like the
quite a
overarching theme that I'm seeing for
cool
this entire
feature to have.
CitizenCon is,
A
hey
lot of the
guys,
time when we're
we're
working,
moving a lot
I'll
faster
need
with
to
this
call
new
up
stuff that
either
we
technical
have.
sound designer
So
or
things are going to be
colleague,
done a lot sooner.
and share my work. And,
And I don't think they're going to give a
sharing
hard
the screen,
date, but like
and
it just
there's a
seems
lot
like
of,
they're able to
no,
move so
go
much
there,
quicker
go
with
there, and
everything.
finger pointing.
Oh, yeah.
And it,
I think
it can be quite
we'll
time
probably
consuming
see
and make it
them
difficult
less likely to give any hard
quickly
dates
get
on
point
anything,
across.
especially
And
after last
with
year.
this tool, I'll be able to,
Yeah, that's true.
like you said, connect and just mark up, a gun, for example, or one of these physics prop on the go. with them, and that can also spark quite a few ideas. Just that very easy back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And every connected Claudius client has full control. So anyone can make any changes. Even the undo system works across all clients. So you could make a load of changes to demonstrate something and then disconnect. And then the other person can just hit the undo button to get rid of all that stuff and then start, doing something else that's maybe inspired by what you
Robert,
showed.
maybe we'll see a medical armor transport.
I think it all just
well, we
really
got
sort
the
of,
two
lends itself
Apollos. I
to
don't know if either
having
one
a
of them
lot
are
collaboration
armored.
between sound designers, which is always a good thing.
I think now with
The
the whole
white one
working from
is.
home situation,
Is
a
it
tool
got
like this
extra
is
armor?
really going to be
Yeah.
invaluable. It's going to allow the
That's
sound
the,
designers to connect a lot
triage?
more QA to work with
Medevac,
sound
I think
designers a
Medevac.
lot easier.
Yeah.
Technical sound design, dialogue. It's really just going to, bring us all closer together and hopefully spark some very interesting ideas.
So let's take a little look at some of the code that underpins these systems, because when we went away and wanted to start designing this thing, we obviously had workflow in mind,
Robert
and we wanted
Bass
that
goes
to be
red.
to
Spectre
create
Cutty Red is closest
a
thing to an
situation that
ambulance.
was
Yes,
as
it is.
smooth and as easy as possible
Especially
for
with the
sound
medical
designers.
gameplay and
But as a
changes,
code
it
team,
is
we
pretty
serve
much
two
just an
masters,
ambulance
and
now.
what we don't want to do is to implement those things for the sound designers at a cost that's too great for the engine team. So we need to avoid high CPU usage. We need to avoid blocking the main, the critical paths of the game. And we do that by moving all of our audio processing onto audio threads and onto audio jobs, and all the commands that cause that audio processing to happen are all
Yeah, it
transmitted
is nice
through
that they kept the
lockless
Carrick and
queues.
the
And what that means
890s
is
bed
that
as the
the
high
game
level
can tell
beds.
us
They're
what
at
we need
least
to know,
they're
and
tier
we get out of the way
2.
as
They're
quickly
not
as
going to be
possible. And
hospital
that allows
level,
the
but
game to run
they're
as freely as it can without
usable
audio
as spawn
sort
points.
of
At least.
contributing to frame rate drop or contributing to high CPU usage. Because we've moved all that stuff into the audio system, what it means is that something like a feature that we would have maybe in ship code, like something that's very specific to thrusters, would now become a systemic feature in the audio system. And what that means is, again, it frees up your creativity, because we might have created something as an idea that assists with making thrusters sound good, but instead of it being kind of hidden away in the thruster code and only able to be used by those, it's now available to you wherever you want. And you can kind of use some of these tools in whatever sort of creative ways you can think of, whereas before they were hidden away, now they're completely available to you. And this also frees up audio coders' time, because we spend a lot less time sort of, working to make features that exist in one place, exist somewhere else. Literally, every feature exists everywhere for every system. So that, again, sort of helps the audio code team to spend a lot more of their time being creative too, which is a really good position to be in. We also have some features that even bring audio code into the realm of post-production, much like the sound designers. So we can live rebuild the code while the game is running. And that's something we've been able to do for a long, long time. But what Claudius does, because it uses this reactive programming model and it can react to the game's transmission of events and parameters immediately and present them to you immediately, we can actually boot up the game and start up a feature we've never seen before and start playing around with it and find the bits where the audio needs to be. And then we can live add the code, rebuild it on the fly, and then it's already available to you guys. So we're making it so that collaboration between sound designers and audio coders becomes something that is just, it's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can go from nothing to a fully working feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design that this is all built on, and all the way that we want to
That's
make
pretty
sure
cool.
that
Yeah, that's
everything
blowing my
persists,
mind.
you don't need to go back into the game and test it. What that means is that we can effectively implement both the code and the audio setup, save it, and we're literally done. And that's just saving so much time compared to sort of all the iteration time that they spent, like rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools, swapping tools, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this puts code, at least partially in this post-production realm as well.
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's
Yeah, it
really exciting.
It's crazy.
So we've
Just
looked
the
at a lot of
time that's
features that
gonna be
we've already
saved
developed for Claudius,
is just-
but we have lots
ugh.
of plans for the future
Yeah.
too.
Robert,
the design
ground
of
transport with the
Sigurd
med
and
bed
Claudius
would be a
aims to solve
priority
future problems
target, since
before
there
we know
will
what
be
they
drop
are.
stuff
And where it
nearby.
can't solve them completely, it's going to make it easier to
So
solve
they
them.
are also
As new
eliminating
game features
someone's
come along,
easy
and we
access
don't
to
know what they're going to
overtime.
be yet necessarily,
What's that?
We want to be able to support
They're
them
also
as quickly as
eliminating someone's
possible,
easy
but
access to
also we
overtime.
want to be able to reuse everything we create. And the SIG Audio and Claudius design is central to that. It's all about reuse, and it's all about having systemic features that are available to sound designers.
I think what's so great about this technology is that we're going to be able to take all this information from the game, bring the audio engine into the game engine, and just, make it all so easy to access. I think one key aspect of Claudius that the audio team is really looking forward to is sympathetic audio. So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having this like one event trigger another, for example, it's going to make the game a lot more cinematic. Everything's going to be real time. We're not going to have to pre-render all these events, and it's basically going to become procedural, which means that a lot of these scenarios that you get into, a lot of these different contexts that you can get into while you're playing the game, we're going to accommodate them, and you're going to get really just vastly different experiences every time you do something. And this is because we can infer so much from the game data and create those links to create a beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about like, how can we sonify this nonlinear spectacle of a game? And I truly believe that is through cause and effect. It's having things done in real time and conveying all this information to the player that can be critical. So for example, you're flying and you start to enter a debris field or an asteroid field, that all those things can start having an effect on the environment around you. You can start hearing creaks. If you're entering the atmosphere, you can tell like that your ship's going through some strain, and instead of pre-rendering it can happen in real time. It can take values from like atmospheric pressure, temperature, and it's going to be quite a amazing experience for the players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, at the core of sympathetic audio is this idea of resonance. And with the sympathetic audio design that we have, we'll be able to give objects resonant frequencies, and we'll be able to make it so that, if something sort of broadband in its frequency spectrum goes off, like a huge explosion or something like that, then you're going to expect a lot of metal panels and glass windows and things to
I
to
nodded
rattle
off
and
like once
resonate
or twice. I was
in
also up
sympathy.
till 2
So, yeah, let's
a.m.
go
and
in
got up at
sympathy with the explosion.
5:30.
And all we really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen, and it'll happen.
That's rough, especially when you're going to be listening to a lot of technical talk.
Really eager and interested to see what the players are going to have happen to them through their playthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
I got through about
features that we're
4
looking to
cups of
develop
coffee this morning.
are all about bringing this game to life more and making it more cinematic and making it, just feel more immersive.
Yeah, super high fidelity.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're
Robert
looking
can
at
imagine audio
improving the
processor
mixing
cards to
support, so we
offload
can
the
gather
workloading
some
audio
of this. We've
object.
got a huge amount of data coming in now that can be used in lots of ways to decide which sounds play and what how those parameters affect those sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture and say, we've got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game. Can we then use
like
that
we used to have back in the
decide how
day?
the game should be
Dedicated sound
mixed?
cards?
So, for
Yeah.
example, if you're exploring a moon or something like that, you're going to want to hear a lot of the ambiances and maybe some distant mining going off and things like this. But then if you sort
We
of end
got
up engaged in
verification
battle
from
with
Pyro
someone,
and
that's
PTU.
something that the audio
400i
system's
is
aware of through the
absolutely
data that's coming
amazing.
in, and maybe it can change the mix so that those ambient things don't
Yeah,
really
it
get so
feels
much
very
of a look in
polished.
anymore.
Like
And it's all about the
there's
battle
actual
focus
working
and things
doors
like
and
that.
whatnot on the escape
again,
pods.
as the battle ends and that kind of
it's
scenario
crazy.
falls away, we could automatically analyze the data and say,
And the
okay, we're now
stairs
back
didn't
into an
kill me when I
ambient
walked up them.
situation. So
Wow.
let's raise the level of some of these ambient sources again.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, I think that importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment. I think that's
I'm still
especially on
scarred by the
FPS side, that's
prospector
gonna
door.
really be valuable.
So
Yeah,
that
when are they
concludes
gonna
our
fix
look
that
at some of the
thing?
features
I
and
don't
tech that we
know.
have in development
I'm
in
just
the
happy
SIG
that
Audio
my
team
Max
right
doesn't
now.
do that
Hopefully
often.
it's going to
Hardly
make
ever
the
anymore.
lives of the sound design team
I stopped
much
using the side
easier,
door
and
on the
hopefully
freelancer.
some improvements to the way
yeah,
the
I
game sounds
can.
too.
I
Yeah,
try
I
not
think,
to use
the
that. I
sonic
always
aesthetic
go in the
of,
ramp.
this game is going to change for the better because of these tools and because these workflow improvements.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's it from us.
Robert's not
Thank you
assuming
very much for
everybody is that
watching.
old.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon, and I really hope next year we can all be back
We
together in
resemble that
person
remark.
and we can see each other in person. again.
I'm in the same boat.
Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
All
said
right.
we.
Huh?
I said we.
Yep. So that was most of it.
Cosmonaut is the premier
And now
online
they're
magazine for
bringing
Star
us to the
Citizen,
Cosmonaut
packed full of
online
ship
magazine for
reviews,
Star
outfitting
Citizen.
guides,
So
upcoming
that
events,
is the
board
audio panel
interviews, current
HDD.
affairs,
Give the
history,
stairs
and
time.
more.
They haven't been in game
Cosmonaut
that
is your
long, so they
comprehensive
have not
guide
learned to
to
kill
all
you yet.
aspects of life among
That's
the
fair.
stars. A talented team of writers,
All right,
editors,
so
designers,
according to this
photographers, and
schedule,
artists
the
are all
systemic
passionate
gameplay should be at
pilots and aim to bring you
5:15.
stellar images, incisive
I'm going to
articles,
assume they're
and
going to start that
incredible
one
design.
early. I'm going to
Season
take
one
a
of
guess at
Cosmonaut
5
is
o'clock.
available
We're
for
going to have
download
Spectre
now.
Actual
Head to
Mystery. Feel free to stick around for that one if you want to.
to get all 12 issues
And
completely
we'll
free.
be getting Tony Z as well as some others talking about inventory, reputation, missions, and the quantum simulation. So let's see if Spectre's over there. Oh, he is. I'm going to grab you, Spectre.
I've heard them say.
And there's
every
Mr.
goal
Spectre.
comes a sacrifice.
There we go.
Hey, hey.
Every dream comes a letdown.
He,
You've gotta
Spectre's been
give
waiting
up
all
something
day
to
for
get
this.
that big thing you're chasing.
Tony Z.
Nordic says, only give 400 I a pass if I don't stumble on the stairs. We have confirmation it did not kill Cryo and did not kill
You
J-Scout.
don't have to give up anything along the way.
So, while we're in between
Wanna know
panels,
what I think?
I'm going to go check on the dogs. You guys enjoyed the creator content here. And thanks again for joining us. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. Also follow on Twitch and check the streams out every Wednesday and Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you want to help support the channel, we greatly appreciate it. Check out the Patreon or the members tab on YouTube, as well as the merch store. Of course, we have the super chats as well as the donations over on Twitch. Everything is greatly appreciated, and that goes all right back into the giveaways that we do. And as far as giveaways go, we might as well announce right now that we know what's been announced, is we will give away a 400i on November 1st. So the giveaway for October, which I said we would announce after CitizenCon, I think we're through enough of it now. We will give away a 400i. All you have to do to get your entries in, subscribe, leave a comment on any video on YouTube, or follow on Twitch, or you can do both and get 2 entries to double your chance. And make sure that as we get close to November 1st, you're keeping an eye on your YouTube channel as well as
So,
your
Marcus, you work for
Whispers,
Addison's
because that's how
campaign,
we'll
right?
reach out.
Oh,
But
yeah.
400i
Do you guys get some sort
available
of,
for
winner's
our
bonus?
giveaway this month.
Well, yeah, we got a bonus.
So get
Oh,
your
you
entries
did?
in,
How
and
much?
thank you
I
again
get
for all the
myself a
support.
Phoenix as
I
a
will be
going
back
away present.
shortly.
They got you a Constellation Phoenix?
Hang on, why are we traveling on this rental Taurus, Marcus? How was I supposed to know you'd prefer the Phoenix?
Oh, God, Marcus. You know what?
And just as
I'm
a
gonna go
follow-up,
have
we'll
a
make it a
shower.
400i with the War Bond and the paint pack.
Route has been plotted. Quantum in 10.
Guys, there are no towels.
You know, I think I had some towels on the Phoenix. Oh no, just stop.
I love these things. These things are hilarious.
These are great. And I love the FOIP, the face over IP, because you can do some really fun machinima with that.
Oh, I like the aliens title.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Bloody.
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
Do not underestimate the talented and dedicated folks at CIG Audio. There is always a giant emphasis on video here, but none of it would ever hit the way that it's supposed to without that A to that V. And as we near the end of our show, we also saw the last of our community videos during the break, and I hope they stick around as a tradition for CitizenCons going forward. For those of you who know my origin story, you might understand why I have a particularly soft spot for them. But that's enough chat. This is it. We're at the end of our day. It's time for one more panel and one more panel alone. It's time for Tony, Rob, Ben, and Luke to take you deep into the machinery beneath our universe in systematic gameplay. Stream of thought. Bon appetit.
crap, they are starting early.
Yeah, they jumped right into it.
No waiting.
Well, I guess we're going to have to host before Dark gets back.
Hi, I'm Tony Zervek, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen. Today I'm going to tell you about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience.
That's fair.
To assist in that endeavor, I brought along a few others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, and over in the UK, Lead Designer Luke Presley.
Oh, here we go. Cargo.
We need pictures.
Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years, but we're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops. One of your favorite aspects of this has always been what it means to treasure. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff, because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor off of other players. Like loot generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for, you know, investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. You know, these are all things that are working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Sure, and it also plays a big role in character advancement, right? Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle. Now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. You know, that's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that used item. I can then take that money and apply it and the differential towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so just like in the real world, it's like you don't usually start from scratch and buy a house and then basically have to buy another one from scratch. You basically take your realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that we don't have in the shops right now. Everything is
especially
in the shop
if you have a fleet of
40
vehicles
and items
and
sometimes
you don't
come with
need
default
30 of
loadouts
them.
on them, like a sniper rifle or a set of armor, or ships are a great example of something that comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants and etc. So
or if you have 500
as we go
medkits.
forward with selling, one of the things that we want to do is get an itemized price for every single attachment that's on an item, which includes laser scopes, magazines, any underbarrel attachments, right? Things like that. So now that these have their own individual price, it's much easier for us to tune the economy. So now it's this thing is more expensive or less expensive. As stats change, we can keep up with the statistical improvement of the item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item. It consists of the child items. We changed the price of the child item, and the macro item, the larger item that includes various quantities of this. Its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
Yeah, and it means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a global basis, and from a what does the world have for sale in it. You talked about taking something to a shop that deals in those items. It's kind of the concept of, well, this shop deals in it and they refurbish it. They have an invested value in procuring those things back from people in the universe. So we want to encourage players to go around to the different places that have the best price for it, much like commodity trading, right? We want players to go here because they can buy it for the best price, go here because they can sell it for the most money. Same principle for selling items, right? So this shop deals in it, you should be able to go there and get more money for it.
Sure, and we need this more sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words, when I go to sell my pistol, I may have a custom scope on it, something for which we don't have.
They're talking about selling
specific
all items, not
entry
just
in our global retail products list
cargo
that
economy,
says
but
this
being able
item
to sell
should,
armor,
if it were
weapons,
new, cost this much.
ships,
This winds up
components.
becoming
Right,
something
because
where
it was
sure
actually
we've got the
the
base
goal
price
to
of the
make it,
pistol,
if you buy a
and
shipping
we've got the
game,
base
you can
price
turn around and
of,
sell it back.
of the scope, but we
That's
don't
right.
have any sense of what the
They're talking
combination
about
is.
that right
As
now.
of right now, we don't have a means of solving that, and so this is why we are going to be pursuing changing even how the shops specify their default inventory. Like right now, we actually have shops
Got the
specify
individual
every
entries,
individual item that they can sell, as opposed to where we're going is it'll be classes of items. This, this particular shop deals in, in small handheld weapons, from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase, small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. Right. You just won't get, quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing them, and they don't have a clientele that's,
it's like
that's
selling
towards
your
purchasing
Jeep
those
to a
items,
Ford
etc.
dealership or vice
If you wanted to realize the best possible price, then you would wind up taking your specific items to a shop that dealt in those specific things. That's right. And that's where, assuming the condition was perfect and assuming that the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals and so was willing to be a little bit more liberal, that's where you could potentially recoup 70, 80, 85% of your original value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply, sure, they deal in small arms, but not necessarily that, that particular manufacturer, not, that particular caliber weapon or whatever the case may be, then maybe you only get 40 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Exactly.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car, they're going to pay you more for that than if you brought them.
It's easier for them to service. Their mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the work at cost.
They can sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally makes sense.
It's big, and it's something that it just feels natural, right? It's how the world really works, and we want to continue to push that forward.
Yeah, the reason I like Tony Z is because not only is he very animated, he's very good at explaining what he's talking about.
3.15 is a huge update to the game because of the localized inventory that's going to totally change the game. There are several aspects to this,
so
and
now
that starts
purchase
with,
the
I'd say, the
400i
personal inventory manager
for
that Rich
the
Tyre
giveaway.
and the actor feature team have
And
put
it'll
so
come
much
with
work
the 3
into.
paint
They're going to
pack.
cover that in a separate discussion, so we'll leave that
Nice.
out.
So you'll have a total of 4 paints plus the
over
ship.
on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager, which has been adapted to only allow you to modify vehicles that are in your immediate vicinity. And then we've also added a new Mobi-Glass app called Knickknacks. Reiniger, so you've spent the last couple of quarters heavily focused on this. Go ahead and walk us through what's changed, starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front end, we've historically allowed players to kind of go
Nordic says finally be able to sell all the
as we move
guns he
forward with
plundered
the
from
game
his
and the new
890
player
jump
experience, we
missions.
want players to be invested in their home location. So it's more of selecting
Spectre
a home
can
base
finally get rid of
because
all his
the inventory
junk.
that you have at the start of
No, your
game
junk's
is
going all the
entitled
way come
through
315.
your
It's
web
all getting wiped
purchases,
anyway.
whatever,
Yeah, that's
subscriber
true.
flares, etc.
Robert,
All of
but
this
will
stuff
there
is going
be
to go to that
API to
location
get market
as
prices into
it's
Excel?
physicalized in the world. So now you have a home base of operations. That's your place. As we explore out throughout the universe, you may move some
And
of that
Nordic
stuff to a
says
new
Tony
place
does a
as
great
you get
job with
persistent
the
hubs here,
Quanta.
a new hub over there, persistent hangar, right?
That's
Players
why
are
I
gonna
was
be
excited to cover this
tangibly
panel.
going up to interacting with
Because they're going to talk about Quantum
weapon
more,
rack,
and
interacting
he's
with
very
the
good
stuff
at
in their
explaining
ship.
it.
And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game up till now. Gone are kind of the days of this global inventory that you can go and interact with anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is at Microtech, you need to go to Microtech to do it. If it's in this hangar over here, you got to go to that hangar. So we want players to feel the pressure of prepping for a trip, right? It's as you go out, this is the mission I'm going to do. This is what I need to go and do that mission. So I want to go here, get this, or maybe go to a shop here and buy that. And so the front end is going to be the first step in kind of planting your seed wherever it is in the universe from the very start.
So what about the Knickknacks app? So this
Right,
this
doesn't think
allows you to
people will bother
basically,
going to a
in its
place that
first
will get them
incarnation,
30%
to
more
see where you've placed all
off
of your
selling their
loot throughout
old
the entire
pistols.
solar system. It works on a hierarchical basis, so you
So
can
it
drill down
becomes a nickel
into
and
a
dime
particular
pack
planet,
on
see
flares.
the city. At the city, you can basically see what ships you have stored there. You can
Here
look within
wants
your
the
ship
Origin
and eventually
or
see
one of the
what
Black
cargo
Star
grids
Citizen
and what
coffee mugs. I think
storage
they
closets you
might
have within
be
there, and
for
what
sale
items you
in
have
the
placed within there.
merchandise.
You've also got a
They
number
are.
of filters that allow you to quickly
They're
drill
supposedly
down
gonna
through
ship
your
around
entire
March.
inventory and find all the,
I know my
the
Finley,
laser
it
rifles
doesn't
or
ship
whatever
until
else it is
later,
that you're
I think early
specifically
next year.
searching for. Can you just walk through that in a little bit more detail?
And he's right.
As we
You know,
kind of go
some
into
people
the
may
localized
not
inventory,
bother
the
going to
VMA
a special
can only
place,
act on the
but
ships that are at that
those
location.
that do are going to get more money.
You
Well,
kinda
yeah,
lose
but you also
perspective
gotta
of the
look at how
global
much
view
you're gonna
because
spend in
the
fuel to
personal
fly
inventory
out there.
manager that the actor feature team has done
that's true.
has removed the PMA, which was also your kind of
Right, they
view
tried
of
to
your
sell them a
personal
mug when
items.
you got
So
the 400 guy.
Knickknacks
Yeah,
app
they did the
allows
same
you
to
to kind
me.
of see where your stuff is distributed.
Robert says maybe they can
at
create an
the
inventory
individual location
transport
level. So
contract.
whether it's in a ship or in a hab or in a hangar, right now the locations are
Nordic
basically cities
agrees
or
with Bright.
stations. pretty much any place that has a
And I would agree. I'm not going to fly, my Harbinger or a C2 or something like that from Artcorp out to Microtech to get an extra 30% on a pistol because the fuel is going to offset
the Knickknacks app is good.
That's
because
true,
now
but
if you want to
if we're
find
talking
laser
about
rifles,
economies
you've
of
got
scale,
insert
it's
by
not.
type
So
or
if you're going to
subtypes.
sell one rifle,
basically the
yes,
same
it doesn't
things that
make
you see in
sense
the
to
shops,
fly
like
an
the
extra
categories that you see in the shop
hour
UIs.
or two out of your way
That's
to
the
sell it
same
for
level
$30
of
more.
interaction and
But
filtering that you'll
in
have
your
in
case,
Knickknacks.
when you buy
We've spoken a bit
30,000
about
med pens and
how
you
it's
try
going
and
to
sell
evolve
them
in
back,
the future and what new
Then
capabilities
it'll
we're
pay off.
adding
more.
to it.
Yeah,
Trading
if you're
with
paying
other
30
players is
for
one of the things that's
cost,
at the
then
top
you're
of the
going to
list.
get way more.
Yeah, right-clicking on
so
something,
if you
being
sell
able to
in
say, hey,
bulk,
open a
it's
trade
gonna
window with
be
Ben
better
here.
off.
I want to be able
That's right.
to show me
Or
on the
I would
stock map
imagine
where
if
this
you're
is.
selling
So,
ships.
something that we want to do in the mobile
Yeah,
glass as a
absolutely.
whole.
You're definitely going to want
is
to make the distance for that.
context,
Yeah, high value,
ability
high
to bounce to
quantity.
different apps
You're
that
going to
are-
want to
are,
take that extra step.
contextually relevant to whatever you're
Bright says I won't buy that many med pens
Saying
because I'll
this
have
is
to
in this
manually
location
move them
when
by
that's just a
hand.
string, like it's in
You want to
OSR.
test me
That's
on that,
not
Bright?
super useful. Seeing that on a map, that tells
I
me
will
something. That tells
move
me I need to go
5,000
from
med
here to
pens
here.
by
I need
hand
to
if
plot
I
this
have to.
location. I'm going to go through this dangerous area to get there in order to access my stuff.
Or a hyperlink on that.
And you can also very easily discern distance and stuff, which is, well, this one's not here, but is it relatively close, or is it really, really far away? And I need to be able to obviously put that into my planning.
Yeah, or set a route to see how much fuel I'm going to use.
Exactly.
Right? There's a lot of different reasons why these things are kind of relevant. We want to try and preserve all those elements that CR really wants.
I
to
understand
push
the point you're making,
but still
Bright.
give you the context switching that you're going to need.
Hey, Harry Potter's on HBO Max, just to let you know. Sorry, I can't do anything.
Another
about
area
the
that's
ad.
currently under heavy development is physicalized cargo.
Oh, here we go.
It consists of multiple facets and will be released in stages, with the first one relating to shop purchases injecting physical entities rather than what I would call render proxies into your ship. This is going to convey all sorts of benefits and advantages, to the gameplay experience.
I was just
The
thinking
first
that.
and one of the most obvious is simply the fact that now that you've got a ship that has physical entities placed within it, then when another player winds up disabling, boarding your ship, they can actually extract, that cargo from you. There's value there that they
From
can
my
actually
dead
take.
shotgun.
Whereas right now, the only way to get that value is you have to, blow up the ship, and then we basically, create these
Will
cargo
do, Bright.
facsimiles
Thank you for letting me
that
know
basically
about
get
that.
blasted out into space, and you have to go collect those, et cetera. And so this starts to hint at things like, the fact that we're going to want to bring NPCs into defending these ships. So all of a sudden, you get this fantastic gameplay transition, what I would say, where you have ships doing this momentum-based combat, and now I can disable a ship, board it, and I actually have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship. At the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you. And so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode, for doing something
Robert says he
so
thinks they're reading
right
this
now
chat. I don't know,
relatively
Tony
basic.
D, I
And
don't
it's
think is
one of the
reading it
aspects
so
that I really love about this game, which
this is all pre-
how we can add
Yeah.
this low-level gameplay mechanic, and in one shot, it's going to totally
They're all gonna be
transform so many
repelled
different
someplace to
elements of the
trip
game.
And we get stuff like the whole sea, which is another hurdle beyond the physicalization of cargo. I think one of the things that just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows.
They're saying,
for
has
the
Tony
gameplay that
registered
CR
those
wants, where
guns? It's because he's
you're
got
not blowing
huge
up
arms.
ships, right? You're destroying an engine, which is not a critical failure, right? Critical failures are the things that lead to these larger scale destructions, but on average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board, you're able to acquire the stuff. You're not killing everybody on the ship just because it got taken down to 0 health, right?
I've almost never been in a ship
these are
that
all
got
things
disabled
that
before it
just
exploded.
physicalizing the cargo.
Oh, no,
allows
I
us to
usually
do.
just
You
go
mentioned
from
the
flying
whole
to
sea.
dead.
So the whole sea
Yep.
has some unique challenges
EMPs.
related to attaching physicalized cargo to it when you're actually,
see the,
docked at a
Mongol
station,
squad
or
do
when
that
you're,
a lot.
parked in a hangar
Robert says
and
that
its
was a
wings
joke
are
about them
compressed. Can you
reading
talk
it.
about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the whole sea, because it does have these two different states. Now we have ACC
I know.
considerations. If I have cargo on the
spider
outside
arm.
I was
my
just gonna
ship,
say
my
that.
wings are exposed. Now I can only go to a docking collar. I can't go to the hangar. So the ACC needs to know to route you to these different locations. Showing all this cargo on the outside of a ship beyond think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of slowdown that you might see on a server, right? You're adding more physical objects that can be blown up, can be interacted with. So there's a technical challenge that we need to overcome as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a big issue with server performance. Is if you physicalize all this cargo and you have a bunch of a-holes blowing people up,
to them,
you're gonna cause so much scatter and so many more instances of things on the server. You're going to bring it to its
going
knees.
from the stations, docking, cargo bay,
I think they would have
flying
to
it out to the
implement
whole
some sort
sea.
of timer on items
think of
that
it
are
as a person walking in and out, but
projected out from an explosion like a ship.
Spaceship.
You can have stuff on the ground.
Another thing that's really bothered me for quite a while is what I'd call the lack of transactional friction. And what I mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time to load or unload one unit of cargo on your ship as it does 1,000 or 10,000. There's no friction, in this process.
Oh, here
and
we go.
that's
They're talking
completely
about
different from the real
cargo
world,
loading.
where mom and pop retailers and major port facilities, designed to rapidly load or unload, cargo onto, some big, freight ship, are able to move much larger quantities in a much shorter period of time. And you've got skilled dock workers that you can actually hire that are trained to basically deal with special types of materials and all that sort of stuff.
Remember watching Gravity?
Where we're eventually going with this is
that
shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo into a storage space, and it's then up to you, the player, to basically move the stuff from that storage space onto your actual ship. And there are going to be
That's a lot of space.
I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people watching this are saying that sounds incredibly awesome, and the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious, and it sounds like a lot of forced menial labor that's going to be completely completely lacking in fun. There is a method to the madness. I mean, where we're going with this is we're going to make the concept of moving freight onto and off of ships not just a logistical challenge, but we're actually going to make sure that
Danger's
it's
MSR
a
up with all the
experience.
drugs from the one mission.
This would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit your friends, your org mates, people you don't know to basically come and help you move cargo. We'll eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So Dorsey, how is physicalized cargo going to impact the gameplay experience?
I mean, in a bunch of ways. As you kind of touched on, there's the whole concept of needing to move cargo from one of those storage areas into that ship. We've actually run into a lot of problems where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload in a lot of the events that we've done. And that amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell those crates, they aren't worth the time, frankly.
Because it's over time.
Exactly. It is so much faster to just park your ship and click the button and have it instantly get filled, and then drive over to another place and have it instantly be unloaded. That we can't make that process pay well enough to also be balanced when you're getting 16 to 20 crates off of a ship and it's taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that there's a much bigger reward on a crate-by-crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common. There's also just some really great benefits that we can make missions reward you by putting cargo out.
No, not
It doesn't have to be that the UEC reward of a mission is the only reward. This mission gives you 5,000 every single time. No, there's a ship that gets blown up, or you blow up or disable a ship, and especially disable a ship, and then you can board it and take that cargo off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like blowing up a ship now becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it. You want to be able to get on it, and then you want to take that cargo off. And of course, the crew is going to be fighting you the entire way there. They're going to have their people to try and fight off your boarding parties. You've suddenly transitioned into an FPS map by doing so, which is this really great transition that just doesn't really happen in a lot of games, and that's amazing.
That's true.
And even just from a pure like gameplay system standpoint of carrying that crate, that is a very powerful,
especially if they make it so that if they blow up the ship, it destroys the cargo and they can't grab it, then that's even better, because then
one of
their
my
goal
favorite,
will be
things about this entire process is the fact that we're finally going to reward the player and basically provide this differential in the challenges. You know, where we've long had, blow the ship up, the ship basically ejects some cargo, you tractor beam it up, and now you basically got your reward. But what it's missing is that transition from FPS from ship-based, momentum-based, combat to where you're shooting your big guns at these things, etc. And now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not try to be stealthy, and you're basically trying to extract the cargo out, and the crew's basically coming out of the security areas of the ship.
It's not a horrible idea.
You and trying to
you also got friends trying to protect
Nordic,
each other
hopefully
too,
they get the time reward right between cargo transport versus recovery of cargo.
It may take
that's going to be a big sticking point.
Oh
yeah, Bandit, welcome back. Good to see you again, buddy.
Ships blowing up, more this ship got disabled, the engines go out, and unless there's a critical failure, the ship doesn't explode. So the opportunity to board a ship will be more common as we move forward.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area, and that's you've heard me talk about this often, which is eventually I want the whole transport occupation to kind of revolve around what I call like a hub and spoke model, to where you've basically got big port facilities that are specifically designed to provide the quantity of inventory and the and all of the infrastructure to quickly get that stuff on and off certain ships, as opposed to small mom and pop retailers that are really just intended to deal in a very small number of items. And one of the
he's talking about drugs.
More significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small mom and pop retailer, and we need to have a decent amount of inventory so that it can satisfy demand across potentially 100 different players, all grabbing theoretically one or two or three items.
Base, it's just
but what happens in the real game right now, because there are none of
these
these limitations, there's none of this transactional friction, is one big ship comes up and it purchases all 300 of them because it takes absolutely no time to do that. It then flies to a destination and it immediately sells it, and it collects only the slimmest of profit margins. But because there was no loading time, there was no unloading time, they can still turn around and make a fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it. And turning all of this cargo into physicalized entities and basically adding these logistical challenges to where you have to move stuff on, move it off. You have to be more careful with volatile cargo. Bigger crates will require Argos to move them, or cranes, or forklifts, or whatever the case may be. All of this is ultimately going to push players into being more selective about where, for whatever they're trying to do, what types of shops and stuff they're going to visit. And what you're going to get is just like in the real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil from across the ocean and basically parking it at some sort of port facility for offloading, and that will then be transported by whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets, and from there it'll be picked up by trucks and transported to the local gas station, and from the gas station, that's where you, the end consumer, can expect to buy 6 or 12 gallons of gas. But in the real world, you can't drive your truck up to a port refinery on the coast and basically request 5 or 10 gallons of fuel. It's like they only deal in minimum quantities of 10 or 100,000 or 500,000 gallons of fuel. And this will be the same thing that we're going to eventually support on our side, where if you've got one of these big whole sea ships and stuff, there will be specific
long time ago, you used to be able to go to Long John
where
Silver's asking for the little fry bits, and they would tell you no, but now they'll sell them to you in a heartbeat.
It doesn't mean that you can't go and park at a small place. It's like, I can have a super tanker and I can go park on the side.
Right, where's hacking in data? It's like, why did you focus on making data ships before major cargo ships if not going to make gameplay for them? They are working on the hacking. I know that they've talked about it in the Inside Star Citizen. I don't know off the top of my head when they plan on getting there, but this panel is actually going to cover a large variety of different things, so hopefully maybe we'll
if my ship holds 10,000 units of inventory and I don't have any of the automated stuff, and you don't have enough dock workers, I can't hire at this place. There literally are 100 NPCs or 500 NPCs that I can hire for any amount of money. They're literally just not there. Then you're going to have to do it yourself. You're going to have to request some friends to help you, and it's simply too tedious. It's not that it literally prevents you from basically going there and extracting material. It's that it's simply not going to be worth your time. You're going to have to invest so much time and effort into doing that that all of a sudden you would need an astronomically high profit margin. And long before the profit margins on that particular commodity or material get that high, someone else with a smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively be loaded with a smaller quantity of stuff and navigate to another small location to basically sell it, they'll wind up taking that material.
Oh yeah, at least a couple times. 318 should probably be
one of those bigger ships, like one of the hull series or something.
Year.
You're going to want to, by just that nature, go to a place that has a cargo elevator that can give you 20
they moved
giant
medical
crates
so
at the
many
same
times
time.
that we're just glad
that's what I like
with
the infrastructure. It's like some places you'll have an elevator that basically gives you easy access to 10 crates at a time, and a bigger facility will have 50, and a bigger one still will have 200, and this one will allow you to basically hire up to 4 NPCs, and one NPC can move 10 crates per hour. But you're going to be in competition with with that smaller NPCs with everybody else, so the price can get fairly high. And this other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take it may take hours, but you have but that's only because
I'm not negotiating with the
loading
dock workers
10,000 or 100,000 SU of cargo into your hold. Another very interesting aspect of this is going to be that you're going to have relatively clearly delineated transport routes, supply routes within the system. And this provides us an awesome opportunity to more precisely tailor what types of challenges you should run into when you're basically moving a big freighter ship from point A to point B as opposed to this other location. In other words,
well, your
if you think about
another ship like that,
pirates are trying to abscond, they're basically trying to disable your ship and plunder it, take whatever valuable materials you have on board. But the types of ships that would be required to extract all of the fuel off of a big massive freighter are clearly dramatically different than the ships that would be needed to effectively and efficiently plunder a far smaller ship that deals in a totally different type of item or a totally different and more limited quantity of items. And so we'll be able to more accurately tailor the gameplay experience so that you get the kinds of challenges you would expect.
Well, and I think by nature, it'll allow it to naturally separate, right? Because it's not worth it over here, and we can make those inventory volumes smaller to match the type of people that we want frequenting those stores. I'm just not going to waste my time. As a large-scale shipper, I'm going to go to the bigger places that can handle it, that can get me in and out faster.
That's what I was just thinking, like with me and my Max,
there's going to be other people there
I can go to
that
the smaller places
potentially
where
hire, like the service
C2s,
beacon.
all that
It
go to
doesn't
the big
matter if
shops.
I'm out in the middle of nowhere because nobody's there to come
that have this specialist. It's only at these select ports where they actually have trained dock workers skilled in in moving volatile cargo. And if you go to a place where you don't have it and you have Joe average NPC try to do
sent me a picture
then
of the
you may wind up
A2
suffering the
dropping a
consequences
Moab.
of, oh, you lost your cargo, it was
Nice.
blown up, your ship was destroyed, you have to go to insurance, reclaim, et cetera, et cetera. All because you basically tried to use a facility that was not appropriate for for the types of actions you were trying to do.
It's just not tailored to it, right? So it's I think it'll be a good change for the game.
The key point from my perspective, though, is as much as possible, we don't want to necessarily make it black and white, right? Which is, it's not that you literally, as the owner of a whole sea, you're not able to buy fuel here. It's more that you can buy it there, but it's going to, if you're buying more than 10 or 20 units of it, it's going to be, you're going to basically have to deal with the repercussions of trying to get all of that stuff onto here. And it's going to take a tremendous amount of time, and you're going to wind up having to pay an exorbitant premium because you're basically going to be depleting them of their entire inventory supply, et cetera. And so it's really just the logistical challenges that you would face trying to exploit
with the gratuitous 400i in there.
For the unloading or, for the loading or
says
unloading
that
of your
Tony
cargo,
Z's got his
simply not be worth
attention
it.
already.
And I think another good point is that as you push the
he's one of those
inventory
people
to
who's
its
just
limits,
good at
your
explaining.
bid-ask spread is going to actually be going down as price per unit of the cargo is going to diminish as you get closer and closer to the inventory limits. So it's going to encourage you to go to places with those larger scale inventories so that you can keep your profit margin as high as possible.
Loading areas with X number of days since last accident signs. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
We completed the basic foundation for reputation late last year, and followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi Mobiglass app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities and gain access to organizations and areas that will bestow various benefits. We're still missing a few key pieces of the puzzle, though, and can't yet fully exploit
Cargo loading areas
over on the mission
could have
side,
an X number of days since last accident sign.
Challenges at the moment offer you more interesting missions as you gain reputation with them. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why this is?
Essentially, whenever we want to make a new mission, or even just a very small variant on a mission, it requires an entirely new record, a new chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that takes time. To build out any kind of ladder is an awful amount of time, honestly. Some things that we want to do is just kind of make it so that some of that is more systemic and a little bit faster, and by doing that we will be able to kind of explode wide, making it so that we make one mission, one template, and then just give it some variables that have some ranges. And by doing so, we can then allow it to almost generate its own chains of missions with difficulties that are driven by how much reputation you have, and those can give you different amounts of rewards and spawn different amounts of enemies and put things at different distances, etc. Just kind of dynamicizing that mission variation.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot to this, a lot of additional complication besides the mission itself, because when you think about it, you may have a mission giver, and the mission giver looks at your reputation and decides that he's only going to give you the junior starter missions.
So that it has
so he calls up the go kill bad guys in this particular section, and he basically says, you know what, given your reputation, I'm going to assume that you can only take a difficulty value of 1, and passing a difficulty value of 1 into that mission will only create 1 or 2 guys, and your reward will be of a considerably lower rate than it would than what it might otherwise be. As you do that mission, you build up reputation
fly around my 400
him,
like an
all
RV.
of a sudden he's passing higher difficulty levels into that mission template. And one of the complicating factors that we face is we need to be able to take this template, and before we've actually instantiated it, before you've actually accepted it, we need to be able to extract information out of it and process that. And what I mean by that is we need to know, before we've created the mission, how much money you should reasonably be paid in order to do this. And we need to know, if we need to have a sense of where this mission might actually take you and what the current status of that area is. Or is he sending you into an area rife with pirates, or is he sending you into an area that's got tons of security and it's the safest thing in the world?
Or an active supernova, or like any number of things that are terrifying to go.
And this is part of the reason why we've actually made some significant progress on this particular problem, but there are multiple facets to dealing with it. And I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has metadata this, then we'll instantiate the mission, pass in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown, and you can then go off and execute that mission, and you'll be paid
It's a shame they don't have a paint
correct
option
amount,
for
and
like
you'll
red or black.
encounter
Or
the
combination.
appropriate amount of difficulty for what you were promised,
It's,
for what
black
you
and
thought you were
orange.
capable of doing, given your reputational level.
Because we already do have in-game something that players can kind of play with right now, the bounty hunter
there's
chain, which
white,
is
white and
effectively what
orange,
this
and
will
then
look
black
like
and
to
orange?
players. It's just a matter of
pulling
that took
it
a
up
lot
now,
of
'cause I
setup,
got all
and now
4.
it should be something that we can pretty much like click a few buttons.
Oh, I haven't
and
seen
we're
what
good
the.
to go.
That's exactly
what
like
the
in the end, it's
paint
all
looks
about
like.
allowing you to as quickly
I don't know
and
if there is
easily
the
express
CitizenCon
a
is the
solution to the
penumbra.
problem
It's the
of,
one that
I've
comes
got
with
a
the
mission
ship if
giver.
you
This
get it
mission
right
giver
now.
is going to dispatch
No,
you
no,
to deal
penumbra is
with, with bad
is
guys.
the
The
concierge
variables
paint.
wind up becoming how
Oh,
many
is it?
bad guys and
Yeah,
how
that's
quickly are
black
they going
and
to
gold,
reinforce
dark
themselves,
gray
and are they going to be
Yeah, you
are
gotta
they going
be,
to be flying capital
concierge
ships
to
or
get that.
little
The
small
one that
hornets?
comes with
And
it
what kind of
is,
stuff
like,
will they
starts
have
with
on
a
board?
W or
And
an
what
M.
areas of the solar system will this conflict be taking
So it
place?
looks
So
like
these are all
there's
things that we
two
can bend
different
as
white
appropriate,
variants, white
depending
and black,
upon
white and
what,
almost
what
looks
we
like
think
yellow.
you're capable of, or what that NPC
And then the
would
afterglow is
theoretically
the
think
black
you're
and
capable of.
orange.
Well, and we talked a little bit about
The one that comes with it is
procedural
Meridian
character
paint,
generation,
and that's the one for
last USP
CitizenCon.
sync that we did on for Star Citizen Live, but that's going to be taken into account. The back end is going to be generating more and more difficult NPCs based on the gear, based on the quality of the stuff that they can do, their behaviors. So all that needs to get fed into the mission and become.
Yeah, I will
part
say
of
I
how
do
we
like the
reward
black and
players
orange.
and enhance that
It does look
experience. But these
nice.
are all things that are going to be fed into the mission instead of just the static data that we
Yeah.
kind of have right now.
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission script logic that says like spawn this kind of thing if we roll this, and this kind of thing if we do that. And it's just
Kata,
this is all data
Stratus,
that we,
and
as long as we can get it
Afterglow.
up front,
Afterglow
we
is
can
black
pass that
and
into the
orange.
mission ahead
Yeah,
of time,
that's the one I was
actually
talking
show that
about.
in the mission right up. You know, it's like here's a mission that's going to take you here, who's offered by this guy. Here's general
expect a
rewards.
medium level of resistance or this many hazards or.
Yeah, fundamentally, that's why reputation is so important. Is it's your.
It,
I would
it lets
say
us see how good you are.
It's the single most important means of progression within the game. Clearly, you can basically upgrade your character by buying
And
different
so
ships.
far
You can
on the
customize your ships. You can
2051
buy,
ship
different
voting,
armor
the
and weapons,
Explorer
for your
ship is
character.
winning with
but
51%
in terms
of
of
the
granting
vote.
you, membership within an
It's the one that makes the
organization
most
or
sense.
access to areas,
Like, we've got enough ground vehicles.
with more or less
Well, I mean, we
hostility
got
depending upon
quite a
which
few
organization you're a
exploration
member of,
ships.
and what your reputation
Bikes
is within there.
we're
and
doing
how
pretty
this
good on
character
because we're
responds to
still
you,
waiting
whether
for
they
the
give you
X1, we're
the
waiting for the
super challenging and
Rangers.
lucrative missions or the super easy things that basically
Bombers,
just have
we
you,
got
doing,
Gladiator,
piddly little
Retaliator,
stuff that
and the Eclipse.
anyone can accomplish because they don't
Yeah,
know
we
you
could
don't know
And those are
probably-
torpedoes,
that's what
but
the
we only
reputation
have
system
the A2 for an
is all
actual
about.
bomber.
We
Right.
completed
We
the,
could-
as
we
I
could
said
probably
earlier,
get another
the basic
bomber, but I
system
think people
last
just want
year
more
we
stuff.
incorporated the
Explore.
reputational logic
I voted
into
bomber,
the,
but
into
that's
the
only got
subsumption,
16% of the
mission
vote.
and AI language. We
Let's
got the
see,
Delphi
yep.
app so you can
Nordic
actually
says
see
Explorer A
what
was
your standing is
56%
with all
when he
these different
voted
NPCs
Punisher.
and organizations.
He's awake now.
The
What did I
one
miss?
piece,
You
key
missed
piece
almost
of
the
the
entire
still missing is the
CitizenCon.
ability
400
of the
eyes
mission
out.
system
Wave
to
1 on
basically,
PTU is
one,
released
have the
already.
mission templates
And
created that actually take these inputs
the
and then be
Anvil
able to feed
Liberator
them in
is
and have it customize
available
itself
for purchase as a
appropriate.
concept.
Related to that is, and it's no
It's
small challenge.
it's
It is
essentially like
it is going
an
to be a fair
LCAC,
bit of work
right?
to adapt
Yep.
the UI to
It's those
actually allow for this.
hovercrafts
And
that
that's,
carry tanks,
just
but in
on
this
a brief
case, it's
aside,
a
one of
large
the
ship
big
that
tasks
carries a bunch of
remaining
small
on,
fighters.
the USPU group for next
And
year
I'll be
is
giving
going to
away
be
400
refactoring
eye
the
for the
entire
month of
mission
October.
interface and converting it from the old flash tech to the building blocks, tech. And that's one of the reasons why we
Ziggurat
made
says
some
he
forward
needs some
progress
more-
on this.
more
and we kinda,
motorcycles.
waited
He needs
because
some ground hauler
anything that
trucks
we would
as
have done
well.
over on the flash side would have been throwaway work. And so we made the decision to basically
I
wait
just want
to
the Ranger.
complete the last
That's the one I'm
25%
most
of this
looking
particular
forward to.
puzzle until we had the correct UI foundation in place, which ultimately, A, it'll make it much easier to implement these changes that I'm talking about, and B, we're not going to have to design it, throw it away, and then design it again.
And it doesn't mean that the players won't be able
able to
that's going to be
experience those
pretty huge
changes
as
in
well.
the game without the UI, right? That'll still be there, but we'll be able to present that and give you a better indication of how the mission is going to play out or what you're going to get as a result of the mission with the new UI.
And also to show you, missions that you don't have the reputation for.
Right, exactly.
Like, it's weird that how important that is, but it actually is vital that you be able to see, like, hey, I'm not actually with these people. They don't know that I'm that good of a cargo hauler, so they're not going to give me this super difficult cargo hauling mission.
you got to know what you're striving towards too, as well, right? It's like I want to get better at this. I want to do missions with these guys because that's going to push me to go and get that one right there. That offers this much extra reward or this membership here.
And I don't want to go into this. This is I just mean this is a topic for another day. But I was just going to briefly mention orgs, perks, benefits. So we're talking about reputation, and you can see your standing with with different organizations, with players, and we will at some point next year start to move forward with. When I say orgs, perks, benefits, you guys know what I'm talking about, which is basically all of the benefits that may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within this organization or having a certain level of stature within this organization. This may be anything from expedited ship deliveries. After your ship gets blown up, you don't have to basically pay a fee to basically get it as quickly as possible.
I don't
That's
think
automatically
it's
covered.
anything
You may get discounted prices
new.
at certain
I
shops.
think it's a much more
you
detailed
may
explanation
simply
of it.
not get a hostile response from pirates in this area
I
if
think
you're a member
that,
of the Pirates
when it comes
Guild
to Tony
and things
Z
of that
and
sort.
Insight
And so
Star
this
Citizen or
plays
Star
into what we're
Citizen
talking
Live
about
doesn't
here
exactly
because
give him enough time
you're
to
able
get
to
out
look at an
everything he wants
organization,
to
you're
say.
able to understand what kind of
True.
benefits it conveys to its most
because
exalted
we're
members,
coming up
and then
on
you
7
can
hours and
decide
30
whether or
minutes since
not
this
you
stream
want to
started.
basically
Right,
try
and
to
his
increase,
panel was one of
increase
the
your
longest
ranks,
ones
within
slated
there.
for 2 hours.
In terms of doing that, the challenge is simply
It's the
having
wrap-up,
enough
but it's
mission,
also the
variety,
everything else
diversity
panel.
to enable the player to feel,
'cause,
hey, I started
the
out, he didn't trust me,
missions,
he
the
gave me
reputation,
the
medical,
real simple,
all
not
the
particularly
different
lucrative mission.
aspects.
Cargo
And I've been
refactor.
working on this for days and
Bro,
days and days,
inventory.
and I've been moving up in terms of the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was offered, and finally I got to the promised land, and now I basically have membership within the organization.
I still haven't gotten my
and
PTU
now I can
email.
basically go to
For copying it over?
and have no concern that the
It took a
local
while for me.
pirate organization is basically going to assault.
It's been
me.
like
That's what-
2 hours.
Make sure it didn't go
Importantly,
into your
like,
junk
that is
mail.
something that makes your
Yeah,
character unique. In an
Mine didn't
MMO,
take
it's
that long.
very important that you bring something to the table that other members of your friend group might not have. Frankly,
Robert
or your
says should probably
organization.
add
You have
skill
to come in and
certification
say,
to the
hey, I actually have
reputation
access
stuff.
to this
Well,
really
there's
cool
skill
mission or this really
certification
cool
right now
thing.
with the
And
bounty.
by doing that,
Now, as to whether they'll implement that for other aspects of jobs within the verse, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that actually brings to mind. Right now, we've historically had this faction system that we use to determine hostility. It's always been one of these systems that we know we're going to change it. We know that it's not sufficient, for where we're eventually going. It's never been a high enough priority. We're getting to the point where we're going to have to resolve this because the rest of the game is getting complex enough to where it's really starting to fray the seams.
Probably look
So
on my mail
earlier
and,
this year, we
give it
released
to
the
you.
Xenothreat mission, and
Because it sends you a
that was still
username and a
entirely
new
based
password,
upon
so you
the
won't be able
faction
to log
system of
into it unless you
hostility.
get the password on that email.
imposed a serious
That's right,
limitation
that's right.
in that while players could join up and basically fight on the side of the UE
You could always
and try
just
to repel the
delete your
Xenothreat
account and
invaders,
recopy
there was
it
no
again, see if that kicks it
real
off.
officially sanctioned means of you
make sure you delete
joining
it
the
first.
side of the bad guys, the Xenothreat. You could go shoot the players that were supporting the UE. You could shoot the UE itself. You could get a crime stat, but the Xenothreat would still view you as hostile. They would still engage you, still try to kill you, etc. This was something that we got right up to the very end with Ninetales, and it was driving you and I crazy.
Yes.
And we wanted to fix it, and we put in what equates to, I'd say, it's a temporary hack to where what we can effectively do is allow a faction to override its normal, dislike of someone in another faction based upon whether or not they have a particular mission token in their inventory.
Well, it's if they're doing a certain mission at this time.
Okay,
and,
Robert,
and that
sorry about
is
that.
honestly not how we want to do this.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales, mission,
Suddenly everyone
then
flips.
they would normally view you as hostile. But because you're holding that, that token, that mission reference, they'll go ahead and grant you an exemption. But this is, it is clumsy. It was viewed as a very temporary solution. The long-term solution that we've always discussed is going to a more reputational, based. Hostility system. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why that's so important and what kind of additional things we'll be able to support in the future when we have such a more flexible system.
Sure. I mean, the why it's important is fairly obvious. Like, if I have to make sure that you have a certain mission in order to do something, then I can't say, for instance, you can't go to Grimhex. I'm sorry, you're on the side of the police. Like, they will shoot you. That is a problem. No, right now, like, they are actually just civilians, so that they don't care, essentially. If it's reputation, it's something that persists. It doesn't matter if you have a mission or not. You have done something that has made these people like or dislike you, and no matter where you go and what you do, unless that changes, they are going to attack you or not attack you, and you can kind of count on that.
Well, your actions
well,
have an
better buy all my
impact
good armor from Grimhex before I start doing the good
it's
stuff.
Especially important, like as we go into Pyro, as there's multiple factions that are kind of at war.
Ziggurat is asking, was there any mention of Squadron 42? Not as far as like development or anything like that.
It's a change that we know we need to
the
make, and I think it's really going to take shape and form as we go into Pyro.
But nothing as far as information on release date or progress or where they're at.
There's little pockets of pirates, but it's not like Pyro, where it's going to have like these very distinct groups that are kind of warring with each other, and the reputation system.
So what's the subscriber flare
It will
for
allow
this,
us to open up
month?
Also just like an entire
T-shirts.
branch
Yeah,
of content.
oh,
We don't really have
and Cuddy Red's
missions where
ship of
you
the month.
work with criminals for the criminals. There's nothing that really
I mean,
makes you a long-term criminal player.
I'm
Your crime
only
stat
after
can be
cool
wiped.
armor,
You can
so
kind
if
of
it's
get
not
rid
cool
of that
armor,
sort of
I don't care.
It's not something that I am a criminal player and I log in and I'm going to do these kinds of things. I'm going to
They
be on
did
this
that
side of things.
right
These
after
people hate me, these
T-shirts
people love me.
last year or the year before that.
Allows
Those
you to
came in
define
right
your
after the
character, that
T-shirts
allows you
did.
to define your play style, that allows
Last
you to
November, it
define
was the WoW
where you're going to
blasters,
do and
the
what
Nerf
you're going to
guns.
do in the game.
Oh,
The entire game shifts.
So they may
if
do
you have the
sunglasses
ability.
again.
Yeah, I would say it's
because
much more like the real world.
They've done
where
T-shirts before,
it's,
so maybe
the
we'll see
concept of,
sunglasses again. You
hostility,
can go to the ship,
it
the
eventually
subscriber store and get them.
equates to binary. Either I engage you, either I attack you,
Well,
or I
and
do
they
not.
also,
But in between,
wherever the heck I was
there's
reading
literally
it, they were
just
talking
a
about,
sea of grays
two
in
new
terms
helmets
of
for
this organization hates that one, this one
for
likes this one,
subscriber
this one
before
doesn't
the
like
end of
this
the
one's
year,
neutral
so.
towards that one, etc. And you wind up having inevitably some sort of unique
it was
mixture
the
of all of
November
these
report.
different
I can go to the
things. And
subscriber
so
store.
in the end,
Yeah, you can go to the
you know,
subscriber store and buy
we'll
the sunglasses.
prioritize
I'm
these
pulling
things.
them
So
up right
determine
now.
like,
They're
oh, well,
$4
you're
per
a
pack,
member
and
of
there's
the
2-3 packs of
walk old
sunglasses.
ladies across the street. Well, I like that.
yeah, I have to
but
be a
you're also a
subscriber,
member of the
Yeah,
Pirates
you have
Guild.
to be a
I really
subscriber.
hate that. So even though I like
Or
that
have
one,
a subscriber
I'm
buy 'em and
still
gift them
going
to
to
you.
attack you. And so
That's
it's
true.
much more flexible in terms of in
Well, aren't you
terms
a
of
subscriber,
determining
mystery?
all these
No,
complex
I am not.
relationships that
I've been
players
debating
are
on doing it, but I
eventually
haven't
going
actually
to instill upon their
I
characters.
did
Like
it
it's not going to be
when,
either I'm left faction or right faction. It's like there's
subscriber
going to
armor
be
was
lots and lots of
the
different
Mandalorian looking
organizations,
one.
lots of different NPCs, and you're
And I
standing
did
with
it for
those
that one
will
month
be
only.
all over the
I
map.
bought
Some
all
players
the
will be in really
subscriber
good
stuff I
standing
liked,
with
and then I
this. Some
stopped.
players will be really low on this other one, and the level of variability that we'll be able to support with with the reputation system is just going to be far superior to what we have now.
Ooh, Jumptown V2.
Yep.
Ooh.
Dorsey, you implemented the Ninetales mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? And can you explain how this actually, in the end, wound up being a server optimization of sorts?
Well, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens
And
differently
Ninetales is
is if you are on
Mystery.
the lawful side, you are working with Crusader
DM
Security.
me in Discord
They are sending
your
out scanning
email.
ships to try and locate the Ninetales fleet. And you have to go and protect those. And then once you have found that fleet, you go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are of course going and hunting those scanning ships. You are given their locations and you're told, hey, go destroy these. And then once the fleet portion of it gets found, you go and try to defend that fleet. And if you can hold them off for long enough, then Ninetales will actually win, and Crusader will be unable to drive them away before they achieve their objective, essentially, which is a hidden objective that we aren't revealing at this time.
But we are now.
But well, the genesis of this though, Ninetales was not originally actually supposed to be a PvP event at all. It was much like Xenothreat, supposed to be just pure PvE. That had performance problems, frankly. Spawning enough ships in a pure giant fleet battle to challenge 30 to 50 players made the server just tank. It was incredibly painful, and it just didn't play very well. It also, to be honest, was the same thing as what Xenothreat already had done. And I wanted to do something a little different. And that kind of combined into this push to get the aforementioned kind of duct tape solution for hostility in, so that you can align on both sides. And by doing that, I make it so that I don't need to spawn ships to challenge 30 to 50 people. If things are running smoothly, I have 25 versus 25, I don't need to spawn really just anything.
You bring the NPCs in just to flesh out, to even the odds, to get the challenge to the level you need. But when you actually have players that will legitimately fulfill a particular role,
how long did it take you to do the erase?
It was a creative.
Usually erase goes really quick.
Population in the
I would say though that in general, this is 100% exactly what we do want to do, which is we want to give the players
the email can take longer
the total
to get
freedom
than the
to basically do whatever they want, and then, as I always say, it's like they live with the consequences, they live with the repercussions of their actions. If you go and support Ninetales, if you support Xenothreat, it's like that will have an impact on how people view you. The aforementioned reputation system, and you're standing with with key NPCs within the game, and how you views you, and whether or not certain organizations want to allow you within their ranks. And some of these things you do will have long-standing impact. Where if you ally yourself with a group, like the Ninetales, you may be prohibited from joining some organization that you've been aspiring to for a very long time.
Unless you do something to work that back.
It's a balance, right? And we want those scales to go one way or the other. It's not that we want you to be
very interesting
perfect with everybody all the time.
You like
that?
It depends upon the severity.
Very fitting. I will say that.
If you do jaywalking, well,
yeah,
then sure,
I had that as a Twitch name for a while.
That difficult to basically assume that from now on you'll stay on the right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you into our transport deal. If on the other hand you're committing acts of piracy and murder and everything else, it's like, oh well, now I'm not sure that I actually want you in our organization, which adheres to all the laws of the nearby area and everything of that sort.
What do you mean Origin Jump Works reputation and access to their exclusive landing pads and facilities? Those don't exist. You're crazy.
Allow in pretty much every piece of our content going forward.
It needs to be
as much as possible.
Ingrained with everything else.
All the exclusive concierge stuff.
Traditionally supported is it's
all right, Mystery. You got both sets of sunglasses.
Well, and to a large degree, that you can call out a few specific pieces of the tech.
Not a problem. I appreciate you guys helping out.
Plays a role. The lack of a reputation-based hostility system.
DM me your email, please.
System. For Xenothreat, that was literally the number one reason why early in the development process we nixed it.
You don't have Bright's voice.
We were literally within weeks of release, and it was going to bother me to put out a second one that had the exact same limitations as the first, and so despite the fact that it was going to be an unattractive hack to fix it, I wanted to fix it. It completely changed the experience. And so it is what I was referred to as it's duct tape. We'll get some value out of it as soon and as quickly as we can.
The life of IT.
The hostility system over to the proper reputational version.
Well, I was doing my video for the starter pack. Packages when the whole info about the fix on cargo came out, so I dropped doing that
version in
and did the other video for the cargo being fixed, and then I had to go back last night and finish the other video.
Yeah, that's actually
so that I could get posted
that I would
for
like
members
a little bit, which is so we did Xenothreat
because I'm going to release it tomorrow morning.
And then we basically brought it back.
Last couple of nights have been like 1:30, 2 a.m. in the morning, getting up at 4:30.
Basically transitioned automatically between them as opposed to being distinct, so that we could have the whole salvage process, and then you had the climactic battle, and it kind of like rolled around, but there was still salvaging during the later part. On Ninetales, we basically released it, and you've already identified a number of shortcomings with it that you want to address, not just for 3.15, but even beyond that. And this is something. So
I have Bright's email, but I can't open my email right now because I got everything else up on the other screen.
With a lot of these dynamic events, they're intended not as one-shot missions. You play them for a month,
and I don't want to bring my email up on the screen,
and then when you lose interest and move to other stuff. The basic idea for these things is these events represent some sort of
archetype almost?
Yeah, well, I'd say they represent, it's almost like a customized chunk of gameplay. It's pirates have locked down an area, or Xenothreat has decided to invade the solar system, or pirates have basically run amok over in this area, or drug runners have completely seized control of these manufacturing facilities, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea is that we'll have all of this information over within Quantum, and then we'll look within our extensive library of these events, and
basically
we'll
that
decide
Xenothreat
which
is a bunch
one
of ex-military,
most closely
and so
matches
they do
that.
have
We'll
connections to get
customize it as
military
appropriate and then trigger it. And so the idea is that we're layering all of this.
Also, there's probably a lot of
custom
Hulks
handcrafted
flying
designer
around in the greater
content
universe that
onto
we don't
this
currently have
systemic
access
background.
to.
And so we really get the best of both worlds. We
Because
get
they've been talking about that
a
for a
nice,
long time. Is
logical,
that if we
systemic
find
universe
a
that
ship
ebbs and
Hulk,
flows,
we
it
can
evolves, it
rebuild
basically
it from
changes
scratch,
logically
including
in response
Javelin.
to player actions. But at the same time,
Bangle.
we get
Yeah,
all
the
of the
Bangle too.
incredible
Oof.
stories and the
That'd be a
explicit
lifelong rebuild.
dialogue and the intricately designed challenges that a
That's gonna
designer has put
cost
a lot
us
of
all of the
time
money.
and thought and effort into doing. And so you really get both of these
Stronger,
blend
faster,
together.
better.
But back to Nine Tails. So
I mean, sort
on
of.
315, we're going to tweak a couple of the problems that you've identified.
We
so
can
you wanna
rebuild
start
it.
with that.
They're
We have the
relatively
technology,
small things,
but I don't
honestly,
want to
just
spend
due
a
to
lot
the
of
schedule.
money.
It's probably the most impactful one and the one that I've seen the most people talking about. There is a portion of Nine Tails on the
We can
lawful side
rebuild
where
it
you
stronger,
can
faster,
deliver
better.
medical supplies to the blockaded
The
station for
$100
a
man.
bit of an extra reward. They will pay you a little bit more if you have a certain mission.
All right, Bright,
and
you've
also
got your
their inventory is
sunglasses,
just
so you
very
don't have to
rapidly
worry about
depleting, so you
waiting
can
on
pretty much
subliminal.
always sell there, and you will be selling at the best price that they can offer. The problem that
picture from
occurs
Mando.
there is that everybody buys all of the medical supplies out there. And while that's really cool on a realism statement, with the game in the state it is and with trading in the state it is, that means that a lot of people can't participate in that part of the mission. And that's
Yeah, they're talking about the med
problematic,
part of Nine
particularly
Tails.
at
That
this
was a
point where we want
pain
to
in
be
the ass.
testing how those play. We really want
Yes.
people engaging in that part of things. Those of you who were part of the first wave of Evocati when we first tested this way back might actually remember that we originally had shop modifiers on the places that were selling medical supplies to make it so that they had a higher inventory that refreshed fairly frequently so that everyone could kind of engage in that. We were asked to remove those so that we could emphasize the derelicts, which are around the station that
Why
we
does
can
he
take
keep
medical
saying
supplies off of,
derelicts?
because basically the derelicts made it so that there was another way to get those medical supplies, but
Is
they
that
didn't. It took so much more
DERALIX or
time that there was
something, or
really
what?
no reason to do
I
that.
don't
if you
know.
could do
Well,
the
it actually goes
trading.
back to what you were talking
Yes.
about earlier, which is I can buy them instantaneously
Big
from the
chunk of
shop, and there's no
benefit.
loading time, and then I can move them over here, and I can instantly unload them. If I had to physically pull them off, you could more easily balance these things. Whereas right now,
the
I really
smoothest
do have to go
AV into a
manually
ship I've
pull
ever
each
seen.
individual
I
one
know.
off the derelict ship, and so
It's
I'm
gotten
incurring
better,
all
though,
of
I
the,
will say that.
you know,
Yeah,
the physicalized cargo
much
expense
better.
on one side and not on the other. And so in the end, sure, you
Watch,
know, just
this is
due to
probably
the
like
sheer
one of the
amount
ones
time,
that
it's like it
we
takes me
were
30
on
minutes
with the
to get
devs
12
doing.
boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, you know, in a split second. Which one are you going to do?
Some people might still do the derelicts
Right,
because they're
says maybe
fun,
he's
frankly.
from
It's a fun little
Texas,
FPS
Nordic,
raid,
oh
but
dear.
a lot of people are going to look at the dollar signs and
Maybe,
just go, okay,
but
this
I
is
don't
obviously
remember
the better
there
option.
being medical
That
supplies
being
on the
said,
derelict.
we're probably going to put back
Nine
in. It's
Tails
actually
there
pretty
was.
easy. I left them in
Oh,
there
okay.
because I had a feeling we might want
There were
them back.
derelicts?
We're
I was
just
just
gonna
gonna
flip a
say,
switch
but
and
where were
probably
the
put those
derelicts
shop
at? That was-
modifiers
They
back
were
in.
way
We've
far
seen how
away.
people
They
play
were
the
actually
derelicts.
way
There's
away
plenty of
from
them
the
in Xenothreat.
station. I think the
We
one
wanna see
time I
trading,
did
frankly,
find
and-
some,
and so that will
they
allow
were
that
like
to come back
35,
online.
40
Another
kilometers out.
relatively small change
Or maybe
that,
we
that,
were
that is
looking for
probably going to be coming
derelicts,
in.
and we
We
should have
are
been looking
seeing
for
that
derelicts.
many
I
people
was
are
just
not
thinking the
engaging
same
with the
thing.
criminal
I know
side.
PV had found them,
and
and
that is
he was supposed to
very
go
much
there and
like
get the medical
the
supplies
whole
off of it. He
thing
got
that
on
we were
board. The
doing with
medical
making it into a
supplies
PvP mission
weren't
for-
even there.
for,
They
the purposes
like
of-
didn't
of
spawn
puzzle
in.
performance
We're going to have to
gets
better
lost.
entice them.
Y'all
to
keep
basically
saying
fight
that,
on.
derelicts,
Exactly.
and I'm
We
in
need
my
to
mind,
entice
I'm
them.
immediately
So that
thinking
means,
of this
I mean, they
red
already are being
cube
paid more than the other
of
side.
minerals
I'm
and
probably going
salt
to up that
that we
even
throw out
more,
for
frankly.
cows.
They are going to
Yeah.
become very
Salt
lucrative,
licks.
hopefully.
Yeah.
That is the short-term solution.
And this is where, like,
Let's
ideally,
see.
you know,
It's
helping
been
out
so
the
much
Nine
easier
Tails
getting
builder
into the
reputation.
600
Ideally,
ICBA
we
because
would
of
be
the
able
gravity
to
on the
offer
elevator
other
pad. It
benefits of
has
being
been
in
better,
that
and that actually
organization,
carried
other
over to all
things
the
that
elevators,
some
including the
percentage of the
C2,
players would aspire to
M2,
and want.
600i, as
Other
well as
rewards
the
that you get for
Connie.
for building up
Makes
your
it a
standing
lot
with them.
Which
easier.
won't be for 315,
100%.
but
Yep.
but that is definitely where that is intended to go. The
Yeah,
other
they
thing
fixed it
that
on
we
the
might
mole,
want there
too.
is is a system
Yeah, the
to
mole's got the
dynamically
gravity
modify
now,
jurisdiction,
too.
because
The
one of
mole
the
had
big
the worst one
punishments that
because its
happens to a
elevator was
criminal
tiny
when they
compared to
are
your size.
Yeah, now the
helping on
question
that side in
is,
that area,
if
despite
you're
the
on
fact
the
that Ninetales
elevator,
has supposedly
and
taken
now that it's
over
got
this
gravity,
area,
can you go and
when they get
quantum
killed, they
while
go to
standing
jail,
on the
which is
elevator?
a bit weird, frankly.
That sounds
We
like
originally
something
did
to
want to make it
test.
so that
Yes,
you
we
wouldn't
will have to
get brought
test
to jail,
that.
but there just
We have
wasn't
a lot
enough
of
time to
testing
fit
to
the
do,
tech in
especially
the
with that
schedule.
A2.
There still won't be for 3.15, but that is a longer-term thing that we want to have, is the ability to kind of dynamically modify these
But
jurisdictions.
that's just light on a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like exactly.
Yeah, it was one we kind of saw coming, but frankly, it was good to have it confirmed, and now we can hopefully put some pressure on that happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. Like we added we had the shot modifiers, we had the probability volume modifiers,
Right,
we
so
had
as
the
well in
ability to
Quantum,
do,
he
the
went down
quantum
the
lockdowns,
600i
do
elevator,
the
he
dynamic
still fell
events and
off.
stuff. We haven't yet added the ability to add the dynamic population modifiers, and so this one was, as you said, we knew this was going to be an issue. You can't necessarily get everything you'd like into every release, and so the point is, we got Ninetales out. You had some other longer-term things that you wanted to address as well. Can you talk about those?
Well, some of them, frankly, are just things that are going to be things that will naturally happen, to be honest. Performance is still a big problem.
I do want to talk to the performance thing for a second, which is
some progress.
Don't be mean.
We basically generated something on the order of 120, 130 different individual gyros that people were addressing in the run-up to Xenothreat. Because what inevitably winds up happening is we get performance
not
to a
everyone
certain
can grow
level,
facial
and
hair. I
we're
can't keep mine
We're
growing.
basically adding more locations. We're basically enhancing the AI logic. We're adding new functionality.
I shave it off and I wake up the next
it's
day
always
and
a
it's
running
still
battle
like
where you're
the same
adding
length.
more, you're adding more stuff as you're making other stuff run faster, and so you tend to get a net wash. And we actually found ourselves with Xenothreat. One of the reasons we held it for a couple of extra weeks was we wound up finding ourselves in a very
the shortest
bad
my
spot where
facial hair gets is like Tony's face.
Inevitably, there are problems now. We're very familiar with them.
Made it hard to be in the
They were
military.
much worse,
I bet.
when we were originally supposed to release it. We fixed it was an endless litany of these things.
They got on you if you did
profiles,
not shave
things
in the
showing up,
military one day.
stalling
I
the
mean,
main
on
thread,
board
100
ships, if you
milliseconds,
couldn't
200
get that
milliseconds.
OBA
Those
on
are
your
getting cut
face
down
and get
to
a
a millisecond
seal.
here, 2 milliseconds.
You could
But
be
there's
in
just
trouble.
such a quantity, and so what I want to touch on a little bit is as we finalize some bits of tech, like part of the reason we were able to devote as much time to
Wait, so you're telling me I have to stand in this freezing water and beat people half to death for 3 months just so I don't have to shave my face? I'll do it.
To get this thing to the level of performance we want. There's a lot of problems, the rubber banding that we're intimately familiar with. We absolutely positively want to deal with it. It drives us. We all hate it. We want to fix it. But as some of these people roll off of things like their server meshing, tasks and stuff, we're now getting to the point to where we can keep people focused on this particular problem for, certainly a longer period of time than they've been able to do in the past.
It's just a matter of that being the focus.
That's exactly it. It's just a matter of it being the focus.
A lot of the engineers that are working on server meshing are the people that would be fixing these optimization problems, right? So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it, right? And you're going to hit the next one and the next one, and you're going to keep fixing them until your game runs a little better.
It was almost an endless litany of spawn stalls, the entity, deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating, some of these really, really
big
egregious, performance, impactors.
Like 300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to
1
like 1 or 2 milliseconds.
Right?
It's absolutely.
Enormous.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of difficulty for the number of players that are there and all this stuff. And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind of snarls.
You're very welcome, Bright. Thank you for all your help today.
Design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we played with this quite a bit. We definitely did on Xenothreat, to where it's like, well, we want to bring in 10 guys at once to present a certain amount of challenge, but then you got to spawn them all simultaneously, and so we wind up bringing them in one at a time. So we're basically distributing the spawn load over time. And while it's true that on average the amount of challenge you're going to face will be identical, there is a big difference between 10 ships showing up at once versus 1. And it was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally larger, and we had to whittle that down. And so as the performance gradually improves, obviously we'll basically start to expand our ambitions in terms of what we're what kind of experiences we're actually putting out there for players.
And the existing ones will just improve, frankly. Those missions will almost become new beasts just by the very nature of that happening. And that's what when you say what is the long-term thing, that to me is the biggest thing, because a lot of these events will just be better.
You're currently working on a sequel of sorts called Jumptown V2. Can you go into some more detail about what players can expect from that with the initial release?
Yeah. It's actually, I'm trying to keep it very, very simple.
Right.
Jumptown
was
originally this community event, and I want to keep that vibe as much as possible. I'm trying to have a very light hand. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking a location.
Yep.
I'm going
if
to
you
make
watch
it so that
the
it starts
original
to spawn
Star Citizen
physically
Live where they talk
a bunch
about
of
it,
boxes of
they
a very
discuss how
lucrative
it
material,
had to
in
be
this case,
shut down
maize
because it just
commodity.
destroyed the environment. And that their
will
goal
then,
is to bring this
it'll start
back
to
in a
spit that out at a
controlled
certain
way
rate, which
where
will
they'll get a little bit
entice
of
people to go there and
chaos in the
collect it,
environment,
put it on
but
their ships,
running
fly
it
it
2
away,
to 3
whatever.
hours at a time on a random basis.
But the
it'll be more
point there is that is an area that will be very, very
and they want to recapture
a short period,
Yeah, they
which
want to
will entice
recapture
a
the
lot of
feel
people
of the
to
original.
conflict over it. When you've got a place that is popping out a box of maize for free that you can just pick up at every 30 seconds or so, like that is dollar signs, and people will kill for that. Not only because it's fun, but also because it's worth it, frankly. So essentially, there is a location, there is a thing that spawns these boxes, and I'm going to turn it on, and that's about it.
One of the things I didn't like
It's a
about the
tonk
original
shooting
Jumptown
at a hornet.
was it was at a fixed
It
location.
works, though.
And it
Yes,
was
it does.
always
Railgun
on,
on
and
there,
it basically
too.
spit these things out at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug, but yeah.
So, but it was
very static.
Punisher, did they
that's
discuss
exactly
the
it.
features
In
of the
general,
400i
I
and
hate
Liberator? Yes,
static
they
things
did.
Because it's always
any of the videos that you missed, you'll be able to catch on
Jumptown
YouTube.
V2
They will be
designed as a
released in
dynamic
each
event.
individual
And it's
panels,
also
probably
extremely
currently now,
configurable.
or
So
they'll do it after the
we're going to
completion of
start with
CitizenCon.
support for any
Nope,
of the drug
they're out there.
labs.
They're putting them out,
Although
like, one
that's
after the
really
other.
just
Okay,
a
so
function
yeah, they're
of
already
whether
out
or not
there.
we could get environmental art team support for the other areas. Longer term, we will be able to activate this at a wide variety of different locations.
The
The concept
400i
itself is
commercials
pretty
out there
simple,
too.
and it can be worked
Yep,
at
right. Put
all
a
these different places.
link to it in the chat.
Sure,
on
but
Twitch.
there's a lot of things like we put a lot of thought into recording additional lines of dialogue to support different types of drugs or different types of commodities. We have some generic lines so it can apply to all the stuff that's
anything. We don't want to be hampered by that because the lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a little bit
I never went to Jumptown
damaging
in
to
its
do
early
quick
phase.
ads,
It was
frankly.
shut down
We
before
want
I
to be
got
able to
in.
just say during a quarter, hey,
Yeah,
it'd be really cool if there was an
was
underground
a little
facility
too
that was
chaotic
pumping
for
out
me, and
data
I didn't have
or
a big group, so there
metal
was no real
or
reason
at a
for me to do
refinery,
it.
and we want people
So
to fight
in the
over
long
that, and we
run,
can
it was
just
a lot like
add
Monty
that because
Python
we-
the Holy
we-
Grail,
So
where
we've
you
got
see what's going on
dynamism
to Camelot.
for
It's
Jumptown
like,
V2 with respect
yeah,
to
maybe we don't
location.
go to
We've
Camelot.
got dynamism with respect to what exactly
All right,
it's
I
going
got
to
a
be
pup
pumping
that
out.
wants to
Another
go
one
out,
that
so
I
I
wanted
have
to
to
support
step away
was
for a
the
second. I will
quantity.
be
In other
right
words,
back.
how long will this
How
thing
fast?
be
Come on,
spitting
man.
it out? Is it going to spit out 100, 100 SEU of cargo, or 1,000, 100 units of drugs, or 10,000? And this was something, again, so it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this information passed into it and then configure itself as appropriate.
At runtime, like that means whoever or whatever. If
That's the critical part.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page, and when they do, they can enter in a bunch of variables, and those will determine where it's happening, what it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later. To where right now, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs,
and you'll talk about it being
100%.
driven.
Jumptown V2, another one of the specific design objectives was to use it as the first test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have Quantum inject this information dynamically.
Like this.
And so, like right now, we're running 9 tails, and one of the complaints that I've seen is, hey, it doesn't fire, often enough. It's like I missed it, and then it's gone. And so, one of the directions in which we want to go
I think
is
Tony wanted
having
Nine
some of
Tails
these
to be
events
the
like
test case.
Jumptown, which can
Yeah,
be
I think we're
triggered
just running out of
by
time.
Player actions.
player
Well,
actions
in the
or
simulation.
Quanta or player
The
and
Deer
Quanta
Lick
basically
guy
doing
in the,
whatever we determine. Maybe
one of the
it
SC
is
lives,
a certain amount of
he-
drugs are being bought, sold,
he
lots of
seems kinda
drug
agitated
runners
about
are
the
basically
actual
traversing this shipping
scheduling
lane.
of
Whatever
the
kind
Nine
of
Tails, whether it was gonna be a
conditions we
button
want
or
to put,
automatic or
and then
what.
we can measure
And it was something to do
both
with
on the
Tony.
quantum side, eventually, and then
Well,
even in the
yeah,
short
it's
term,
'cause
on the
you
players players, how many players are basically moving
it would
drugs back and forth?
dynamically
How many
increase the
players are
value
basically, dropping
cost
commodities
of
off this
medical
location? And if we have a dynamic event compatible
medical
with
supplies
whatever
to
these,
Porto
whatever
because
these
they
conditions
couldn't
are,
get
then
any.
we can go ahead and automatically trigger it.
So
and inject,
that commodity
inject those
price alert
customized
thing would
parameters
pop up and
into
it would
so
just
that
constantly
so that it
skyrocket.
basically more accurately represents what's actually going on.
So
in that
that's what
area.
he wanted to work with, and it would change the supply economy.
That's
the other
actually,
locations
I like the
sell
whole
more for more
concept,
expense.
but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this, up and coming, systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, oh, at 3 a.m. conditions, were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger Jump Town, on Lyria, and we're basically going to put this particular drug into it, and it's going to be 679 units of drugs, and however quickly players are there to basically pull those things out, that will be how long it lasts. And so all of a sudden you have it's a transient event, which is sometimes
it's almost like Jump Town is more like a drug cartel's 18-wheelers cross the border and somehow flipped over and spilled drugs everywhere. You have 20 minutes to go steal it all before everyone locks it down.
10 days or whatever else, but we can add that variable factor to where it's not always a constant. It's not
Which is
always
fine. I'm good with free drugs to sell for buttloads of money.
Lifetime of the release. It's not always 7 days.
Plus, they're not
There's
telling
actually
you that they're
going to
have
be
advocacy on
it's
like
going to
hyper
depend
alerts
upon
swarming
what
any
is
ship
really
that
happening
leaves
within
yellow.
the world, and that's going to cause it.
Well, they're gonna have to catch me first.
It's just something that's happening in the game.
Please pull over so I can scan your ship.
It's natural events triggering.
What I missed.
You mentioned people saying like
talking
Ninetales
about,
wasn't happening
they're gonna
enough,
move,
and they would log on and they would wait for it to happen. That is not the goal. The goal is I log on and I see something is happening. There should always be an event of some kind that you could go and do.
Talking about
Maybe
that,
you log on and you want to do this particular
they're
thing,
talking
but
about
also,
how Jump
man,
Town
that's
is going to
happening right
be
now?
the first test case for
there
Quanta
will be
to
some of
automatically
those. Xenothreat
turn
is
it on
basically,
as
the
conditions
big
are
ones.
met
Then
in
you've
the
got
universe.
what I'd call the mid-range things like the Ninetales and stuff, where you're locking down an entire area, and all of a sudden we've cordoned off a region, and we're not allowing you to easily transport cargo back and forth to there, which basically starts
Revenge,
prices
welcome
up, which
to
is
the
why we
stream.
added all
Good to
the,
see
the
ya.
price alerts and things like that, so that you can actually be enticed by the fact that this
Because
area
he's
has
an
been
Origin
choked
fan,
off.
but the
They
400
really
eye
need
is
copper. They're
not
willing to pay this.
striking
Don't
his
you want to try
fancy.
to break through the blockade? That actually does kind of get to what you.
There's
were
already
earlier in
a
terms of
thread in
allowing
concierge
some of
about
the
how
player
ugly it
ships
is
that are
and
gonna-
how
or some of the NPCs
Origin.
that interdict you.
We already know that the forums and Spectrum and Concierge can get a little.
To a larger size.
It all interconnects.
And
A
it can
little-
be influenced by players
yeah, a
or the
little-
back end
little,
simulation.
salty.
It's something that will be
I just figured
balanced.
they'd
We'll
take
be
a
able to pull
break over the
analytics from the
weekend.
back end.
Jeez.
It's
No.
measurable, and
Why would they do
something
that?
we can tune over time.
Another one on another point we're talking about.
It's 6
on
o'clock.
Jump
Have I got
Town
my email yet?
For future directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation.
I will
times,
admit,
is
Revenge,
would
I
like
did
to
get the
eventually be able
400
to
eye.
have
I
NPCs
personally, I
basically
like
fill in
it,
the other side.
and
But
I'm
right
not a
now,
huge Origin
one
fan,
of the
but
inherent
I do
flaws
like
in
the
it
400 eye.
is It's purely PvP, right? Which is I go there, I basically control that area.
Watch,
I get
now
the loot for
Revenge
as long
is,
as it's pumping it
luck.
out,
He's gonna win
and
the,
unless other
giveaway for
players
the
come
month.
and try to basically kick you out of that area,
He doesn't like the 400
it's
eye.
a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would Quanta, over on the simulation side, would they be attracted to, this value generator? Of course they would. Great. At what rate? And what rate's going to depend upon what it's spitting out, what the street, value of that stuff is, how far it is from civilization, and they therefore have to travel, et cetera. And so the point would be that we want to be able to, just as we were talking about earlier,
I'm going to start a fight in our
with
chat over
Ninetales,
which
where
ships
we
are
were
better
aligning
than
players on either
others.
side and saying we'll use NPCs to basically to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on
I'm sorry, Ziggurat and
on the
Revenge, I
attacking
have to
side
say
trying
the
to take it
ugliest
over,
ship award
we're
goes
gonna have
to the
to fill
Terrapin.
those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called
I'm
out very
stuck
often
with
as
one
being
in my
an
new
exciting
pack
portion
now.
of
I
Jump
should've
Town,
CC'd
the original
that to the,
was going there and not
but it's the
knowing
same
if you were
well,
going
no,
fire
I
resistance.
could've
That kind of
CC'd
keep
that.
you on the edge of
Dang
your
it,
seat
now
a
I'm
little
still
bit. There's
stuck with
that
the
it's
Terrapin.
too quiet, so it won't always be
100%.
There's always that
but
Liberator.
you don't need that uncertainty
I'm
doesn't
still not sold on that,
necessarily
but it may be
need
worth
to
getting rid of
only
the
come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it.
That's,
we can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say,
Liberator's
going to
be a very specific use case. I wouldn't just get it on a whim.
A straggler, one guy at a time.
Bright, what you're trying to think of is the Herald, and I actually like the Herald because it looks like a fat little penguin flying through the air.
And,
it's a size 10
you'll
torpedo,
basically
you're not
be
going
doing
to
your
suggest to
absolute
me
best
otherwise.
to hold that, calling your friends.
It's basically a rocket engine with
the
a
point
seat
is,
strapped to it.
like right now, unless we have the ability to basically set those scenarios up, then some players and some
Revenge
servers will never
X85,
get that cool
it's a
experience
great
of
little
whole
ship with
burst
a
of guys,
quantum, and
arriving in one
it's
shot,
great
or
to
the
actually
stragglers.
put in
Now, if
anything with a
players are
hanger.
basically going in there
So
attacking, well,
once
sure,
I get the
I've already
Endeavor,
got
or
20
if
players
you
on this
buy
side,
in game
maybe
an
I don't
890
need to
jump
throw
or
any
something
other
like that, it makes
NPCs
a
out
great
to,
little
you know,
luxury
to-
shuttle.
Maybe I want to add fuel to the fire,
You
frankly.
can
Like,
even
maybe you wanna
park it, I
throw-
believe
yeah.
you can
Players
park it in
were
a
very
Valkyrie.
creative in the first one.
Yeah,
They-
and that's honestly
The
what I'm really
X85.
looking forward to is what is the tools that have been added to the sandbox.
Yeah, they
at
were
this
talking
point.
about trying to
It's
get the
such a
X85
simple
inside
event.
the
I
400.
really am looking forward to seeing how they
might be
handle it.
possible.
Like you can come in a land vehicle and you can set up a tank or a ballista and just like pick people out of the sky, defend that area, turn it into a fortress. You can have dogfights in the air over it. You can, if you're stupid and you leave your ship turned off with its shields off, like someone's gonna blow that up.
You and I talked in the early stages of Nine
Yeah, I've
Tails
never
about the
turned
fact
my
that
ship
it's
off.
a drug lab.
No,
Why
I don't
is it
do it
basically
anymore. I make
spitting,
sure I
spitting
always
these
close
things
the
out?
door
The idea
behind me
would be,
now.
well, they've produced a lot of
I've
them at
learned.
that location, and so
Yeah, I
who
always
would be
boost my
one of the most
shields when I get
logical
out.
people
Old
to come
habit.
and try to take back control? It would be the guys that that basically originally had control of that drug lab. It'd be
Revenge says
whatever
the X85 doesn't fit in a
criminal
600i.
organization
No,
would
I can
want to
definitely see it
basically
not
have
fitting
that
in
thing.
there.
Or a competition.
100%. And so you could see
parked one inside a Hammerhead,
players are
though.
in there basically reaping the rewards. Another player team assaults them, and now the much larger threat comes, and the players it could be a three-way. The
Could be
players
an
could
alliance,
team up,
yeah.
with each other to basically hold them off and then split the goods, et cetera, et cetera.
Cops
So
rolling,
the real point to my mind is it just comes back to its configurability, which
It will
is
be different.
I want to be able to vary the location, vary the the type of material, vary the quantity of that material and the frequency with which it's produced. I want to be able to vary the challenges you'll face trying to basically hold it, and all of a sudden that starts to become representative of what we're trying to do with all these different dynamic
Revenge,
events, which is
same thing as
we
mystery,
we want to
boost
make
the shields, kill
templates
the
that we
engines.
can. I always call it object-oriented content creation. It's such a common concept over on the coding side. You don't really see much focus over on the content creation to basically put all of these rules and
Ziggurat said the
procedures and
300i,
processes in
but the
place so
redesign
that you
didn't
can
sit well
basically
with him.
build nice modular chunks of content and easily link them to other
Right, the
pieces
600i
so that
elevator,
you're not
yeah, that
reinventing
one
the
is
wheel every time
really
you're doing this.
slow.
Like a good a good example is the spawn closets that we're doing.
I'm gonna
over
step away
some of the
for
infiltrator missions that
probably
we're talking
a
about. It's
good
like,
few minutes
that's
here.
absolutely
No problem.
going to play a factor in some of these future iterations of things, like whether it's Nine Tails. You could see Nine Tails eventually supporting on the derelicts. Some of those derelicts actually have Nine Tails members on them that we can basically create 2 or 20. We can create them over time. We can basically change
Or
what
taking
their
over the
loadouts are.
station. Like there's so many things you can do with that. So.
Yeah, Pyro is going to be a good test bed for a lot of that
Pyro's
stuff,
gonna be an
just with
amazing
the
test bed for
strife that is
Yep.
supposed to be going on out there.
I feel like we're just privy
looking
to
forward to
a
it.
evening conversation that they have.
Ooh, Infiltrator.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's bring Luke into the conversation now. We started working on the Xenothreat event around March of 2020, and it took about a year to get it out the door. We knew that it was going to be extremely difficult because we were missing so much of what we needed, including everything from the dynamic mission service that would drive the back-end logic, to the capital ship AI, target prioritization for turrets, functional countermeasures, tons of dialogue, and countless other things.
Who takes a
Part of
Nomad
the
into
allure, though, was
Xenothreat?
that in one shot, we'd have a great test case for a litany of important features, like battles far larger than anything we'd previously done, and a test bed for creating missions that supported a variety of different play styles, like ship-to-ship combat and salvaging. So, Luke, from your perspective, what were some of the big lessons we learned from Xenothreat?
Well, Xenothreat was our first attempt at a large-scale fleet battle, so we learned a lot. The biggest takeaway was that we needed to develop our overly
Nordic,
simplistic
I'm not sure if they
friendly fire
fixed
system,
that yet on the
which was leading
Hercules
to players
elevator.
receiving unfair crime stats and being kicked from the mission. So in the recent re-release of the event, we made major improvements to our friendly fire detection and tolerances, which drastically
Right wants
cut
to
down on
hog-tie
unfair
people
crime
in
stats, according
Xenothreat
to the
because he's
feedback
been
and
playing Red
analytics
Dead
we received.
Redemption.
What's great is this kind of change improves the whole game,
Idris
not just the
explosion.
event. and paves the way for more large-scale space battles in the future.
It's also annoying that we couldn't use suppression or EM-based weapons because it would just screw our crime stat.
So we've started planning with this in mind for subsequent releases.
Luke, as the performance gradually improves over the next few quarters, what sort of things would you most like to change about Xenothreat?
I think most people would expect my answer to be throw more AI at the player. But it might be that when performance improves, our AI becomes much deadlier, which could actually lead to us reducing their numbers. This balancing is always the most difficult part of mission creation. The AI's performance can be wildly different on our local servers versus what it might be like on an overtaxed live server. And if a mission is too easy, it's not just a case of throwing more AI at it, as
privateers,
performance issues. We were happy with the balancing we achieved, but it wasn't quite what we hoped for. Once performance is improved, we hope to rebalance and deliver the experience we intended.
Luke, we've invested a lot of engineering effort into our spawn closet tech, which allows us to precisely and intelligently push NPCs into and out of an area. The first major test of this tech will be the Infiltrator class of missions, which I wanted to provide much more varied and challenging FPS situations than anything we've previously seen. To that end, we can now determine at runtime the type and number of NPCs we want to insert at a location, often at the behest of Quantum. We can also apply a litany of rules to the spawning, like how many can be active at once, how the spawn rate changes when an alarm has gone off, and whether a boss might be found wandering the area with his guards or only after they've all been dispatched. The mission template supports a wide variety of objectives, ranging from killing everyone at that location to only killing select individuals, to protecting NPCs from any harm, to hacking computers, to extracting designated materials. Can you go over some of these mission variations in more detail?
Of course, Tony. The underground facilities were the locations we chose for our first implementation of spawn closets, so this is where players will find new missions, as well as some existing missions that have been vastly improved by the addition of spawn closets and non-combatants. One of the new missions sends players to kill a heavily armoured target who only shows himself once his crew have been wiped out. Another involves the players searching a friendly facility for a number of boxes, identified using information provided on their mobiGlass. At any point during the mission, small enemy assaults can be triggered, and the thing I love about this one is that players can choose to avoid the fight and gamble on the facility's defenders being able to repel them. And the last one I'd like to mention is, thanks to spawn closets, we now have our first FPS defend mission where players join friendly AI in defending a facility from multiple waves of enemies. And the nice thing about this one is that in addition to the basic mission reward, players also receive bonuses for the
Now we know
AI
how useless that
to
SMG is.
Some of the benefits from this mission template are coming from smarter use of existing tech, like more modular subsumption logic, and some of it stems from new features like the spawn closets. Luke, how has the design setup of the Infiltrator scenario varied from what you've done in the past?
Well, spawn closets have had a dramatic effect on the types of missions we can build. Without them, we were unable to spawn AI mid-mission, as we couldn't risk them spawning out of thin air without warning, as that's really unfair on players. Thanks to spawn closets, we can now spawn reinforcement waves and spring ambushes anytime we want.
Good thing the enemy's all in teal armor. No one wears that color.
Not only does this allow us to build brand new mission types, it allows us to spawn manageable amounts of AI and only reinforce when some of those are dead, to better balance the difficulty of the encounter. And you mentioned we're building our logic in a modular fashion, and the Eliminate Boss mission is a great example of that, because we've essentially taken the Eliminate All and Eliminate Specific objectives.
I don't know if they upgraded the armor or if they're just using really bad guns, but usually it doesn't take that long to kill them.
Killing all of his crew.
Luke, another mission template we're currently working on is called Rescue Transport, and it revolves
Even
around
so,
giving
you
NPCs
just
to a
put two in the
specified
dome
location.
with the
One of the
S71
variations
rifle and
allows
they're
the
dead.
NPC to request personal
Oh yeah, or
transport
the
via service
FS9,
beacon,
and
just
then
like a player,
Norbit
to a
says
designated
now it's
location.
going to be
Other
harder
variations involve
than
adding
to just
assorted
go in, go
complications
ham
to
up
getting
with
the
a rocket
NPCs
or
on
grenade
board your
launcher
ship,
inside the
like having to
bunker.
first outsmart or outfight their captors, unlocking their prison door to release them,
probably.
safely escorting them back to your ship for transport to the desired drop site. Longer term, we're going to add support in this mission template for a lot of other combinations, like having to drag unconscious characters onto your ship and back to a hospital and trying to lead NPCs through a burning ship.
There you go, Bright.
Luke,
you can
where do we stand with the
drag
current implementation of this, and what remains to be
hostages
done before we can
and
push
dead
it
guys.
out the door?
Well, Tony,
You may
we're
not
at
have
the
rope,
point
but you can
where
still
we
hog
have
tie
a
them.
working prototype in which AI can be asked to follow, wait, and take a seat aboard your ship. And even with this rudimentary setup, we've been able
escort
to flesh
missions.
out the
God,
mission flow to a
no.
very detailed degree, And I've made a lot of
probably, as long
headway
as
to
you
planning
survive the
dialogue
fire.
requirements.
It's getting the person you're
We've
supposed
got
to
some effort
escort
to
to
make
follow
sure
you.
that the
The
mission's
AI
more
on
than a
escort
delivery
missions
mission
is
where the box
never
has
very
legs,
good.
so the client has
Or
patience
the
to come
AI
earth
moves
in,
too
with
slow
your tip
all
and
the
rating
time.
Well,
being
you saw how
calibrated
slow he
based
was
on your
walking.
performance.
Yeah.
We'll also be
But
developing
it looks
AI
like you're taking
behaviors
them
to
from a
deal with what
station
happens should the player
to
decide to kill
another
Another
station.
station.
The
So
rescue
it's
mission
not
module
like
has
you're
been
gonna have
designed in
to
such
pull
a
them out
way
of
that
a
it can work in
bad
conjunction
area.
with others like Infiltrator.
Yeah.
Right,
meaning
yes,
that we
I
can
believe you
easily
can drag
inject
them
some
into the
obstacles
fire.
in your way, like a base full of captors. These missions will drive the development of AI following, so once complete,
But if
we'll
you
be able
want
to
to be,
leverage that
what is it, the
throughout the rest of the
Spacefarer,
game.
Starfarer,
Starliner.
Yeah.
Oh, here's
Okay,
the
here we go.
quantum for you.
I want to pivot now and give an update on some of the systemic functionality that I detailed last spring. I said that we were soon going to have quantum controlling a few select bits of the universe and that we were going to be very measured in the rollout. We remain on track to activate these changes with 3.16 at the end of the year, and this initial release will allow quantum to dictate three
3.16 is not going to be
prices of three commodities
next
and
year. It's going to be
everything
the
related
end of
to
this year.
combat assist service beacons.
Very well. Usually they
As
come
the
out with one
simulation
right
is
around New
refined and
Year's.
more
I
of the
think.
linkage to the game is
Yeah, that's
completed,
what he's
we will
saying.
expand the scope of these early tests and enable quantum to play an ever larger role in shaping the universe. So let's go over how the gameplay experience is set to change.
Okay.
Probability volumes dictate how the likelihood of an encounter type varies within that region, and historically that information has always been static. Dynamic events, introduced in early 2021, allow that data to be changed by mission logic, but still don't support systemic modulation. You can see the frequency curve for pirate activity in red on the screen here, and the long and short of it is that no matter how many pirates you, your friends, or the entire community kill, the likelihood of encountering a pirate at this spot right here would always be about 5% per minute, and farther out, right about there, the odds would drop to 2%. Now, let's see what happens when we activate quantum and it starts to provide real-time guidance to the probability volume service that controls this information and distributes it to the game servers. As is often the case with such demonstrations, the simulation is running at an exaggerated rate of speed so that I can easily illustrate some key points. The first thing you'll notice is that the fixed pirate curve just flatlined because quantum says there aren't currently any pirates in this area. There are some valuable materials on the surface of Selene, though, and that's starting to attract some quantum miners represented in green. The distribution of the miners determines the shape of the green curve, and the quantity determines the amplitude. With the value of the ore available on Selene sky high and no threat in sight, the number of miners continues to increase, and you can see the encounter curve changing to reflect that. Pirates are drawn to high concentrations of wealth with minimal security, though, and are starting to swarm into the area, and as they do, you can see the red pirate curve adjusting. Quanta security, represented in blue, is drawn to conflict and is thus often a lagging indicator of criminal activity. So at this point, there are several distinct things happening. The number of miners in the area is still increasing, but the rate of increase has slowed dramatically as they start to weigh the increased risk of piracy. The number of pirates is still increasing because there's still sufficient value in the area to attract them and not yet sufficient security to dissuade them. The number of security forces continues to rise because the pirate problem is raging out of control, and thus security pay in this area has gone through the roof. This trend continues for a while until finally the risk of piracy gets too high and the quantity of miners starts to drop. The pirates are doing their own independent mental calculus and still see sufficient value in the area, even once the miners start to fall off, to continue increasing their numbers, but that simply speeds up the rate of decline in the miners, while at the same time, the threat from security continues to grow. So, eventually, the number of pirates in the area begins to fall off as well. As the threat of piracy begins to subside, the impact gradually ripples through the economy, lowering the rate of pay and demand for security services. The quantity of security forces streaming into the area eventually peaks too then and begins to decline. If you watch the curves, you'll see a rhythmic action to it all, with miners looking for high-value ore in safe areas, pirates searching for unprotected wealth, and security chasing conflict. Three different but very interdependent calculations. The system is always searching for equilibrium, and just as in a real economy, sometimes overshoots a bit in one direction or the other, which ultimately equates to opportunity for the thinking player.
That's neat.
Yeah. Punisher says that's a lot of miners.
NPC
Good
combat
luck
assist
finding
service
anything.
beacons have
Well,
historically been
it's
generated
a
via
sped up
probability volume
example, as
data,
he
and were thus
said.
every bit as static as the encounter frequencies that I just covered. The odds of a request for combat assistance at a given location didn't vary based upon what was happening in that area at that time, and no amount of concerted community effort to stamp out what was putting those NPCs in danger had any chance of succeeding. To illustrate what's changed, let's jump back to quantum. The miners are back in force, but there aren't yet any pirates, and thus there aren't any requests for combat assistance. Just as previously occurred, though, the pirates are going to slowly sniff out this opportunity and begin gravitating to this location.
It's a gold rush.
As their numbers increase, so will the odds of conflict with the miner, and thus the likelihood of a combat assist service beacon being issued. You can see a few contracts now represented by the green icons. Quantum is dictating how many beacons should be present in this area and the exact details, such as how much alpha UEC is being offered, but the data is actually maintained by the service beacon service that interfaces to the game servers and exposes these contracts to players. So, every contract that you're seeing pop up, which is a direct result of the amount of conflict happening within Quantum, can be seen and accepted by someone within the actual game. Security has started to show up, but isn't yet a major force, and the risk of piracy has gotten so great that some of the miners have decided to exit. The frequency of combat assist beacons is a function of both the quantity of miners and pirates and clamped by the minimum of either. So, as the miners depart, the number of outstanding beacons drops. Security has now reached the point where it's really starting to deter the pirates, and the reduced number of miners is just adding fuel to the fire. So now the number of pirates starts to fall off pretty dramatically, which also impacts the total number of active beacons and instantiation frequency.
God, look at all those blues.
Player actions are fed back into Quantum, such that if a lot of beacons are accepted and the NPC is successfully defended in the game, the security risk as perceived by the pirates in Quantum will increase, thus affecting their sense of whether the risk justifies the reward. This means that not only will the system ebb and flow of its own accord, but your actions within the game will directly impact the simulation and thus the overall state of the universe. There's one other important thing that I want to mention here, and that's the value of the additional context that Quantum is providing. We now know exactly who issued the request for combat assistance and even the likelihood that multiple ships might be involved. All of this information can be packaged up and associated with the beacon so that when and if a player accepts the contract, the instantiated mission can be customized to better reflect what Quantum says you should be seeing.
Yeah.
So, I've been sitting here watching this for a couple minutes now because I just got back.
The shop service has always had the ability to modulate the price of commodities based upon things like the amount of inventory
That's
on
what he's
hand
talking
and
about.
its
He's
rate of
updating
change. But we haven't really exploited that feature for some of the basics like fuel and HPMC,
currently
which
active.
is the material required to effect repairs on a ship.
Because the
One
last
of the
time
reasons for
when he
this
talked about
is
it in the
that it's one thing
spring,
to
he
have
was
tradable
talking about
commodities
what
fluctuate
they're
in value
planning to
according
do.
some
Now is
algorithmic
what they're
logic that
talking
doesn't
about what
consider
it
anything
does
beyond
now.
the confines of that particular shop. But it's quite another when those materials are critical to playing the game. Now that we can properly gauge demand based upon factors external to the shop, though, even if the simulation logic still needs a lot of work, we're going to flip the switch and let the prices of fuel and repair materials start to undulate. So let's bring Quantum up again. The Tram and Myers mining outpost on Cellin has been selected so that we can see its real-time prices for plasma fuel, quantum fuel, and HPMC. Keep an eye on these prices as the Quanta arrive on scene. A few of the miners are from distant locales and will be looking to top off their quantum fuel tanks, and that increased consumption is causing prices to trickle up just a bit. Plasma fuel is jumping quite a bit more, though, because it's in constant demand due to the fact that the miners routinely have to traverse the surface of the moon looking for valuable deposits of ore to extract. The price of HPMC hasn't budged because there hasn't been any conflict in the area, but that's about to change. The pirates have started to arrive and attack the miners, and that means that there are going to be some damaged ships that require repairs, and the price will continue to rise as the amount of conflict grows. Pirates require fuel too, and most of their need revolves around the plasma they'll use to engage ships in close proximity, so it's starting to get fairly expensive. Security forces have now started arriving in force, which means even more conflict in the area, which is why the price of HPMC has finally started to take off. Security forces burn a lot of plasma fuel hunting for pirates, and this is proving to be more demand than the local stores of inventory can satisfy. This means temporary shortages and skyrocketing prices until either the demand abates or the economy rebalances to ensure a more regular supply of fuel to this area.
Zikaris said around 3-1 or 3-2 he tried walking around Yella and he died. Well, yeah, I would imagine so.
Up until now, all of our dynamic events have been manually triggered by someone loading up
there's a reason
quasars,
there's no
selecting an
police or
event,
pirates at the
specifying
poles.
the
There's
input
no
variables,
orbital
and
maneuvering satellites there.
This works fine for major events that are intended to run for a long period of time, but
OM1's
it's problematic when the
usually at a
event needs
pole.
to run multiple times per day or only when specific conditions warrant or needs
In
to be
this case,
customized based upon the current
it's
state
mostly
of
to
the
get around
universe.
the equator of the
The
planet,
solution
right?
to this problem is
No,
systemic
because
triggers, which are
most of the
small
places, if you
analytical
go
programs that let us
OM1 on
specify
most
what
of
sort
the
of
moon, it
conditions
takes you
within
to the
quantum
pole
warrant
where
the
the sun
creation of
never
a
goes
dynamic
down.
event, and allow that event's inputs
Right.
to be mapped to all sorts of
But
simulation
also in this
states.
case where he's showing where all the dots
I'm
are.
going to bring Quantum up one last
There's no
time and
reason
highlight
for the
the
pirates to
location
go
of
to
the
the
3 drug
pole
labs within the
because
Stanton
if
system.
If you're just trying to catch the miners as they leave, you don't need to be in direct orbit. You can be in the kind of Earth cloud.
Yeah.
And Paradise Cove is on ArcCorp's moon Lyria. For this test, I've removed all commodities except for drugs.
Thus, any
green quantity you see moving around are focused on moving these illicit narcotics.
He's trying to follow Tony Z.
A systemic trigger has been set up that monitors the total drugs purchased at any of the drug labs, which you can see in the graphs below the star map. If the total amount of drugs purchased at one of these locations over a period of time exceeds the specified threshold, it will trigger the Jumptown V2 dynamic event. The location and quantity of drugs sold would be passed to the event as inputs, which the mission logic might use for any manner of things, such as temporarily overriding shopping data at that site for the duration of the event.
Yep.
The shop service that communicates with the game servers is linked to Quantum, and thus all player transactions in the game are filtered back into the simulation, and their purchases are therefore just as relevant to the totals as those initiated by Quanta. All of the drug labs are seeing a bit of action, and Paradise Cove looked like it might be the first to reach the threshold.
Child labor facility.
Some red pirates have started moving into that area now, though, and the green freighters have started to flee. It looks like they've decided to focus on Raven's Roost, and you can tell by the constant level of elevated purchases that they're probably going to trip the trigger pretty soon. There, that's it. The conditions for the systemic trigger have been met. You can see that Jumptown V2 has now been added to Quasar's active dynamic events list at the top right, and below that you can see the input parameters that it was sent, which include the Raven's Roost location and a numeric value of 916 for the total purchased drugs variable, which the actual Jumptown V2 logic uses to configure how many free units of drugs the location will produce over the lifetime of the event. The ultimate purpose of systemic triggers, then, is to allow us to easily and programmatically dictate when and exactly how handcrafted custom content will be layered onto the background tapestry driven by quantum systemic logic.
So if we can figure out what triggers
As our
an
library
event,
of dynamic events grows and the sophistication of the simulation evolves, you'll eventually find that it's difficult to tell where one system ends and another begins, and the whole experience will just feel more engaging and unique than what either technology could deliver by itself.
Revenge X, this guy should have been an economist.
That's it for our show today. I hope that you now have a better sense of some of the things we're aiming to accomplish over the next year, and that you're as excited as we are about the potential of these new features and technologies to really transform the gameplay experience. Until next time.
He looked a little pissed there at the end.
They cut him off.
So yeah, so that was Tony Z with the systemic. Was that the systemic they called it?
Oh, yes. They used Morphologist's video.
Yeah. Yep. So yep, that was the systemic gameplay.
We're done. That's the whole show.
Okay, I'm sticking around.
Another CitizenCon in the bag.
Well, Chris Roberts is also going to have to close.
Different than others, but still our chance to come together safely and celebrate our shared interest and commitment to making Star Citizen everything we all want it to be. So what did we learn this year? You thought I was gonna do it, but I gotta bust those bingo cards, right? If I had to guess what we learned that I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit here in front of the work of dozens of others putting today together, themselves in front of the work of hundreds more who dedicate their efforts day in and day out to making the biggest and bestest damn space game ever. It's my honor and that of the team here to represent their work every week, every month, and every year. For CitizenCon 2951, I'm Jared Huckabee. Until next year, have fun, be safe, tell those you love that you love them. I love you, John. And now here's Chris Roberts to take us home.
Well, I hope all of you enjoyed everything you saw today.
Father passed away.
We're very proud of what we've achieved so far, what we're working on, what we're doing in the future, and it was great to be able to get in depth and show and discuss a lot of that today with you guys. And I just wanted to tell each and every one of you how much we appreciate all of you, your support, dedication, the hours you put into playing the game, giving us feedback.
It would feel more sincere if he wasn't reading it.
Crashes and server disconnections and all the frustrating things that you can get.
I was going to say, the Zoom was a little unnecessary.
To make the best game, or, well, I think the best universe simulation you possibly can make now. That's kind of where we're going. From myself and the team at CIG, we're incredibly lucky to be in this position because I think no one else in gaming has the luxury that we do to really sort of dream for the stars and build something of the ambition that Star Citizen is. It's been a longer journey than I imagined at the beginning, but the game we're building is far more complicated, far bigger, far more possibilities than I conceived I would ever get to do. But it's because of your guys' support, and everyone at CIG feels the same in terms of they get to work on a dream game. They get to do all these things. People don't say, "Oh, you can't do that. We've got to make it for this quarter. It's got to come out, and the investors need their profits this year." It's like, no, we want the best game possible. That's all we at CIG care about, and that's all you guys care about. And so to be in that position is because of you guys, and I really, myself and everyone at CIG appreciates that. So thank you all very much, and I'm really looking forward to doing this in person for you guys next year, as opposed to digitally, and hopefully all things, fingers crossed, we'll get on the other side of this pandemic, and we'll be able to do that. So for me and everyone at CIG, thank you so much for watching.
All right, so that concludes CitizenCon 2951. Definitely a lot of information in there and a lot of stuff to go over. Keep in mind, all of those panels will be uploaded or already have been started to be re-uploaded onto the YouTube page and everything. I want to thank everybody for joining us, and hopefully everybody was able to find the information that they were looking for, as well as enjoyed viewing it. I want to thank everybody, Mystery, Spectre Actual, The Bright Shadow, Summer Yeti, J-Scale, for joining me here on our inception of the CitizenCon with broadcasting the broadcast. Appreciate all the help with everything, guys. And I think it's about time, after I run out, do one errand, to get into the PTU, and I want to eat some Moab. So hopefully I'll get some video of that for you guys. I'll also try to get a video out sometime tonight or early tomorrow about the patch notes. But thank you again. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Also, make sure you follow on Twitch, as right now we are considering possibly moving our streaming strictly over to Twitch to help grow the channel. And also, don't forget, we have our giveaway now for the month of October. We're going to be giving away a 400i. Get your entries in, subscribe, comment on any video over on YouTube, or follow on Twitch. And if you do both, you're going to double your chances. Good luck to everybody in that. It's going to have the CitizenCon paint as well as the additional 3 paint pack, and we'll award that on November 1st. So get your entries in there. And again, you want to help support the channel, check out the Patreon as well as the members tab on YouTube. And also the merch store, a lot of great merchandise there. Bailey and Baxter have their own collection now as well too. And it's all greatly appreciated, as it goes all right back into paying for those giveaways. And thank you again, everybody. And I hope you have a wonderful evening.